Isn't it too much? Siegfried asked while staring at the sack in a daze. The goblin lord seemed to have hoarded up quite a bit of gold, Baron Wegman explained with an awkward smile while scratching the back of his head. Siegfried gasped when he realized what the Baron meant. And we also gathered supplies and resources from the now fallen Schreier territory, and that amounted to quite a bit as well, Baron Wegman added. Siegfried had been wondering where all the gold came from, but now he realized that all of it was thanks to the gold Gorgo had hoarded when it was alive. Of course, I wish to give you more of it, but we have to compensate the families of the soldiers who had fallen in battle, and we have to spend some of it on restoring the territory, so. Baron Wegman trailed off. I am satisfied with this, Siegfried said as he waved his hand to gesture that the Baron had no reason to apologize. 5,000 gold was a decent sum. In fact, it was almost unheard of for a level 30 user to rake in such a profit, even though Brave New World was a game where real-life cash could be used to boost one's character. Not to mention, Siegfried even obtained the enhancement coupon for Mercedes' workshop, Gorgo's blood, and other miscellaneous profits from this war. As such, the total profit he raked from the Beerman territory alone could be worth more than tens of billions of won. Of course, he had no plans to use or sell the enhancement coupon anytime soon. I am already grateful after receiving so much, Siegfried said. I'm glad that you see it that way, Baron Wegman replied with a smile. Thank you very much, Baron Wegman, Siegfried said. He gave a slight bow toward the Baron. Then, are you going to be leaving now? Baron Wegman asked. Yes, I will have to get going now, Siegfried replied. It was now time for him to leave since there were no longer any mutated creatures to hunt in this place. He had to leave this small territory and move on to a larger one. I see. That is indeed a shame, but there is nothing we can do about it since a person like you would eventually have to play on a bigger playing field. However, I would like to ask you to stay a couple more days, Baron Wegman said. I would love to do that, but I hope that you will understand that it is going to be a long journey, so. I hope that you will be understanding of it, Siegfried said. Of course, I understand what you mean, Baron Wegman replied with a nod, but it was evident through the expression on his face that he would have preferred to have Siegfried stay a few more days in the territory. Hey, Siegfried, Blee suddenly called out. Yes, Sir Blee, Siegfried responded. I wish to thank you once again. Thank you very much. It was only possible since Sir Blee believed in me, Siegfried replied in a humble manner. No need to be so humble now, Blee said with a laugh. Please take care of yourself till we meet again. Don't you worry about me. I plan to focus on recovering as fast as possible and train my swordsmanship again. My skills were nothing to be proud of even when I still had both of my arms, but I can't simply abandon the sword just because I lost an arm. I'm a knight after all, am I right? You're really cool, Sir Blee, Siegfried said. He was genuinely in awe of the knight captain. Blee was a man walking the path of a knight regardless of his skills or his position, and he was truly a cool person just as Siegfried had said. Siegfried, the mercenary guild receptionist, Jericho. Aemon called out to him the moment Siegfried was done chatting with Blee. You have really done such a huge thing for us. Thank you for your hard work, he said. Thank you for your hard work too, Mr. Jericho, Siegfried replied. Here, take this, Jericho said. He extended something toward Siegfried. Mercenary Guild license name, Siegfried type, Adventurer tier, Silver Roman 3 class, no class. This license proves that the adventurer above has passed the rigorous tests of the Nuremberg Continent's Mercenary Guild. It was his new mercenary license. Silver Roman 3. I don't recall going through a promotion exam, Siegfried asked, seemingly confused. Do you really think that you still need to go through a promotion exam? Your achievements from this war are more than enough to prove your worth. In fact, I would love to rank you up to Silver I immediately, but Silver Roman 3 is the highest tier our branch can give, so just take that for now. I'm sure you are aware that the mercenary guilds are all connected, so that license will definitely be handy in your journey, Jericho said. Thank you very much, Mr. Jericho, Siegfried said. He bowed in gratitude toward the guild receptionist. Thank you for everything. I can join the elite forces now, and it's all thanks to you. I will never forget you. Thompson and the other mercenaries thanked Siegfried as they saw him off. See you at a high-level dungeon next time. I hope you can carry us again then. Haha, leveling up sure was easy thanks to you. The Korean player, Jang Man Bok, and the other adventurers said as they took turns shaking Siegfried's hand. Thank you very much for everything, and I wish you good health and fortune, Siegfried said as he bowed toward everyone who came to see him off. Then, He walked toward the gates of the Bierman territory. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone in the Bierman territory clapped as Siegfried started walking away. See, you will definitely become a hero. You are our hero no matter what. Thank you for everything. We will never forget you. The citizens passionately bid him farewell, and their passion was definitely befitting of the revered affinity level they had with him. All citizens, Baron Wegman's voice boomed. Salute to the hero who saved our territory, Siegfried. When Baron Wegman's words reverberated, every single person in the Bierman territory raised a salute towards Siegfried as he was walking away into the distance. The sound of people saluting him and clapping for him rang in Siegfried's ears, and he could not help but smile upon hearing them. Log out, Siegfried muttered. He logged out after leaving the Bierman territory and reaching the nearest gateway. A gateway was a magic circle especially installed for adventurers. There were a few things he had to take care of in reality. I have some money now, so. T-Sung muttered as he looked at the ogre before continuing. I'll have to move into a better place and pay off some of my debt too. To T-Sung, money was ephemeral. He left his house and went straight to a nearby realtor's office. Agu, welcome, young man. A middle-aged realtor greeted T-Sung. Are you looking for a house? She asked. Yes, T-Sung replied. What are you looking for, a one-bedroom, a two-bedroom? She enthusiastically asked. A two-bedroom, T-Sung replied. Since he had the ogre, he could no longer live in a one-bedroom unit. What is your budget? T-Sung muttered for a moment before he replied. Around 20 million for the deposit and 700,000 per month for the rent. The middle-aged realtor muttered in disbelief before she decided to ask just in case she misheard. 20 million and what? Around 700,000 won, T-Sung repeated. For a two-bedroom, yes, hey young man. Yes, you're not joking with me right now, right? Why would I joke with you? Hey young man, the middle-aged realtor said as she looked at T-Sung with eyes full of pity before asking, where in the world are you going to find a two-bedroom for that price? Is that so? Is this some rural backwater town? Why are you bringing up prices from a decade ago? You know what? Your budget can only get you something in the outskirts even a decade ago. What a frustrating young man you are. Tusk, tusk. The middle-aged realtor grumbled while clicking her tongue. It seemed that rental prices had skyrocketed along with the advancement of technology. You will have to set a budget of at least 30 million won for the deposit and 1.2 million won per month for the rent if you want to find a decent two-bedroom unit these days, she added. 30 million and 1.2 million. T-Sung muttered in disbelief. That's only possible since we are in this neighborhood. Why don't you go and look at Gangnam? You will have to pay at least 50 million for the deposit and 2 million for the monthly rent. Crazy, what did you call me just now? The middle-aged realtor asked with a grimace. No, I was referring to the rental prices. It's crazy expensive, T-Sung hurriedly explained while waving his hands. Tusk, tusk, how will you survive being so ignorant? Then, T-Sung muttered. He found it difficult to continue his words. 30 million and 1.2 million, that's highway robbery, damn it. He cried inwardly. Please show me the ones you have for 30 million in deposit and 1.2 million in monthly rental. T-Sung said in a weak voice. Do you want a capsule room? She asked. The capsule room the realtor was referring to was none other than a room where the interior was designed to fit a VR capsule perfectly. That would be even better, he replied. That will cost you an additional 300,000 won, is that okay? She asked. T-Sung managed to suppress the sudden urge to bite his tongue. Should I just sell the enhancement coupon? He wondered. It seemed that saving the enhancement coupon wouldn't be as easy as T-Sung had thought it would be. After an hour, T-Sung left the realtor's office and muttered, it's a rough world I'm living in. He managed to lease a room on the spot thanks to an available vacant unit. Why the hell does rent cost 1.5 million a month? Damn it, he grumbled without an ounce of strength in his voice. However, there was no way that the skyrocketing real estate prices in South Korea were going to plummet just because he was spending his time grumbling at it. His original budget of 20 million for the deposit and 700,000 for the rent were prices from the days when people used to play games on PC. Let's make more money, he muttered weakly. He managed to earn a huge sum of money in a week thanks to Lady Luck smiling at him, but it seemed that he still had a long way to go. He still had a mountain of debt to clear and a family to care for in his hometown. Let's clear my debt first. I have already decided to move out from my place, so I should start focusing on clearing my debt from now on, he thought as he steeled his resolve once again. He walked toward the nearest bank to wire transfer some Money to the loan sharks. Some office in a run-down building at Guro-gu. Boss, Han Ti-sung just transferred money to us. The youngest in the office, Halibut, reported to his boss sitting at a table. What? Who transferred money? Halibut's boss, Ma Dong-po, was counting money when he paused before looking up and asking, Han who? Han Ti-sung, boss, Halibut repeated. Who's Han Ti-sung? That guy you know, last year, he's the one who. Halibut said before whispering the details into Ma Dong-po's ear. Ma Dong-po doubted his ears for a moment before he asked, that bastard transferred money to us. Yes, boss. Well, look at that. Ma Dong-po muttered before he continued, that bastard is still alive. I thought he did a long time ago. Boss, Han Ti-sung is also a debtor, so isn't it a bad idea if he dies? Shouldn't he pay you back first and ask you for permission before dying? Look at you, you've grown up now. You sound like a true loan shark now, Ma Dong-po said with a grin. Hee, thank you, boss, Halibut replied with a huge smile on his face. That's that. How much did Han Ti-sung transfer? 200 million won, boss. He transferred around 100 million 4 months ago, too. Were you not aware of it, boss? Do you really think that I will trouble myself with a small fry like Han Ti-sung? I'm already busy as it is, Ma Dong-po grumbled. Was exactly as he said. Ma Dong-po was an illegal lender who specifically targeted gamers, and he was currently at the peak of his career thanks to the rise of virtual reality games. The rise of virtual reality games attracted lots of ignorant wannabe gamers trying to make it big by borrowing money from loan sharks. I couldn't care less as long as he pays his interest on time, Ma Dong-po added. You are right, boss. How much did that Han Ti-sung borrow from me? Well, Halibut muttered while scanning the records. Then he replied, he borrowed a total of 800 million won. We took his apartment unit worth 500 million and his car, so that offsets around 400 million after the fees, so he had around 400 million won left. So he paid back 100 million 4 months ago and he paid back 200 million just now, Ma Dong-po asked. Yes, boss, he only has to pay us around 100 million won, Halibut replied. Well, look at this bastard. Ma Dong-po muttered before he added, how the hell did that broke bastard pay off the principal when the interest alone should have been more than enough to drag him through the mud? The interest rates of the illegal loan shark. Ma Dong-po could only be described as highway robbery. His interest rates were beyond the legally allowed 20%, as he was charging 30% for his services. A 30% interest on a 300 million won debt would be around 90 million won, and it would be equivalent to 7.5 million won a month when divided into 12 months. I have no idea how he did it, boss, Halibut said while scratching his head. Ma Dong-po muttered as he rubbed his large chin. He tilted his head and said, did he win the lottery? Or did he open a business and made it big? No, there's no way that he would be able to earn that much money with a business. I think so too, boss. In addition to paying off the interest, he paid off the principal amount as well. Something smells fishy here. Sniff, sniff, Ma Dong-po said as his nostrils started squirming. It was his habit whenever the scent of money was in the air. Halibut, Ma Dong-po called out. Yes, boss, Halibut responded. Ask the boys to go and find out what Han Ti-sung has been up to these days. Yes, boss. I have a feeling that I will have to call our financier right now, Ma Dong-po said as he picked up the phone. 1. Some of you might be aware, but the rental market in South Korea works in a different way. The tenant will place a deposit, which is usually a sizable amount, and pay monthly rent on top of it. Then the landlord will fully return the deposit at the end of the lease term. This is done to prevent rent prices from skyrocketing since South Korea has one of the most expensive real estate prices in the world. The other rental system is called jeonse, which is to place a deposit and use the unit without paying rent. More on that here. A message popped up on the ATM screen. Your transfer has been successfully processed. After reading the message, Ti-sung realized that 200 million won had truly just left his bank account, so he couldn't help but let out a sigh. So I only have 100 million won left, he muttered. Of course, the 100 million won was not his only remaining debt because that was only the debt he had with Ma Dong-po, the illegal loan shark. In fact, he still had 200 million won worth of loans with a bank that he took during his heydays. 100 million won with Ma Dong-po and 200 million won with the bank. I only have 300 million left to pay back. Let's pay it all back soon, but I should never borrow money to play games ever again. Ti-sung muttered. He finally realized how horrible one's life could become at a momentary misjudgment. To be frank, he wanted to sell the Mercedes Workshop 100% plus 12 enhancement coupon and pay off his debts, buy a nice house, and drive a nice car, but he knew very well that doing that would be akin to killing a goose that laid golden eggs. I'll eventually pay off my debts, and I'll eventually start making money too. Let's just suffer for now, T-Sung muttered as he steeled his resolve. He would pay off his debt as long as he managed to become stronger. He knew very well that there were a plethora of ways to make money on Brave New World. He could sell items or gold for real-world cash, or he could open his own channel on G2 and make money out of it by live streaming or uploading his videos on top of the sponsorships he would receive if he ever became famous. In addition, he could run a service, helping lower-leveled users clear a dungeon or power-level them. There was also the possibility of becoming a pro gamer and receiving a huge salary, as well as bonuses from large conglomerates. However, time was the main problem. T-Sung had to be at least level 200 to accomplish the money-making methods he could think of. His level was going to be very important if he ever decided to become a streamer, since most viewers would lose interest if his level were too low. As expected, there's no other way other than to level up, he muttered as he left the bank with leveling up, and leveling up in his mind. 2 days later, T-Sung moved out of his one-bedroom unit and moved into the two-bedroom unit he leased. For a 30 million won deposit and 1.5 million won rent a month. He managed to move so soon because his previous landlord gave his deposit back. The moving did not take long since the only things T-Sung possessed were himself, a few clothes, worn-out appliances, and the ogre. The installation is finished, Han T-Sung Nim, said Lee Yi-sung, a mechanic from V Lounge. He was the same mechanic who installed the ogre in T-Sung's previous apartment. Thank you for your hard work, T-Sung replied. Not at all, we are just doing our job. Ah, but you moved quite earlier than expected. I think it hasn't even been a month. I will be moving quite often from now on, T-Sung replied with a smile, and then he added, I plan to slowly expand, you see. Then, I guess we will meet each other more often from now on, Lee Yi-sung replied. Maybe. I should wish to meet you more often, since frequently meeting you would mean that my gaming career is going well. Haha, I hope that you can move into a duplex penthouse soon then, Lee Yi-sung jokingly said as he cheered T-Sung on. I hope so too. I'm sure you will. Lee Yi-sung no longer questioned T-Sung when he discovered that T-Sung was a V Lounge VIP customer. I'm sure there's something special about him for the main office to sponsor him the ogre. I'm sure a person of his caliber will definitely make it to a penthouse unit. Ah, I'm jealous. If I were discovered to have some gaming talent in me, I would quit this job as soon as possible and earn tons of cash. Lee Yi-sung inwardly lamented. Then, we shall take our leave since the installation has finished. Thank you very much once again for your hard work, T-Sung said as he bowed toward the mechanics and saw them off. So I finally managed to move, T-Sung muttered while looking around his new place with a big smile. The house was not luxurious at all compared to the expensive rent he was paying for it. After all, how good could a 40 square meter two-bedroom unit be? However, it was still 1,000-fold better than the previous one-bedroom unit he lived in. His old place reeked of mold with yellowed walls. T-Sung was already satisfied by the fact that he could have a separate room to install his VR capsule, because he no longer had to sleep in the fetal position beside his VR capsule. Yeah, let's work hard and live in a penthouse one day, he thought as he recalled the mechanic's jest before placing his hand on the ogre to boot it up. He immediately dove back into BMW without even enjoying his new sanctuary. Message notifying Siegfried of his current location popped up in front of his eyes. Outskirts of Bierman territory, in front of the 33rd gateway of the Magellan Kingdom. The gateways were warp gates installed all over different kingdoms, and this made it easier for the players to move around the vast Neuigberg continent. However, it was not possible for the players to go anywhere they wanted just because they could use the gateways. And that was because the gateway of each kingdom had a different magic frequency that depended on whether one kingdom's frequency matched with another kingdom's. On top of that, there were a lot of areas where the usage of gateways was limited due to security concerns. The gateways weren't the answer to all of the players' traveling needs. Let's see, where should I head next? Siegfried muttered as he looked at the hologram that popped up when he stepped onto the gateway. The hologram showed him the places he could access with the 33rd gateway. 1. Vermouth territory suggested level 20 to 32. Sohoka ruins suggested level 40 to 63. Demeter Forest suggested level 150 to 170. 4. City of Pleasure, Dondajiri suggested level 40 to 50. There were 4 areas accessible through the 33rd gateway. I'm sure that only horrible death awaits me as soon as I enter Demeter Forest. The Vermouth territory is no different from the Bierman territory, so the only choices I have left are either Sohoka Ruins or Dondajiri. Siegfried muttered before he opened web surfing from his user interface and accessed New World, which was the largest BNW community forum, to check for any information related to Sohoka Ruins or Dondajiri. The reason why Siegfried scoured the community forums to gain information on these 2 places, despite being a seasoned BNW veteran, was that BNW was simply too vast. The BNW world map area was a gigantic 30 million square kilometers, which was 3 times the size of China in real life. It was impossible for a player to be perfectly aware of everything going on in the Newburgh continent, despite their experience in the game. The City of Pleasure, Dondajiri, there's nothing much to it aside from pleasure and entertainment. I'm sure it's going to be full of those looking for adult content, he muttered while checking the City of Pleasure's information on the community forum. BNW's adult content was accessible only to players 19 years old and above, and they would have to pay to have sex once a week in the game. Let's check Sohoka then, he muttered as he crossed Dondajiri off his list and focused on getting more information on the Sohoka Ruins. Best post: area information on Macallan Kingdom, Sohoka Ruins. 99,999 hits. Siegfried clicked on the post with the highest upvotes and comments. Sohoka Ruins was where the level 500 super high-leveled monster, Python, fell 30 years ago based on the game's storyline, and it was a hunting ground frequently visited by adventurers level 40 to 60. Aranami 18. This place is a hell crawling with thunder attribute monsters. I don't recommend those using the lightning attribute to come here. It's the best place to just shut up and hunt all day. There are a ton of monsters here. Mong 9. This place is really for grinding only. The mob regeneration speed is crazy. You will crawl out exhausted after hunting all day. Kekekek, Hitachi 05. This place is filled with mobs. I suggest coming as a party. Siegfried could tell from the comments that Sohoka Ruins was the best place if level 40 to 60 adventurers wanted to power level. This is it, Siegfried muttered without a hint of doubt. He was certain that this was the next place he had to go to. He planned to hit level 60 as soon as possible at Sohoka Ruins and move on to the next place. The fee is 10 gold, he grumbled after checking the 33rd gateway fee to go to Sohoka Ruins. Clang clang, he threw 10 gold into the magic circle. Alert, you have paid the gateway fee, 10 gold. Alert, the gateway is activating. Alert, your destination, Sohoka Ruins. The magic circle unleashed a bright light, warping in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, warp. Siegfried disappeared along with the magic circle's bright light shortly after the final notification message appeared. Sohoka Ruins entrance. In front of the Mercenary Guild, Siegfried arrived in front of the Mercenary Guild, located at the entrance to Sohoka Ruins. What the heck? Siegfried looked around and grimaced before muttering, why is it so crowded? The entrance to Sohoka Ruins was so packed with people that it resembled a marketplace more than the entrance to a ruin. Looking for party members, we have 2 DPS and 1 healer. We need 1 tanker. Buying Shard of Lightning in bulk. Power leveling services for 10 gold an hour. I'll boost you to your specific level in an instant, so come. Swordsman with a unique weapon looking for party. I'm good at killing mobs. Invite me ASAP. The entrance to Sohoka Ruins was filled with those looking for a party, merchants, and boosters looking to give low-leveled players a bus ride, as well as many other players and Newburgians alike, that it resembled a bustling marketplace. They said it's a place where you shut up and grind the whole day. I guess that was true. Siegfried confirmed the information he read on the New World community forums before heading into the Mercenary Guild. Take a number, a guild staffer said as he passed a numbered ticket to Siegfried at the entrance. 671, how long do I have to wait? Siegfried asked. Around 2 hours. Huh. Customer number 281 is currently inside, so it's going to take around that long for your turn. Siegfried was speechless at the amount of time he had to wait to receive a quest. You can go and hunt while waiting for your turn. The guild staffer said. Don't I have to get a quest first? Siegfried asked, seemingly confused. There are no such rules here. The The guild staffer replied with a shrug and then explained, the monsters in this place drop a small shard when they die. If you find it bothersome to wait, you can just bring those shards later and get them acknowledged to complete the quests. Ah, Siegfried muttered. He finally realized what the community forums members meant when they said that this place was only for grinding. I guess the quests are just going to be those useless repetitive ones, Siegfried thought as he realized that the quests wouldn't be anything special. Now that he thought about it, was expected since there would be no quest worth giving at a place where monsters endlessly spawned. I should go hunt first and collect those shard of lightning or whatever they call it before coming back, Siegfried thought as he left the mercenary guild to start hunting according to the guild staffer's suggestion. I'll go around alone for now, while he was thinking of his next move. Someone suddenly grabbed his hand. What the hell? Siegfried was taken aback by the sudden grab. Hello, an adventurer with the ID Gosrin greeted Siegfried. Ah, yes, hello, he replied. Are you in a party? She asked. I'm not, since I just came here, and I don't plan to look for one, Siegfried replied. However, she suddenly cut him off and said, do you mind partying up with us then? We have one slot left and I thought that you are suitable to fill the spot up. Let's party together, please. We will be nice to you, Gosrin pleaded earnestly before some other people showed up behind her. Let's party up. We are a pretty good team. Come on, join us. Welcome, welcome. Come and party with us. Gosrin's other party members appeared while looking at Siegfried with big smiles on their faces. What the heck? Siegfried wondered why they were so intent on recruiting him. However, those thoughts lasted only for a minute because he instantly noticed the real reason they were trying to recruit him, after all. Siegfried was quick to catch on, looking for a buffer. We are looking for a physical buffer, looking for a priest, urgently looking for a buffer, experienced DPS are waiting. Numerous shouts desperately looking for a buffer or a priest could be heard all over the place. 1. There are a lot of cases where the landlord will stall for time before returning the deposit or just refuse to give it, unless there is a court order which takes a long time. 2. To ride a bus usually means to get carried. It was exactly as Siegfried thought. Looking for a buffer. Buffer, priest, we will depart as soon as you join. Urgently looking for a buffer. Dear buffer Nims, please come and grace these peasants with your gracious presence. We, peasants, are waiting for your benevolent. Fuck, just come will you? Did all buffers die or something? The cries of players looking for a buffer or a priest rang throughout the area, but that was not the end of it. It seems that we have to give up on hunting today. It seems that buffers have dried up. This is stressing me out. There were numerous parties struggling after failing to recruit a buffer or a priest. I give up. These buffer bastards are acting too high and mighty. There were also some players that left their parties after getting into an argument with a buffer. What the hell? Wasn't this a low-level area? Are buffers also treated as royalty in these places? Siegfried wondered. He could not understand the scene in front of him. So Hoka Ruins was a low-level level 40 to 60 hunting ground. Was there really a need for people to use a buffer in this place? Buffers were only useful in hunting grounds at least level 150 from what Siegfried could recall. I'll eventually find out why this is happening. So the reason why this party is recruiting me must be because of my class then, Siegfried thought. It seemed as if he had already figured out the reason. The party approached him after analyzing the situation. Debuff Master. His class name could perfectly be misunderstood as a support class based on its name alone. They say that beggars can't be choosers, he thought as he realized that the party had to have definitely failed to recruit a buffer. So they had to settle for Siegfried, who had the class Debuff Master. However, they would have never imagined in their wildest dream that Siegfried was actually an insane DPS. Okay. I guess I can use these people as my guide around the ruin while laying down debuffs and leeching experience points, he thought as he decided to take advantage of the party instead of letting them take advantage of him. He planned to take full advantage of them. Hell, Siegfried did not plan to do anything else aside from placing down his debuff circles, and he planned to fully role-play as a support class player just as Gosrin and her party members had mistaken him to be. Alright, it's my first time here, so I was thinking of partying up. Let's go for a round, shall we? Siegfried said. Really? Gosrin asked. Yes. Great, welcome to our party. I will definitely treat you well, she exclaimed. It seemed that Gosrin was not only pretty, but she had a bright, outgoing personality that suited her looks. She could also be just pretending to get a support class player to join her party. But Siegfried had no intentions of finding out her motives for now, since she did not seem to have any bad ulterior motives. Siegfried's hunch about her motive turned out to be correct. It's my first time seeing such a class. It must be a supporter-type class, right? She wondered. She found Siegfried by chance when she was flashing her rune of insight all over the place. But his level is too low. He's just going to instantly die the moment he enters the dungeon. I'm certain that's why the other parties didn't spare him a glance. Should I just recruit him? We can't find a buffer, so I guess we should just settle for him. It's a win-win situation for both of us since he gets to join a party despite being a low-leveled player. And we will get a supporter-type class to assist us. This was Gosrin's train of thought. Of course, there was no way Siegfried would be aware of her thoughts. Neither did he want to be aware of her thoughts. Then, shall we make a move? Gosrin asked as she took the lead. Let's go. Phew, it's finally time to hunt. Go, go, go. The other party members followed behind Gosrin like a group of baby chicks. It's been a while since I joined a party, Siegfried thought, as he walked toward the dungeon entrance. It turned out that Sohoka Ruin was a place so vast that the word vast was a complete understatement to describe it. It was around half the size of Seoul in reality. That was why Siegfried and his newfound party had to use one of the 5 gateways installed at the entrance to enter the dungeon. A message notifying Siegfried of his current location popped up in front of his eyes. Sohoka Ruins. Western outskirts Sohoka Ruins. Sohoka was a sprawling large city in the past, but when the lightning python fell on it and rampaged 30 years ago, it became a vast empty city. Humans have successfully managed to kill the lightning python in the end, but the unknown mana possessed by the monster spread all over Sohoka and naturally started raising lightning attribute monsters. The mana left behind by the lightning python made the place crawling with lightning attribute monsters, and the adventurers had to exterminate those monsters. That was the concept of this hunting ground, according to B&W's storyline. B&W placed great importance on the game's storyline since the entire game ran on one giant story called the Nuremberg Saga. Let's go this way for now, Gosrin said as she led the party members and explained. We can get surrounded if we move too quickly. So, BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. Crackling sounds interrupted her words, and then a bunch of shining spheres started to make their way toward the party, Zergling spirit-type monsters born from the remnant energy left behind by the lightning python. They are large in numbers, and they often form a mob to attack humans. Extra caution is advised when dealing with them. Level 35 Race. Spirit Attribute. Lightning Attribute Special Abilities. Lightning Property Attack. Ranged. Teleport. The Zerglings were special monsters that could not be found anywhere else on the Newigburg continent aside from Sohoka Ruins. So this is why they desperately needed a buffer, Siegfried thought, after seeing the mob of Zerglings. He finally realized why this low-leveled hunting ground required a buffer. There were simply too many of them. Adventurers liked more mobs, but there were simply too many of them right now. Perhaps there were around 50 of them. No, the number of Zerglings that had gathered could easily exceed 100. If the monsters in a hunting ground often formed a mob this size, then it was imperative for a party to possess a buffer or a healer. Even if it was a low-leveled hunting ground, it was all because the fight would certainly take a while, so someone had to support the tankers and DPS fighting at the front lines. The ideal scenario for a party would be to receive buffs from a buffer and slowly cut down the mobs one by one, since the buffs could help them conserve their mana and potions in the long run. Prepare for combat, Gosrin hurriedly shouted as she relayed instructions to the party. Tankers, block the front. Swordsman Nim, please go and fight at the front while I deal AoE damage. Gosrin's party was made up of 2 tankers, 1 physical damage DPS and 1 magic damage DPS. It was a standard party setup where the 2 tankers would block the mobs, while the physical damage DPS would take care of any monsters that managed to get through the tankers, and the magic damage DPS would unleash AoE spells upon the monsters. The fight started, and it seemed that the party was getting pushed back by the mob. Ziying. The Zerglings shot an endless barrage of lightning laser beams, which pressured the party on their back foot, and there were even a few Zerglings that used teleport to launch an ambush from time to time. The monsters' health and defense are just average, but their numbers make it tricky to deal with them. Buffer would be very valuable even though this place is just a low-leveled hunting ground, Siegfried thought. He analyzed the situation and once again confirmed the importance of buffers in this place. While he was analyzing the situation, The party's line of defense started to crumble. Damn it, there are too many of them. There are too many. I'm running out of mana. I'll take a potion. So block them off for now. Gosrin's party was starting to fall into disarray. And the reason was quite simple. They could not handle the sheer number of Ray Zerglings rushing at them. There's a lot of mobs. So that's going to be a lot of experience points, but his thoughts trailed off. Gosrin had shouted at him, Siegfried Nim. Yes, sorry, but can you cast debuffs on them? We are struggling here, she shouted. I'm sorry, I'll cast debuffs now, Siegfried said after apologizing to his party members. Then he immediately placed down his debuff fields, Circle of Mortality, Circle of Weakness, and Speed Restraint. The effects were unbelievable. Siegfried's debuff circles completely turned around the entire battle. You have successfully hunted a Ray Zergling. Experience points plus 1,700. 5% party bonus. You have successfully hunted a Ray Zergling. Experience points plus 1,700. 5% party bonus. You have successfully hunted a Ray Zergling. Experience points plus 1,700. 5% party bonus. Siegfried's experience points started to pile up at a frightening pace, and this meant that the battle had swung in their favor. Why did they suddenly become so weak? They died after getting hit a few times? Wow, look at how slow they are. Isn't this too easy? The groans and struggles of the party members had suddenly vanished, and it was replaced by a massacre of Ray Zerglings. It took them less than 5 minutes to kill the more than 100 Ray Zerglings that had formed a mob against them. You have leveled up. You are now level 32. Siegfried's level increased when all Ray Zerglings fell. Level up, congratulations. I leveled up as well. Wow, me too, I leveled up too. It seemed that Gosrin's party members had leveled up as well. Siegfried Nim, Gosrin called out. Yes, Siegfried responded nonchalantly. I apologize for not realizing it sooner. What do you mean? Just I never realized you were so amazing. She wasn't the only one. Egu, I apologize for not recognizing such a precious person. Wow, you're really amazing. I thought only buffers were amazing, but the debuff master is also an amazing class. I really thought that beggars can't be choosers. So we ended up choosing you. However, it turned out that we were mistaken after all. Haha, this is amazing. The party members tried their best to appeal to Siegfried while openly showing how amazed they were. I hope I didn't upset him a while ago. Please stay with us all day, please. Don't go. Siegfried could easily tell what they were thinking since their desperate thoughts were clearly written on their desperate faces. I guess they want to keep hunting with me. Is this why buffers are all acting so high and mighty? I guess this is why they feel like royalty, he thought. Siegfried was very well aware from his experience with BNW of how different classes were categorized into different categories the higher their level, similar to a caste system. A player would obviously want a dependable ally to entrust their backs to, since monsters with higher HP and defense would have even more complicated attack patterns the higher their level. In lieu of that fact, it was only natural for buffers to be treated as royalty since they could buff and look after the entire party, and a party's combat prowess could double or even multiply just from the presence of a buffer. I never knew that there was a class that specialized in debuffs. Is it a hidden class by any chance? One of the party members suddenly asked. There's no way that's possible, Siegfried said as he denied it. There was no way for them to find that out no matter many times they scanned Siegfried with the rune of insight. After all, the system did not let anyone see what type of class a player had until they reached their first awakening, otherwise known as the second class advancement. If I had a hidden class, I wouldn't be here. I would have been with some large guild getting boosted by rankers instead, Siegfried said. I guess you're right. I thought you had a hidden class since you were too awesome. Ha, the party member said before laughing. Thank you. Ha, Siegfried replied with an awkward laugh. He had no idea if the party member was just trying to suck up to him or if he were being sincere, but he could not deny flinching when the party member asked him whether he had a hidden class or not. Gosrin suddenly said to Siegfried in a nervous voice, "As Siegfried Nim?" "Yes," Siegfried responded. "You will continue to hunt with us, right?" "No, you will continue to hunt with us, right?" Gosrin then asked in a manner that sounded more like she was begging rather than asking. Siegfried did not feel the need to reject the pleading of his party members. There's no reason to refuse a free meal, right? He thought. It was exactly as he thought. There was no reason to refuse a free meal. especially when it would be convenient for him as well. All he had to do was follow around with his hand behind his back and place his debuff circles and watch as his experience bar filled up. After experiencing it himself, he finally understood why many people choose to become buffers, since Siegfried's debuff circles were twice more effective compared to most buffs. Siegfried's experience bar filled up at a frightening pace. It also resulted in an explosive increase in his party's hunting speed. No wonder they were constantly nervous about Siegfried suddenly deciding to leave their party. "I agree, Hyung, don't leave us. Let's go all the way together, please," the two tankers and even the swordsman desperately begged Siegfried. "Of course," Siegfried replied with a nod before he added, "since we've already gotten together, we should stay together until the end. After all, I have to level up as well." "Ah, really?" one of the party members exclaimed in surprise. "Yes," Siegfried coolly replied. "Kaya," a party member shrieked in excitement. He was truly happy. "Everyone, you heard that, right? Siegfried Nim will continue to hunt with us," a party member exclaimed. Then, the other party members smiled brightly at the good news. "Oh, thank you very much. I will ensure your comfort as much as possible." The party's treatment of Siegfried changed 180 degrees, even though the latter simply placed a few debuff circles. "But I'm a physical DPS. Haha." He laughed inwardly. The party members were overjoyed and excited while being completely oblivious about just what kind of class the debuff master was and what it was capable of. It had been a few hours since Siegfried decided to continue hunting with the party. Yet the hunt was still ongoing, however. The funny thing was that Siegfried's state was completely different from his party members. "Ugh, it's so comfortable and convenient. I wouldn't mind hunting 20 hours a day if it's always like this," Siegfried thought. The hunt was a bit boring for Siegfried, but his fatigue was close to zero since all he had to do was to place his debuff circles then. His party members would kill the monsters, and all he had to do afterward was watch his experience bar fill up while leisurely sipping on mana potions. Meanwhile, his party members squeezed every ounce of strength and stamina they had to hunt. Today is the day. "I have to keep hunting. I have to suck every experience point I can before the debuffer leaves. This is a rare opportunity. We have to maintain this party for as long as possible. When will we ever meet a debuffer like him again? We have to keep him in our party for as long as possible." The party members gnashed their teeth as they squeezed every ounce of their strength to make the lump of blessing stay in their party. It proved how effective Siegfried's debuff circles were. The circles made it easier and faster to hunt the monsters, which meant that not only was it easier to kill them, but killing them was also less burdensome for his party members. In addition to the insanely fast hunting speed, there were also some economic benefits from staying with Siegfried. Combat wasn't so tiring anymore, their equipment's durability decreased at a far slower rate than before, and the number of potions and elixirs they had to take had significantly reduced as well. Thanks to that, the party members wanted to hunt for as long as humanely possible, as long as Siegfried was in their party, and they wanted to keep him with them for as long as they possibly could. Perhaps it was because of that, but Gosrin passed a few shiny stones to Siegfried. Lowest grade shard of lightning, a shard made up of the energy left behind by the lightning python. A faint lightning energy can be felt from it. Type: material price. 1 copper. The yellow shiny stone worth 0.01 gold was the item that could be obtained from hunting monsters in Sohoka ruins. Adventurers often sold these shards to the store or gathered a few of them to upgrade or exchange them for items being sold by the mercenary guild. In short, this shard of lightning was the only source of income for the adventurers hunting in Sohoka ruins. "Why are you giving me this? I picked up a few a while ago," Siegfried asked. "It's only right that we give this to you," Gosrin replied. "In this hunting ground there's an unwritten rule to give these to buffers," she explained. "Ah, so it's the same here," he muttered while nodding. "It's a common practice to give loots to the buffer," Siegfried explained. "Really? Yes. It gets worse the higher the level since there will be many DPS players, but only a handful of buffers. That's why parties would set the loot distribution in a way that would let the buffers get the biggest slice of the pie," Siegfried added. This was a classic example of an unbalanced supply and demand. There were many DPS players, but only a few buffers. It was all because it was extremely difficult for a buffer to level up in the early stages, since giving buffs was the only thing a buffer could do. Yet their buffs were so ineffective in the early stages of the game that they were bound to be looked down on by parties. In fact, they were supposed to be thankful for finding a party willing to take them in the first place. To make matters worse, a buffer couldn't really deal much damage, so it was impossible for them to solo play, which made it even more difficult for them to level up. The main reason there were so few buffers was mainly due to the stereotype that it was a boring class to play. Such, there was a saying that the real game would only start at level 150 for buffers, as only at that level would their buffs start making an impact. I see, Gosrin muttered while nodding before saying, I guess it does make sense. Since buffers are precious, they have to be treated in a special way. As long as they don't power trip and act all high and mighty, Siegfried added with a shrug. In fact, the infamy of high-level buffers was so bad that the term power buffer, which was a combination of the words power tripping and buffer, was coined to refer to the power tripping of high-level buffers. Their power tripping came from a sense of entitlement that stemmed from their sorrows of being treated poorly in the past, coupled with the increased demand yet low supply for their class. Siegfried Nim won't be doing that, right? She asked. I don't plan to, Siegfried replied with a shrug while thinking. I don't have to, since they will offer the loot to me even without me telling them to do so. He recalled Deo's teachings. My disciple. Yes, master, don't go around power tripping like a moron. A truly strong person does not have to look like a fool acting high and mighty. That's something only losers do you understand? People will come and offer their belongings and money to a truly powerful person without the latter asking them for it. Is that true, master? Yes, things will fall on the lap of a truly strong person while they are just sitting around. They won't have to cry about it or demand it from people. They just have to look as relaxed as possible, and people will come in droves, lining up to offer their things to them. However, you have to make sure that you take just enough from them, and you will notice that their opinion of you has changed, and they will praise your name. But, master, that is something I find hard to believe. Person's greed will not allow them to offer something to someone else for free so easily. You will naturally realize the meaning behind my words one day. If you really have to power trip, then you should mind the place and time before doing so. Don't act like a moron acting high and mighty all the time to everyone you meet. And I will emphasize this once again. But a truly strong person will gain the favor and trust of the people around them without having to do anything. I'm sure I don't have to explain the difference between someone who has to ask to get what they want and a person who does not have to ask to get it. Right. I will remember your teachings, master. His master was right. Gosrin had taken the initiative to offer up a shard of lightning, even though Siegfried hadn't asked for them. Here, take this. Take mine too. Here, please take mine too. The other party members also offered their shard of lightning to Siegfried. Of course, they were giving it in return for something, but the difference between asking for it and getting it without asking was like heaven and earth. Please, take this, Gosrin said. She forcefully placed her shard of lightning in Siegfried's hand. I think that Siegfried Nim has the right to receive these. It's only because of Siegfried Nim that we can hunt like we're on a stroll, and I don't feel that it's a waste to give these to you, she said. The other party members seemed to agree with her. It might not be much, but I hope it will be of some help when you buy an item. Please take mine. I will give all of my loot to you in the future. Siegfried soon found himself with a small pile of shards in his hand. Siegfried muttered for a moment before saying, if you insist, then I won't refuse. Thank you very much, everyone. Now shall we continue hunting? That evening. You have leveled up. You are now level 33. You have leveled up. You are now level 34. You have leveled up. You are now level 35. Siegfried left Sohoka ruins after gaining another 3 levels when the hunt ended. It's really fast. My level increased a lot after a day of power leveling here. It was indeed the right call to come here, he thought. Greatly satisfied by his choice of coming to this place, a message suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. Alert. You may now learn a new skill. What's this? He wondered as his hands instinctively moved toward my skills in his status window and checked which skill he could learn this time. Attribute Absorption, a support skill that allows the user to absorb energies with attributes. The user gains increased resistance toward an attribute the more energy of that attribute they absorbed. The user can enhance their skills after absorbing enough energy. The attribute energy source does not discriminate. The source can be a monster's blood, heart, or core. Attribute energy can also be gathered from minerals or herbs. Lightning, 0 darkness, 0 water, 0 fire, 0 O. Siegfried muttered in surprise as his eyes shot wide open. He had never imagined that he would gain a skill to absorb attribute energy and gain resistance toward them. Gaining resistance was one thing. But he was excited just thinking about the endless possibilities of enhancing his skills with attributes. All of a sudden, a message notifying him that he could absorb the shard of lightning to gain its lightning. Attribute energy popped up in front of him. Alert! You may now use attribute absorption to absorb the lightning attribute energy from the lowest grade shard of lightning. Perfect, shall we test it out? Siegfried thought he was about to test his new skill out, but Gosrin suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Siegfried Nim. She called out, "Yes." He responded, "What are you thinking about? You did not respond no matter how many times I called you." "Ah, sorry, I was distracted for a moment." "You are leaving now, right?" "I have to, since we have been doing nothing but hunt for the past 9 hours after all." "Will we meet again?" "Who knows?" Siegfried replied with a shrug. Siegfried was planning to hunt at Sohoka ruins tomorrow, but he did not feel the need to confirm that he would party up with Gosrin and the others. Establishing camaraderie is not a good idea, Siegfried thought. He recalled the experience of being backstabbed by his own trusted guild members in the past. "That's a shame," Gosrin muttered. Siegfried nonchalantly said, "It's just how things work then." "Thank you very much for today, and thank you once again for partying with us today," Gosrin said with a bow. "Same here," Siegfried casually responded. That's a shame. I hope you would party with us again tomorrow." "Take care, Hyung. Let's hunt together tomorrow if we bump into each other." The party member seemed sad at the fact that it was now time to say goodbye. "Then I'm off," Siegfried said before leaving Gosrin and her party. However, the only thing in his mind was none other than attribute absorption. "I wonder what skills can be enhanced with this," he wondered. Siegfried was fully immersed in imagining ways to utilize his new skill. After leaving Gosrin's party, Siegfried went to the forever sanctuary of adventurers, the Intervention Hotel. "Do you wish to check in?" a hotel reception staffer asked. "Yes," Siegfried replied. "Have you used our Intervention Hotel before?" "Yes." "Then you must be familiar with the rules. Please sign here and pay the fee. You will be paying upfront, right?" they asked while extending a parchment of paper toward Siegfried. The terms written on the paper were as follows. Adventurer wishes to stay at the Intervention Hotel from 2 and agrees to adhere to the rules set forth. Adventurer understands that no criminal actions such as arguing, stealing, peeping, murder, etc. will be tolerated while staying at the Intervention Hotel, and they are not allowed to fight with anyone under any circumstances. Adventurer agrees to be placed on the Kingdom's Wanted list if they were to break the aforementioned rules. Signed, Adventurer. Warning, you may end up having to quit B&W if you break the Intervention Hotel's rules. Please be extra careful and mindful. Hive Games Entertainment. The terms and conditions seemed pretty intense for a hotel. 1. Hyung is big brother in Korean, and it is used by a man to call another man older than them. In this case, this is used by the party member to act close, yet respectful toward Siegfried. The Intervention Hotel was a very special accommodation facility created to purposely segregate the adventurers from the Newbergens. Numerous fights and misunderstandings broke out between the players and NPCs when the Newberg continent first appeared when the B&W server first opened, because of the cultural differences, and most of these fights broke out in public places like inns or pubs. Such, the kingdoms on the continent established a special accommodation facility exclusive to adventurers, and that was none other than the Intervention Hotel. Of course, there was no law that adventurers were supposed to only use the Intervention Hotel. It was up to them to decide whether they wanted to stay in a normal inn or in the Intervention Hotel. However, despite all of this, the reason Siegfried purposely came to this place was because of the benefits it provided. The Intervention Hotel's quality was guaranteed since it was operated by the kingdom, and these hotels were usually located in close proximity to hunting grounds. Their services were impeccable as well. The guests only had to pay a small fee to use the equipment repair service, personal training grounds, discounted potions and elixirs, and various other services provided for cheap. The Intervention Hotel provided convenience the average inn did not offer. Last but not least, the adventurers' privacy was fully protected while they were staying in the Intervention Hotel, and their safety was guaranteed as well since any quarrel or arguments within the premises of the hotel were considered criminal offenses. What would happen if one committed those criminal offenses? They may have to quit the game altogether. Siegfried thought while thinking of a ranker who had to quit B&W after causing a fuss at the hotel. The particular ranker was in the top 100 list, but they stopped playing the game exactly 1 month after they tried to attack a rival guild's master in the Intervention Hotel. To cause a scene at this hotel was scary. Why? It was all because the kingdoms of the Newegburg continent would not spare any effort to punish those who broke the rules of the Intervention Hotel, in addition to deploying their knights. They would even pay large sums to other adventurers to ensure that the criminal would have to quit the game. Signed Adventurer Siegfried. Siegfried did not hesitate to sign the check in form of the Intervention Hotel. After all, he wasn't planning on causing any trouble, and the reason he checked in here in the first place was for the safety and security it provided. After checking in, Siegfried went up to his room and retrieved the pouch containing the lowest grade shard of lightning he had collected from the party hunt. "Is this how I should do it?" he muttered as he extended his right hand toward a shard of lightning. SSSS. Then the shard let out a yellowish light that was absorbed into his right hand. Alert! You have absorbed 0.01 lightning attribute from the lowest grade shard of lightning. Alert! Your lightning attribute resistance has increased by 0.01. Perhaps it was because of the lowest grade suffix, but he only managed to obtain 0.01 attribute energy from it. How much difference would raising his lightning resistance by 0.01 even make? "Let's absorb all of them first and see," Siegfried mumbled. He calmed down and decided not to get disappointed by the meager increase, since the increase could differ from each shard. After about 15 minutes, the increase is too meager. Maybe because they're of the lowest grade. Siegfried grumbled while looking at a shard that looked no different from a normal rock after its energy was absorbed. The total number of shards he possessed was 141, and his lightning resistance only increased by 1.41. On top of that, there was no information provided on how much lightning energy he had to accumulate before he could use it to enhance his skills. "I feel like I got the short end of the stick here," Siegfried grumbled under his breath. It was inevitable for him to grumble since each shard was worth 0.01 gold or 501 in real-life cash, and 141 of these shards would amount to 1.41 gold. A single gold was worth around 50,000 won, so he just ended up absorbing, or rather, wasting nearly 70,000 won. He could not help but feel that he suffered a loss since he spent 70,000 won to raise his lightning resistance by a mere 1.41. It was a big amount for him since he was someone who lived off of pre-packaged food and cup noodles from convenience stores. Should I keep doing this? Siegfried wondered. He felt that it was a waste to throw away his hard-earned income for the day to gain a bit of attribute resistance. No, Siegfried shook his head. He had to satisfy his curiosity about what kind of enhancement his skills would receive after accumulating enough attribute energy to enhance them. There's no way that a skill my master has created is flawed. Let's trust in him and grind it out. Siegfried steeled his resolve by thinking that his wasteful actions would be an investment that would pay him off in the future. The next morning, T-Sung ate the pre-packaged meals and some cup noodles he had bought from a nearby convenience store before logging back in B&W as the adventurer, Siegfried. "I'm going to continue hunting here, so I guess I should increase my resistance to the lightning attribute," he thought. It would be a grind on par with manual labor. But he did not mind it at all, since his main goal of coming to Sohoka Ruins, in the first place, was to focus solely on grinding. He just decided to convince himself that he wouldn't pick up any shard of lightning while grinding, since absorbing them for the tiny increment they provided to his attribute resistance would be less painful for him this way. Hunting solo is inefficient here, so I should look for a party today as well, Siegfried thought while leaving the Intervention Hotel lobby. It was then when a familiar voice suddenly called out to him, "Siegfried Nim." "Who's that?" Siegfried wondered as he looked around for the person who shouted his name. "Over here." Here Siegfried turned around and found Gosrin waving her hand at him. "Huh," he muttered in surprise. "You're up early," she enthusiastically said. "Ah, yes, you are going to hunt. Right, yes, I guess so," Siegfried replied in an awkward voice while thinking. Had she been waiting for me? No way, no matter how he looked at it. It seemed Gosrin had been waiting for him outside the hotel. "Let's hunt together," she exclaimed while extending her hand toward him. Again. "Yes, I have actually been waiting for you for quite a while now because I want to hunt with you again," she replied. Then Gosrin turned around and asked, "I think it has been an hour, right?" Everyone, hee. Hi, young. Let's go hunt together. We weren't stalking you. We just waited for a little bit in case you came out. The same members from yesterday came out from a dark alley with awkward yet desperate smiles. They had really been waiting for me, Siegfried thought. Dumbfounded, he had never imagined that they would wait for him first thing in the morning, and it seemed that they had already planned things out among themselves the moment he left the party yesterday. As Siegfried Nim, you will hunt with us. Right. Gosrin asked with pleading eyes. You don't have to if you don't want to. We will be fine. We just have to look for another buffer. Maybe it will just take us 3 hours. We might find one in an hour if we get lucky. Gosrin muttered. You can just look for another buffer? Siegfried asked with a smirk. What? You said that you can just look for another buffer if I don't want to join, Siegfried sneered. That's, Gosrin exclaimed, seemingly taken aback by his response. Then she suddenly shouted, No, Siegfried Nim is mine. What? Siegfried muttered in disbelief, doubting his ears. So, that's... how should I say this? Gosrin muttered with a flushed face. What the hell, what's wrong with her? Siegfried thought he had no idea why she was acting strange, but he decided to ignore it all right. Let's hunt together, he then coolly said. Really? Gosrin exclaimed in delight. Yes, since we've met again we might as well hunt together. Let's work hard again today. Siegfried said to the rest of the party members. All right. Oh, thank you, God of debuffs, we can power level again today. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. The party members reacted with so much zeal they were about to get on the ground and start worshipping Siegfried. This showed how desperately they wanted to hunt with him since his presence made everything quick, convenient, and safe. Their reaction made it seem like the buffers they once treated as royalty became peasants overnight. The hunt continued for 9 hours and Siegfried gained 2 levels over the hunt. You are now level 36. You are now level 37. Here, please take these. Please take all of it. Thank you very much for today as well. Please take these. The party members automatically offered their shards to Siegfried even though he hadn't asked for them. After all, the benefit of having Siegfried with them far outweighed the value of the shards. There's more compared to yesterday, Siegfried muttered while counting the shards he had obtained after returning to his hotel room. 249. All right, let's absorb them all, he decided before extending his right hand toward the pile of shards and absorbing their energy. Alert, your lightning attribute resistance has increased by 2.49. A message informing him of his resistance increasing by 2.49 popped up, but other than that, there wasn't anything else, especially a message informing him that he could now enhance his skills. I'm sure it will come soon, Siegfried muttered. He was certain that he would get to enhance his skills one day so long as he continued to absorb these shards. He convinced himself of that once again before he logged out of the game. Siegfried focused on leveling up and absorbing the shards of the lowest grade shard of lightning he would obtain while hunting with Gosrin and the others. This continued for 2 consecutive days. You are now level 39, you are now level 40. He finally reached level 40. There's no new skill at level 40. I wonder if there's one when I hit level 45, Siegfried thought. All classes would have new skills for players to learn whenever their level increased by 5. But it seemed that the debuff master had no skills in store for Siegfried at level 40. Yeah. There has to be one at level 45, Siegfried convinced himself before logging out of the game. The next morning, Siegfried left the intervention hotel just like any other day. What's going on? He wondered the moment he stepped out of the hotel lobby. Murmur, murmur, murmur. He couldn't help but wonder because there were nearly 100 adventurers lining up outside of the hotel. Had there been a skirmish between parties or something? He wondered. Skirmishes between parties or guilds were common in B&W, and the entrance to the hotel would surely turn into a war zone the moment a skirmish broke out. It was a common occurrence for the party or guild members to camp outside of an intervention hotel branch before ambushing their enemy who had just left the hotel. However, Siegfried's expectation was off the mark. Hey, he's coming. The debuff master is over there. The debuff master has appeared. Scram, he's mine. Shut up, I put dibs on him. The dozens of adventurers rushed at Siegfried like a horde of zombies. What the hell, what's going on? Siegfried shouted while taking a few steps back. While he was still confused about what was going on, Gosrin suddenly appeared and grabbed his wrist. Siegfried Nim, this way, she exclaimed before dragging him away. Hurry up. Yes. Siegfried decided to follow Gosrin since his instincts were telling him to run away for now. Somebody stop them. Catch him. The debuff master is running away. Excuse me, can we please talk for a minute? Get lost, the debuff master is mine. Where do you think you are going? The adventurers started chasing after Siegfried and Gosrin. What the hell is going on? Siegfried thought while running away. I'll use teleport. Gosrin suddenly exclaimed. What? Teleport? How will you draw a magic circle in this situation? Instant casting. That's a high-level skill, isn't it? Siegfried shouted in response. There were 2 ways to use teleport in BNW. The first one was to learn spatial magic at level 200. The second way was to slowly and precisely draw a magic circle before activating it with a spell. Doing either was currently impossible, considering their situation. I have a scroll with me. It will take us far enough from here. A scroll, then use it. Hurry up. A teleport scroll was an expensive item, but their current priority was to get away from the horde of adventurers chasing after them. Rip. Gosrin ripped the teleport scroll, and the 2 were engulfed in a white light. Flash, Siegfried and Gosrin disappeared in the blink of an eye. Gosrin teleported with Siegfried to a secluded forest on the outskirts of Sohoka ruins. You're saying that rumors of me have spread? Siegfried asked in disbelief. Yes, Gosrin replied, and there is a video of me uploaded to New World, he asked. Yes, here look, she replied before passing a link to him. It was a link to a video on the community forums of BNW The New World under the Sohoka Ruins tab. Best post, cheat class appeared at the outskirts of Sohoka Ruins. Likes, 12,311, comments, 1,191 hit. Here, take a look at the video of the debuff master before you go. Looks like the buffers are going to be jobless soon. Keg. Wow, look at the damage. The monsters instantly die the moment that debuffer places those circles. I think hunting with that debuffer nim is way faster than having 2 buffers in a party. That can no longer be considered as a party hunt. That's just boosting. I was able to power level for 4 days thanks to this person. Heh. Does anyone know if this guy has a hidden class? The post depicting Siegfried garnered more than 12,311 likes and 1,191 comments. What the hell? Why the hell did someone upload this without my permission? Siegfried grimaced. And he slowly observed the video to look for the perpetrator who uploaded the video. Itsu filmed it. He was certain from the angle of the video taken that the one who filmed the video was the DPS of Gosrin's party, Itsu. Why the hell did he take a video of someone else without permission? Tusk, this is souring my mood, Siegfried said, clicking his tongue. Yeah. It's quite unethical of him, Gosrin said while shaking her head. Do you know where he is right now? Siegfried asked. I don't. I remember him saying that he would move to another zone yesterday. It's a hit and run then. No, wait. Is it a film and run in this case? There are all sorts of people out there, right? Haha. So, they are after me because of that video. Is it because they want me to join their party? Siegfried asked while massaging his temples. That's because Siegfried Nim's debuffs are overpowered. They obviously want you in their parties since your debuffs can increase the hunting speed by more than 2-fold. The monsters practically melt the moment you debuff them. Still, I think they are getting too worked up. It shows how sick and tired they are of the buffers acting high and mighty. There's no guarantee that I won't do the same, right? I'm sure some of them are curious as well. The debuff master is a rare class, right? I tried searching for it, but it said that there's no such class. Even I couldn't help but think that it's a hidden class. There's no way, he said, feigning ignorance. His life would become troublesome the moment everyone found out that he had a hidden class. Why? The top 10 guilds would never stop harassing him with their recruitment offers. Things might become comfortable if I enter a guild since they will boost me for free, take me on boss raids, and equip me with items. Siegfried thought of the astonishing benefits he would stand to gain if he were to enter one of the top guilds. However, he knew very well that there was no free lunch in this world. It will squeeze me dry until I cough up everything I had received from them. He would quickly reach level 200 if he were to join a top guild, but he would end up just being another cogwheel playing the game solely for the guild's benefits afterward. He had to give as much as he had received. No, he had to give more than what he had received. Let's keep things under wraps until my first advancement. Siegfried made a decision to hide the fact that the debuff master was a hidden class. It was impossible for anyone to know the rank of a class before the particular player completed their first class advancement. It was because the names of everyone's classes after their first advancement would be covered in a color which would specify their class type, and the colors were as follows: purple for normal, pink for unique, emerald for legendary, and gold for hidden classes. Nobody would know his class rank unless he told them about it. It's a unique class that's only good at debuffing. I can't do anything aside from casting debuffs. Siegfried lied, and then he added some words to sound even more convincing. I would have fought on the front lines if I were a hidden class owner, you know. Why would I stay behind and just place my debuff circles? Ugh, Gosrin muttered. Anyway, I wanted to go hunt today, but I guess that's not going to happen today since it'll be impossible to enter the ruins while avoiding all those people. Siegfried said, That is not the case at all. In fact, you now have the right to decide, she said. Right to decide? You can just party up with strong people, right? Siegfried Nim can be considered a noble of this area now, so you have the right to select whom you are going to party up with, and you won't have to worry about being bad-mouthed as long as you don't start bossing people around like those buffers, Gosrin explained. That's too bothersome, Siegfried muttered. It was exhausting to check and vet each and every party applicant and then compare them to other candidates. It was a job that required attention to minor details. I will do all of that, Gosrin suddenly said. You will, Siegfried muttered in surprise. Yes, Gosrin replied with a smile, and then she continued. I will make sure that Siegfried Nim will be satisfied with the party I will form if you leave it to me, but you have to let me join the party, okay? It was an interesting proposal. After all, Siegfried wanted to hunt, but he found the whole process of setting up a party bothersome, while Gosrin wanted to stay in a party with him. It was a perfect situation where they both wanted something from each other. In addition, they could satisfy each other's needs as well. Then, can I leave it up to you? He asked. Yes, just give me 30 minutes and I will make sure you're satisfied, Gosrin said with a confident smile. After 30 minutes, Gosrin returned to the secluded forest with 3 other adventurers with her. Siegfried Nim, I'm back, Gosrin called out. Is this guy the debuffer? It's a pleasure to meet you. Your debuffs were awesome. I'm looking forward to working with you, haha, the adventurers greeted Siegfried in their own ways. It's my pleasure to meet you as well. Siegfried replied with a nod. However, what's up with these guys? He thought while inspecting them. The adventurers Gosrin brought with her were all equipped with not-so-ordinary-looking equipment. Now, it's time to pay up, Gosrin said toward the adventurers. Then, the adventurers each retrieved a silver was worth 5,001 and handed them over to Siegfried. What is this? He muttered in confusion. It's the boost fee. Gosrin said with a smile, boost fee. Siegfried exclaimed in disbelief. A boost fee was usually paid by low-level players so that high-level players would accompany them into dungeons and hunt the monsters in their stead, so they could level up faster, however. It was unprecedented to see a player paying such a fee to someone on the same level as them. Yes, boost fee, Gosrin confirmed. Why should I charge a boost fee? Siegfried asked, seemingly confused. That's because hunting with you is as fast as hunting with a booster, Gosrin explained with a smile. However, I charge them less than the market rate since they will have to kill the monsters themselves, Gosrin added. Oh my god, Siegfried muttered in disbelief. There's no need to be burdened. Look at them, they are all financially better than you, Gosrin whispered to him. Yeah. I can tell from their equipment alone. Siegfried could tell that she was right since they were armed with expensive equipment, despite being low-leveled players. It's a silver per person. Oh, that will be 3 silvers because there are 3 of them. 3 silvers should be worth around 15,001, so you are earning the minimum wage in real life per hour while hunting. They also promised to hand over all of the Shard of Lightning to Siegfried Nim, so you are profiting off of that too, Gosrin explained. Wow, Siegfried muttered in disbelief. It was safe to assume that Gosrin was Siegfried's manager at this point. Now, shall we get moving? Just give me 10 minutes, Gosrin said before she started drawing a teleportation magic circle on the ground. She no longer had a teleport scroll, and she was a low-leveled magician, so she could not instantly cast the spell. After 10 minutes, she finally completed the magic circle and extended her hand towards Siegfried. Shall we get going? Siegfried became a booster through a strange turn of events as he entered the Sohoka ruins, south with them to start hunting. The hunt proceeded quickly. Wow, they're just melting, they're melting, I tell you. This is crazy. It took us less than 10 minutes to take care of a wave. Wow. I've never seen anything like this before. The adventurers could not help but be shocked at the insane hunting speed thanks to Siegfried's debuffs. The hunting proceeded much faster than the previous party since the party members this time around were armed with better equipment. However, they weren't the only ones benefiting from the hunt. You are now level 41. You are now level 42. Siegfried's level rose incredibly quickly as well. This is amazing, Siegfried thought. He couldn't help but acknowledge Gosrin's idea. He was literally killing 2 birds. No. 3 birds with 1 stone, since he was leveling up and earning gold on top of the shard of lightning dropped by the monsters after the hunt. Thank you for your hard work today. Thank you for your hard work. Siegfried and Gosrin bid goodbye to their party members and headed for the Intervention Hotel. As Siegfried Nim. Yes, will you be hunting tomorrow as well? I have to. Then I'll be in your care tomorrow as well. Really? Let's meet tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Goodbye then, Siegfried said before he went into the hotel lobby. Right, Gosrin shouted. She called out to him, but Siegfried had already vanished into the lobby and logged out of the game. I wanted to ask for your number. Gosrin could only say to herself. Siegfried's boosting services quickly spread through word of mouth, and it resulted in double on the double, double on the double, then I'll double on the double of that double. The number of adventurers wanting to party with Siegfried appeared from all over the place. What the hell is going on? Siegfried thought. He could not make heads or tails of the situation. However, the adventurers' response was only natural. Most players hunting at Sohoka ruins was sick and tired of the tyranny of the low-leveled buffers, and they were quite frustrated by the fact that they had to kowtow to those people. In fact, there were even a few buffers brazen enough to charge exorbitant boosting fees. Siegfried's appearance in the midst of everything was like rain in a drought. He did charge the same boosting fee as the buffers, but his debuffs made the hunting speed as fast as the boosting services provided by high-leveled players, and this made the adventurers want to party with him no matter what. Siegfried Nim, Gosrin called out. Yes, Siegfried asked in response. I will start handing out Q stubs, so please rest assured, Gosrin explained. Siegfried had nothing to worry about thanks to Gosrin, who had basically volunteered to become his manager. I wonder when I can fill this lightning attribute energy up. Siegfried wondered while Gosrin was busy handing out Q stubs to the adventurers lining up. It's already over 40. He had absorbed every single shard of lightning he came across, but there were no signs of any of his skills being enhanced. He was starting to notice that it was becoming a pattern. The debuff master's skill tree was vague, like it was hidden behind a veil, which made it extremely difficult for Siegfried to plan things out. Gathering lightning attribute energy was a grind more laborious than doing repeating quests, since he did not get much energy from the lowest grade, low grade, mid grade, high grade, and highest grade shard of lightning. He could speed things up by focusing on only gathering the highest grade shards, but their drop rate wasn't that great compared to shards of the lower ranks. How much more do I have to pour into this? He inwardly grumbled. Let's get moving. Siegfried Nim, Gosrin said, interrupting Siegfried's train of thought. It seemed that she was done handing out Q stubs to the adventurers in that short period of time. Screw it, something should happen if I just keep on doing it. Siegfried thought. He decided that he would be patient for now and continue the grind. The hunt disguised as a boosting service continued. Siegfried reaped quite the profit after devouring the experience points and the boosting fee, on top of the shard of lightning his party members gave him. However, that did not last long. I'm slowly getting bored, Siegfried thought. His body started itching since what he had been doing so far was basically just placing debuff circles from the backlines. You are now level 43. You are now level 44. His level continued to increase in the midst of his boredom. Alert. You will soon be able to learn a new skill once you reach level 45. Alert. You may check the details of the new skill you may learn from the My Skills page in your status screen. Then, the veil surrounding the details of his level 45 skill was finally lifted. Let's take a 5-minute break. I have something to do. Siegfried stopped his party from going on to the next stage. The party members immediately agreed to take a break. Of course, we do need to take a break from time to time. Hyung, just let us know once you are ready. No one here will object, haha. It seemed that nobody was willing to go against anything Siegfried would say. Let's see. Siegfried inwardly muttered as he tapped on My Skill and checked the debuff master's level 45 skill. Flying Spur, an offensive skill that allows the user to set a target before throwing their weapon. The weapon thrown will follow the target for 5 seconds. You may retrieve your weapon after using this skill. This skill deals twice the damage of Smite, and the damage inflicted increases the further away the target. This skill's cooldown will be 3 times the cooldown of Smite. The debuff master's level 45 skill was a ranged skill that reminded Siegfried of a homing missile. Oh, it follows the target and comes back to me, and it deals twice the damage of Smite. Isn't this perfect for sniping? Siegfried thought as his expression brightened after reading the skill description. The fact that the skill had a long cooldown was a minus, but it was still a huge boost to him since he had no ranged attacks until now. Still, it wouldn't become one of his main offensive skills since the flying spur's main use was to attack a target from a distance when it was necessary. Let's go, Siegfried said with a smile. Whenever he gained a new skill, he would always be on cloud 9. It was no different this time around. Siegfried Nim, did something good happen? Gosrin asked. Not really, Siegfried replied with a shrug, and then he said, come, let's go hunt. He wanted to reach level 45 as soon as possible so that he could learn Flying Spur and test it out. You are now level 45. Siegfried finally reached level 45 the next evening, while hunting deep inside. So Hoka ruined and he could finally learn Flying Spur. Clap, clap, clap. His party members clapped and congratulated him. Congratulations. Hyung, you are level 45 already. I guess you will graduate from this place soon. Wow, look at his leveling speed, awesome. Then one of his party members suddenly said, Hyung, you need to reach level 50. Shall we hunt till the morning? Let's go, go, go. Unfortunately for them, Siegfried had other plans. I'll go for another round, then it's time to hunt solo, Siegfried thought. He no longer wanted to continue hunting as a party. He could feel that his instincts, as a DPS player, would go berserk sooner or later, because he basically didn't do anything in the past few days. Hunting as a party was the most efficient method of leveling up for him, but today would be an exemption. Siegfried was itching to try out just how strong he was as a level 45 debuff master. 5 minutes before their hunt was supposed to end for the day, an incident occurred. Bam! When one of the party members slammed their warhammer toward a lightning shadow, cracks suddenly appeared on the ground. Crack! Huh! The party members tilted their heads in confusion while staring at the ground. Dru, and it suddenly collapsed. What the hell? Siegfried muttered. He was shocked when his vision suddenly turned black. Status ailment, you are stunned. All of a sudden he was stunned. The ground collapsed and I fell, so I got stunned. Is that what happened? Siegfried grumbled as he assessed the situation. After all, the person in the VR capsule would not get stunned just because their in-game character got stunned. 5 seconds remaining. 4, 3, 2, 1, you have come back to your senses. His vision slowly came back, but he could not help but feel nauseous all of a sudden. Ugh. Where are we? What the hell happened? Are you guys all right? What happened just now? The party members seemed confused. Then a message suddenly popped up in front of Siegfried's eyes. Sohoka Ruins Underground, Laboratory of the Church of Osric. He could not understand the message. Church of Osric. Siegfried muttered in confusion as even he, who was a veteran BNW player, had never heard of the Church of Osric before. Don't tell me, this isn't a hidden dungeon, right? Gosrin muttered. Her words shocked everyone else. Hidden dungeon? Don't tell me. No way. Awesome. The party members exclaimed in surprise. Is this really a hidden dungeon? Siegfried thought in surprise, just as its name stated. Hidden dungeon was a secret place with special monsters or quests waiting for those who discovered it first. If this is really a hidden dungeon, then we hit the jackpot. It was a tremendous opportunity for him since there was a chance that the quest or the special monsters in this place would give them generous rewards. What should we do now? Gosrin asked Siegfried. What else can we do? We should push on, Siegfried replied, but Gosrin hesitated. After all, a hidden dungeon was usually the most dangerous and difficult area to clear on a map. Then, should we just give up even though we just found a hidden dungeon? Siegfried asked. We need to clear a hidden dungeon as soon as we find it, or other people will snatch it away. And, Siegfried said before he leaned forward and whispered into Gosrin's ears, can you trust all of them? What? Gosrin muttered while seemingly taken aback. Do you really think those guys will just back off just because we decided to back off? If I was them, I would call everyone I know to come here and monopolize this hidden dungeon, Siegfried said. Ah, Gosrin gasped. She finally understood what he was trying to say. A hidden dungeon was finders keepers, and it was usually best to clear it as soon as it was found, so one could monopolize the riches and rewards. Another party could come while we dilly-dally here, Siegfried added. You're right, Gosrin replied with a nod. There's a saying that perfectly fits our situation, Siegfried said as he started walking forward before turning around and saying, it's all or nothing. There was no way he could simply walk away from an opportunity like this just because it was going to be dangerous. The party members agreed with Siegfried's all-or-nothing reasoning and decided to try and conquer the hidden dungeon that they had chanced upon. Not one of them raised any objection. Items, let's go and get some items. A hidden dungeon. I wonder how much I can earn from this. Who knew a day like this was going to come to me? They were all excited at the prospects of striking it rich. Huh, Siegfried muttered. He squinted his eyes and looked into the darkness before saying, "There's someone over there." "What is it?" Gosrin asked. "A person," Siegfried replied while pointing about 50 meters in front of him. Q. The person Siegfried found was lying on the ground moaning in pain. "Are you all right?" Gosrin asked. She tried to approach the person, but Siegfried suddenly stopped her and said, "Wait. Did you want to approach that person?" asked Siegfried. "Oh, but that person is," Gosrin started. However, Siegfried cut her off again and said, "This is a dungeon. Don't trust anyone except for your party members," Siegfried added. "Ah," Gosrin exclaimed upon realizing what he meant. Yes, this was a dungeon, and they obviously had to be careful of anyone or anything they encountered here. This unwritten rule applied especially to a person, since they could just be something pretending to be a human. In fact, I can't even fully trust my own party members. Siegfried muttered inwardly. He learned that nobody could be trusted the hard way by going through all sorts of hardships on the Newberg continent. However, he didn't feel the need to say that out loud. "Are you all right?" Siegfried asked the person from about 5 meters away. "QW, who are you?" the man asked. "We are adventurers," Siegfried replied. "Adventurers," the man muttered before looking at the back of Siegfried's hand. There he saw the mark that differentiated an adventurer from a Neubergen. A player would possess the Rune of Insight, which allowed them to access their status window, and the Rune of Transcendence, which allowed them to level up. "I see. So you people are adventurers." "That's a relief, that's really a huge relief," the man muttered. "What do you mean?" Siegfried asked. "I'm a member of a secret organization called the Guardians. We exist to protect the continent from evildoers and maintain peace throughout the land," the man explained. I came to this place, Sohoka Ruins, after receiving a report that there was a seed of evil growing in this place, but I ended up failing my mission." Q-Huk. The man suddenly grabbed his chest and groaned in agony. He collected his breath before continuing. "We almost succeeded, but their resistance was too fierce. We had no choice but to retreat, however. We still have a chance. We might be able to stop them if we go now. Why you? Will you go and stop the Church of Osric in our stead?" Then, a message popped up in front of Siegfried and the others. "What do we have to do?" Siegfried asked. "Destroy their laboratory, destroy the 5 remaining energy orbs and kill the snake in the incubation room. A disaster will fall upon the continent if that snake is revived." Cough, cough. The man coughed blood. He gasped for air and squeezed the vestiges of his strength to ask, "Will you do it? We don't have much time left." "I will," Siegfried replied with a nod. Ding. The quest details appeared. Stop the Church of Osric type. Hidden quest: destroy the energy orbs at the Church of Osric's laboratory and stop their evil plans by killing the boss monster. Progress: 0% energy orbs destroyed, 0/5, boss monster killed. 0/1 rewards: the rewards will be bestowed after the boss monster's death. Caution: the boss monster will grow stronger the longer it takes you to destroy the energy orbs. Siegfried and the party members reviewed the quest details. "Will you really do it?" the man asked. "Yes, I will," Siegfried replied. Thank you very much." Cough, cough, the man said before coughing up more blood. He wheezed for a while before he collected himself and said, "Be careful. Those Osric guys are strong and they are evil as well." "I will keep that in mind," Siegfried replied. "May luck be with you all. You must succeed no matter." The man said his last words, thud, and then he died. "As Siegfried Nim," Gosrin exclaimed. Siegfried shook his head and replied, "There's no need." A dagger pierced his heart and his intestines was spilling out. "Even a high-leveled ranker can't heal him," he said. "But," Gosrin muttered, "the only thing we can do for him is to clear this dungeon," Siegfried said as he paused for a moment and looked at the man lying motionlessly before continuing. "That's why we should hurry up," and, while he was speaking, a ruckus from within the dungeon interrupted him. "Over there. Catch them. Kill them all." A bunch of people draped with dark robes and cone hats on their heads with hideous-looking masks ran toward them with torches. They were from the Church of Osric. A fight broke out in an instant. Church of Osric, member: a normal member of the Church of Osric. Level 45 race, human abilities, dagger throw. Around 50 members of the Church of Osric charged at Siegfried and his party while swinging their daggers, but that was the only thing they could do. Woo-oong, Siegfried laid his debuff circles down. "Bring it on, you bastards. Come on, the debuffs are cast. Be careful, I'm about to cast an AoE spell." The battle shifted in Siegfried and his party's favor the moment Siegfried laid his debuff circles down. Afterward, his party members jumped into the fray. Church of Osric official, an official of the Church of Osric, level 47, race, human. Abilities, dagger throw. There were 3 officials mixed in with the bunch, but they couldn't do anything against the party. Church of Osric, low-ranked priest, a low-ranked priest of the Church of Osric. Level 49, race, human. Abilities, dagger throw. There was only 1 enemy left. His level seemed slightly higher than the others, but he couldn't do much against the party. Who are you? The low-ranked priest asked Siegfried while kneeling on the ground. Adventurers, Siegfried replied. Adventurers? Why are adventurers here? The priest muttered, seemingly taken aback. I am the one who should be asking questions, Siegfried said before asking. I will spare you if you lead us to your laboratory. Cut the crap. Do you really think that I will betray the church just to beg for my life? Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. Then you leave me with no choice. Siegfried shook his head before he turned around and told his party members, gag this guy up, put something over his mouth so he won't be able to make a sound. Leave that to me, Gosrin said. She retrieved a bandage and a leather belt from her inventory. Siegfried shoved the bandage into the priest's mouth so the latter couldn't commit suicide by biting his tongue. Yoop yoop, the priest groaned and squirmed after being gagged. Then, Siegfried muttered and took his steel rod out. Puck pukiok paak. Then he proceeded to beat the shit out of the priest without a single word. Siegfried nim. Gosrin and the party members were greatly taken aback by his actions. Wow. This Hyung is scary. That just gave me goosebumps. Shouldn't you ask something while beating him? They could not help but be horrified at Siegfried's cruelty while interrogating the priest. He was not particularly using any torture devices or any torture techniques, but the way he swung his steel rod in a consistent motion was more than enough to send chills down their spine. Pack, 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 pack. He struck in equal intervals and force. Pack, 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 pack. He did not threaten or interrogate the priest. He simply continued to beat the shit out of the priest without uttering a single word. Yoop, ack, ack. Thanks to that, the priest squirmed as if he was about to spill the beans. Hey, stop hitting me, you bastard. I'll tell you already, I said I'll tell. Yawu. The priest could only say these words in his head because his mouth was fully sealed. Pack, 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 pack. However, Siegfried continued to beat him despite his willingness to talk. After a while, the beating finally stopped. But of course, the priest was already half dead by the time the crazy adventurer was done beating him up. Ugh. The priest groaned in agony. Do you want to lead the way or not? Siegfried asked. Nod, nod. The priest vigorously nodded as if he was showing his complete submission to Siegfried. Hurry up and lead the way then, Siegfried said without a hint of expression on his face before pushing the priest forward. Wow. How can a human be so cold? Is he a psychopath? I should remember not to mess with that Hyung. I never knew Siegfried Nim was someone so scary. The party members nervously gulped while following behind Siegfried. The party was able to find the laboratory without getting lost thanks to Siegfried making the low-ranked priest surrender to him. I think that's it, Gosrin whispered while pointing at a flickering torch in the distance. I think so too, Siegfried replied with a nod. Pukiok. Then he smacked the priest on the head with his steel rod. Thud. The priest collapsed to the ground. Gosrin and the rest of the party members were stupefied by his actions. Let's go, Siegfried nonchalantly said without paying any attention to their reactions. The laboratory of the Church of Osric, located at the center of Sohoka ruins, was about to enter the final stages of its project. However, the laboratory was currently in a mess. Anyone would be able to tell in a single glance that a battle had broken out, judging by the pools of blood, ravaged equipment, and the dead bodies across the floor. Clench. Romulus, a high priest of the Church of Osric, clenched his fist after looking at the laboratory's state. What a stubborn bunch. How long do you plan on pestering us and disrupting our church's plans? Romulus shouted. The stubborn bunch that the high priest was referring to here was none other than the secret organization, the Guardians. We will continue to do so for eternity. We will never let your evil plans come to fruition. Forever, never, said a member of the Guardians. What? Ha! Romulus scoffed in response and said, Watch closely as you fail, you foolish imbecile. Your comrades are all dead, and the one who escaped will soon be caught by the ones we sent after him. Tui. The man spat at the high priest and exclaimed, Don't even think that this is the last of us. We the Guardians will never give up. We will soon Sukiok. However, Romulus decapitated the man before he could finish. Shwa, the man's neck turned into a blood fountain. Thud, the man's head rolled on the laboratory floor. Get that out of my sight, Romulus said in a cold voice. Yes, High Priest, the church members replied. They quickly moved to dispose of the man's body. You might have successfully hindered our plans every single time, but not this time. You have failed, and we have become stronger than ever, Romulus said with a smile before adding, I will successfully complete my mission today. Then our church shall achieve our. It was then. FSHW, a red ball flew. Kaboom, and it hit one of the 5 remaining energy orbs. FY, the flames from the red ball devoured the energy orb. Nuo, Romulus cried in despair as he watched the burning orb. Nice shot, Siegfried said while raising his thumb up toward Gosrin. The red ball that destroyed the church's energy orb just now was none other than Gosrin's fireball. That was nothing, Gosrin said with a smirk. Let's go, Siegfried said toward the party members, and his words signaled the start of the battle. Who are you bastards? How dare you come and hinder our church's plans? Romulus cried out in anger. However, Siegfried and his party members did not utter a response, as they immediately proceeded to massacre every church member in the laboratory. You sons of bitches, Romulus cursed before he commanded, listen to me, my fellow believers, we shall pass our judgment on to these imbeciles. Increase power output, we shall speed up the resurrection. Every single able-bodied church member mobilized and blocked Siegfried and his party, while the laboratory scientists activated the complex machinery to increase the energy orb's output. BZZT, BZZZZT. Then, the remaining 4 energy orbs started to absorb lightning energy across Sohoka ruins. Ding! A message popped up in front of Siegfried and his party members' eyes. Alert, the revival process has started. You will have 5 minutes to destroy all of the energy orbs to prevent the boss monster from coming back to life. Remaining time, 4:59. Remaining time, 4:58. Remaining time, 4:57. A timed quest started. The battle was fierce. The party managed to easily cut down the normal members of the Church of Osric, but the resistance of the church officials and low-ranked priests was fierce. The church officials and low-ranked priests utilized their numbers advantage and pressured the party members even while on top of Siegfried's debuff circles. There are too many of them. Damn it. Why are these bastards so strong? Help me out here. The party members was slowly reaching their limits. On top of that, Romulus, who was a named villain, drove Siegfried's party into a corner. Romulus, a high priest of the Church of Osric. Level 55 race, human tier, named class, dark priest abilities. Shadow of the Dead. Romulus ability, Shadow of the Dead, was a dark magic that extracted the shadow of the dead church members. In short, it was somewhat similar to raising zombies or skeletons, but they were vengeful spirits in this case. Siegfried's party was slowly getting driven into a corner because of the enemy's overwhelming advantage in numbers, thanks to Romulus' Shadow of Death. These bastards are standing up again. Damn it, fuck this. They could not overcome the enemy's numbers advantage since the enemies kept on reviving no matter how many they killed. Most importantly, the countdown timer was still going down even as they were being pushed back. Remaining time 3:15. Remaining time 3:14. Remaining time 3:13. They only had 3 minutes left to destroy the remaining 4 energy orbs, however that wasn't as easy as it sounded. Protect the orbs. Risk your lives to protect it. Romulus shouted as the church members protected the energy orbs with their bodies. Is it time for me to step up? Siegfried wondered. If things continued like this, the situation wouldn't end well, however. Siegfried was still hesitating to make a move. If I fight, my identity will be exposed, he thought. He had been pretending to be a debuffer all this while to keep his class under wraps, and he was certain that his class would get exposed if he were to go to the front and start dealing damage suddenly. By then, the major guilds would focus on him. He was certain that his life would become tiresome for him. Remaining time 2:31. Remaining time 2:30. Remaining time 2:19. However, time was not on Siegfried's side. BZZZT, BZZZZT. In addition, the energy orb started emitting sparks that signaled the imminent disaster. While Siegfried was contemplating whether to fight or not, one of his party members collapsed to the ground. Your party member Royal Jelly has died. That was not the end of it. Your party member Nam Thang Mo has died. Your party member Chicken Patty has died. Aside from Gosrin, all his party members died before he could even make a move. Damn it. Siegfried cursed under his breath. The death of his party members was unfortunate. And it made the situation turn for the worse, unfortunately. He just could not risk drawing the attention of the major guilds, which would hinder him in the future. A message popped up in front of Siegfried. Warning. Hurry, there's only 1 minute remaining before the boss monster is revived. Remaining time, 59 seconds. Remaining time, 58 seconds. Remaining time, 57 seconds. Remaining time, 56 seconds. There were still 4 energy orbs left with less than a minute remaining. As Siegfried Nim, I think we need to make a run for it. We won't be able to stop them with just the 2 of us. Gosrin shouted. Siegfried sighed inwardly while looking at Gosrin. He was having mixed feelings about the current situation, since it would have been better if Gosrin died with the others. Unfortunately, she somehow narrowly escaped death. What should I do? Siegfried thought, conflicted. There were 3 choices he could make. 1. Continue to keep his class under wraps and give up the hidden dungeon. 2. Kill Gosrin and clear the dungeon alone. 3. Fight and expose his class to Gosrin. He no longer had any time to think, as he needed to make his decision quickly. Gosrin Nim, Siegfried called out after smashing the head of a church member. Grip. Then he tightly gripped his steel rod. Gosrin Nim, Siegfried called out as he walked toward her, while tightly gripping his steel rod. Then a church official suddenly lunged at him while shouting, Die, heretic! Pukiok! Siegfried smashed the church official's head with his steel rod. Puke! The church official let out a groan before dying. Es Siegfried Nim, Gosrin muttered in surprise. Why was she surprised? That was because she just witnessed Siegfried, who should have been unable to do anything aside from debuffing enemies, kill a church official in 1 blow. How did you? She muttered. However, Siegfried suddenly cut her off. Gosrin Nim. Yes, close your eyes. Close my eyes. Like this, Siegfried said as he turned her around so her back was facing the enemies. As Siegfried Nim, Gosrin muttered, seemingly perplexed by his request. Keep your eyes closed. Don't turn around no matter what, he said. Why? And promise me one thing. What is it? Promise me that you are not going to record a video or take a screenshot of me, and that you will keep any information about me a secret. Can you do that? Of course. If you can promise me that, I will clear this hidden dungeon. It seemed that Siegfried had finally made up his mind. Siegfried racked his brain in a split second to choose whether he was going to give up the hidden dungeon, kill Gosrin, or showcase his strength in front of her. However, a single thought suddenly intruded into his mind which greatly influenced his decision. I don't want to give up. I don't want to lose. He did not want to lose. Was it because of the items and the rewards? No, he did not care about that. The rewards and profits he would make from clearing the dungeon were irrelevant for now. I can't continue running away for the rest of my life, he thought. He had spent most of his time on the run after going against the Genesis Guild. He did not want to turn around and run with his tail tucked between his legs again, when he had finally gotten a fresh start. In addition, there was another reason. I might not make friends, but let's not make enemies if we can help it, he thought. Siegfried had a lot of enemies. There were many of them. They were strong, and he was alone. What would happen if he killed Gosrin here and she ended up harboring a grudge against him? He would end up having to add another person to his list of enemies, and it was a fact that Gosrin wasn't an annoying player like Antoinette, whom he had no choice but to kill when he was hunting mutated bisons. As such, Siegfried simply had no reason to stab her in the back when she had been faithfully supporting him all this time. Let's trust her, Siegfried thought as he made a tough decision. Remaining time, 43 seconds. Remaining time, 42 seconds. Remaining time, 41 seconds. Time was running out. Can you promise me? Siegfried asked. Yes, I promise, Gosrin replied. All right, you promised, okay, Siegfried reconfirmed. Yes, Gosrin replied. It will be over soon, so just be patient for a while, Siegfried said before he checked the message alert and said, just 40 seconds then. He immediately darted forward. Pack. He killed 2 church members in an instant. Pack. Pukiog. Then he went on a rampage with his steel rod and smashed heads left and right. Great, Siegfried exclaimed inwardly. You have gained experience points. You have gained experience points. You have gained experience points. He did not upgrade his equipment, and his weapon was still the same steel rod he had purchased at the Beerman territory, but the mobs died left and right whenever he swung it. They died in 1 shot if it was a critical strike and in 2 shots otherwise. But that was nowhere enough. There's no time, he thought as he checked the countdown timer. Remaining time, 26 seconds. Remaining time, 25 seconds. Remaining time, 24 seconds. This was not the time for Siegfried to keep himself occupied with the mobs, since the 4 energy orbs were still active. Q-ha-ha-ha, Romulus burst out laughing before he confidently exclaimed, "You seem to be strong. Sure, why don't you squirm and do your best? You won't be able to stop the resurrection anyway." The high priest was confident that the revival would succeed since all 4 energy orbs were still active. "So that's what you think," Siegfried said. "What do you mean?" Romulus asked with a grimace. When the high priest asked, Siegfried suddenly hurled his steel rod. Whoosh! Shui! The steel rod flew at a frightening speed while drawing an arc. It was the debuff master's level 45 skill, Flying Spur. Boom! The rightmost energy orb was destroyed with a booming sound. Romulus stared dumbfounded when he saw the energy orb explode, and it was far too late by the time he came back to his senses. Boom! The steel rod flying through the air destroyed another energy orb, and it showed no signs of slowing down. Boom! Another energy orb was destroyed, and there was only one left. "Stop that, Stu-up!" Romulus let out a desperate cry. Unfortunately, Siegfried had failed to destroy all 4 energy orbs. "For the chaos that will descend upon this world." One of the church officials shouted some nonsense before throwing himself at Siegfried's steel rod. As such, the church official managed to protect the final energy orb. Thud! The church official died in exchange for protecting the final energy orb. Shui! Siegfried had no choice but to retrieve his steel rod thanks to the church official who had sacrificed himself and blocked it after it lost most of its momentum from destroying 3 energy orbs. "Ah, how can that miss?" Siegfried muttered. It was a line often used by gamers whenever they missed a skill shot. There was still 1 energy orb. Remaining time, 9 seconds. Remaining time, 8 seconds. Remaining time, 7 seconds. Less than 10 seconds remained. A message asking Siegfried to hurry up popped up in front of him. "Hurry, there are only 5 seconds remaining before the boss monster is revived. You have to destroy the final energy orb." Tack! Siegfried kicked off of the ground and ran, but it was not toward the final energy orb. "You crazy bastard!" Romulus shouted at Siegfried. It was because Siegfried was running toward the named villain, Romulus. "It's already too late. My only option is to kill that named monster and fight one-on-one with the boss monster," he thought. It was a logical decision, since the boss wouldn't be as strong as it was supposed to be after the Guardians destroyed 5 energy orbs. Gosrin destroyed 1, and Siegfried destroyed 3. It would be much easier for Siegfried to fight against the boss if the named villain was no longer in the picture. Besides, the boss fight was going to be much more exciting if it were a one-on-one duel to the death. "It seems that you have a death wish," Romulus screamed at Siegfried. The high priest was greatly taken aback when Siegfried ran toward him, since he had already directed all of his minions to protect the energy orb, which left him wide open. Unfortunately, it was already far too late for him by the time he realized his mistake. Pag! Siegfried smashed his steel rod into Romulus' forehead. Kuhyok! Romulus gasped in agony as he staggered, but Siegfried did not give him any time to recover before unleashing a barrage of attacks. Pak! Pukyok! Pak! The steel rod hit Romulus 3 consecutive times on the head. "Cuke! You insolent! Stop! Why are you only hitting my head?" Romulus cried out. "That's where it hurts the most," Siegfried replied. "I like the feeling of hitting it too," Siegfried nonchalantly added before he used Smite and slammed his steel rod as hard as he could into Romulus' head. Pukyok! The high priest's head exploded like a watermelon. Fwoosh! Then the vengeful spirits the high priest had raised disappeared the moment he died. "Time's up. You have failed to prevent the revival of the boss monster. Energy orbs destroyed, 0/4, brace yourself. The boss monster is going to awaken at any moment now." A message popped up in front of Siegfried's eyes, and the entire laboratory started trembling at the same time. "Siegfried Nim!" Gosrin exclaimed in surprise. She could tell what was going on even while she was facing away from the battle. It was impossible for her not to notice what was going on unless she was deaf, since the sound of Siegfried beating up the Church of Osric's members, along with the energy orbs exploding, could be heard throughout the entire laboratory. "You have gained experience points. You have gained experience points. You have gained experience points." On top of that, her experience bar filling up non-stop showed that Siegfried was continuously killing the mobs. "You liar! You said you can only cast debuffs." Gosrin inwardly exclaimed when she realized that Siegfried had been hiding his true strength all this while, and that was why she decided to ask. "Siegfried Nim, had you been hiding your strength all this time? Later. Let's deal with the boss monster first," Siegfried replied, sighing. Gosrin whimpered in response before nodding in agreement. Rumble! 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 The laboratory trembled as if it would come crumbling down at any moment now. Woong! A bright white light shot out from a steel door deep within the laboratory, and that signaled that they didn't have the luxury to chit-chat. "But you have to tell me why you hid your true strength later," Gosrin said. "All right," Siegfried replied with a nod before tightly gripping his half-broken steel rod. Bam! Something started knocking on the large steel door. Bam, bam, bam. It continued knocking, creak, creak. The steel door crumbled and the creature knocking on it finally made its appearance. "That's Hyok," Siegfried and Gosrin gasped in horror. "That was because Lightning Python, a monster revived thanks to the Church of Osric's experiment. This is the creature from another dimension that crashed into Sohoka and turned the area into ruins overnight. Level 70 race, N/a tier, boss class, lightning buster abilities, charged barrier, charged breath. The 20-meter-long boss monster was none other than the Lightning Python." "Are we in, Gosrin asked. "What do you mean?" Siegfried asked in response. "You know what they say, are we in deep that one?" she nervously asked. "No." Siegfried shook his head and added, "It's only level 70. Fortunately, the Lightning Python's level was not that high since 9 out of the 10 energy orbs used to revive it were destroyed, and it was probably not even as strong as its single fang back in its heyday when it destroyed an entire city overnight." "But aren't our levels too low?" Gosrin hesitated. "That's even better," Siegfried replied with a smirk. "What do you mean the boss is 25 levels higher than us?" Gosrin retorted. "That's good for me," Siegfried replied. Then, slither, the Lightning Python slithered towards Siegfried and Gosrin at a terrifying speed. BZZT. BZZZT. Moreover, the boss monster truly lived up to its name as it emitted sparks all over its scales while slithering toward them. "I'll take care of this," Siegfried said as he ran toward the Lightning Python. FYI. Blue and red aura started to rise and envelope his body. It was the visual effect of the debuff master's skill, contempt for the strong. Shwick, the Lightning Python opened its jaws to try and swallow Siegfried whole. "I'll avoid it then counterattack," Siegfried thought. He twisted and smashed his steel rod into the boss monster's head. BZZT. BZZT, BZZT. When Siegfried's steel rod struck the Lightning Python, the sparks enveloping its body shot forward and electrocuted Siegfried. It was the boss monster's skill. Charged barrier. However, Siegfried muttered in surprise when the boss monster's ability did not do as much damage as he thought it would. Then, he exclaimed after suddenly realizing something. "Ah!" Siegfried grinned as he muttered. Who knew this would end up being a free meal? Gosrin could not make heads or tails of the situation, especially after hearing what Siegfried had muttered just now. "A free meal?" Gosrin muttered in confusion at Siegfried's words. Free meal basically meant obtaining something without having to put much effort into it, and the buffers leeching experience points after casting a few buffs from the safety behind their party members was a prime example of this phrase. "How is that monster a free meal?" Gosrin asked. She found it difficult to make sense of what Siegfried had said. Her gaze seemed like it was screaming, "Look, that's the Lightning Python." Of course, the boss monster was not as strong as it was in its prime, but it was still a huge monster that spanned 20 meters long. In short, it was not a free meal for Siegfried, who was currently level 45. However, Siegfried seemed to disagree with that. "I think it is a free meal. It's not that difficult of an opponent," he said. "What?" Gosrin exclaimed in surprise. "Let me show you." "Show me what?" "Show you how I eat the free meal," Siegfried said before dashing toward the Lightning Python once again. The look on Gosrin's face after hearing Siegfried's words was confusion itself. What the hell is he thinking? How can he even think of beating a boss monster so easily? Gosrin thought. But she could not imagine Siegfried easily winning against the boss monster. Is he perhaps overgeared, she wondered, however. Her assumption was off the mark as Siegfried was still holding the same steel rod while fighting against the Lightning Python. Yes, it was that same half-broken steel rod. However, the damage the steel rod dealt to the boss monster was not only significant, but it also dealt a blow to the logic Gosrin had about the game, Quang. Siegfried smashed the steel rod into the boss monster. Hyok. Gosrin gasped in surprise. Lightning Python level 70 HP. The boss monster's HP was reduced by 20% with a single blow from Siegfried. But the surprise did not end there. Quang, Siegfried smacked the boss monster once again. Lightning Python level 70 HP. The boss monster's HP was reduced by 20% once again. Quang, another 20%, Quang, another 20%, Quang, and the final strike, Lightning Python level 70 HP. The boss monster's HP dropped to 0. That's cheating, Gosrin blurted without realizing it. Siegfried's performance against the lightning python looked like cheating to Gosrin. No, it looked more like a bug than a cheat at this point. It was impossible for her to fathom that a level 45 debuffer had just killed a level 70 boss monster in 5 blows. However, Siegfried was neither a bug nor a cheat. The charged barrier's damage is too weak. It only managed to make me flinch for a split second. That's all, Siegfried thought as he realized that the boss monster's ability, charged barrier, wasn't that strong. I wonder what is going to happen if I endure it and strike back as a counterattack. Siegfried wondered as he thought about the increased damage provided by his skill. Contempt for the strong. If one knew their enemy and themselves, they need not fear the outcome of 100 battles. Siegfried remembered a famous quote that even kids these days had heard. Let's give it a shot. He decided to use the boss monster's skill to boost his damage further. That was how the boss fight got started. BZZT, BZZZT, BZZT, when the lightning python's charged barrier zapped Siegfried. He gritted his teeth and swung his steel rod as hard as he could. Grit. It was a decision he made considering the fact that the boss monster's skill dealt damage over time. So any attack he did while his HP was being chipped away by it would be considered a counterattack by the system. Quang. Siegfried slammed his steel rod into the lightning python. It worked. He inwardly exclaimed the moment he confirmed that his theory was true. Now that he had confirmed that his theory was true, what should he do? Of course, he had to end the fight as soon as possible. Quang, 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 Siegfried swung his steel rod 4 consecutive times into the boss monster. Kayak. The lightning python let out a shriek, then its body collapsed upon receiving the cruel beatdown. It was a quick and decisive victory. You have leveled up. You are now level 46. Siegfried gained a level after killing the lightning python. Alert, you have cleared the quest. Stop the Church of Osric. Alert, collect your reward from the lightning python's remains. It seemed that the rewards from the unnamed guardian's quest were the many loots obtainable from the lightning python's body. Gosrin Nim, Siegfried called out. Yes, Gosrin responded with a flinch. Let's collect the rewards and get out of here. Ah, yes. Other adventurers might suddenly arrive, Siegfried said before taking out a variety of tools he could use to dismember the lightning python. But, Siegfried Nim, Gosrin started. However, Siegfried cut her off and said, when we get outside. It's not over until we collect all of the loot and get out of here. Do you understand? He added. Yes. Then come here and help me out. Siegfried was someone who knew how to prioritize things. Dismembering the lightning python was difficult. Alert, you have obtained python scales. Alert, you have obtained python's blood. Alert, you have obtained python's meat. Alert, you have obtained python's bones. Alert, you have obtained python's eyes. Alert, you have obtained python's fangs. The lightning python had a lot of obtainable parts from its remains since it was such a huge monster. Tusk, I think our inventory is gonna get full from this, Siegfried said while clicking his tongue. I think so too, Gosrin added. But I think I will manage somehow since I don't have much in my inventory to begin with, haha, Siegfried said with a hint of sadness in his voice. But, Siegfried Nim, Gosrin muttered, yes, excuse me but. Is it possible to split it 9-1? Huh, what do you mean by 9-1? Siegfried retorted as if he was saying, what are you talking about? I guess that's asking for too much. Right, Gosrin said with a forced smile before adding, I'm sorry, Siegfried Nim, what are you sorry for? Because I asked for 10% of the loot. Even though I didn't do anything. What are you talking about? I'm sorry. You have to take 30%. What? Gosrin's eyes shot wide open in surprise. Gosrin Nim is a party member too, right? What do you mean by you did nothing? We fought together to come all the way here, Siegfried said. Are you serious? Yes, Hyok. In return, Siegfried said before he continued, you have to swear not to tell anyone else about me. I swear. Then that settles it. But I refuse. What? Why would you? 30% is too much for me. I will only take 10%. Why? I also have a conscience, you know. Gosrin shrugged before saying, 10% is more than enough for me. I think it's better if you just take it while my offer still stands. No, my conscience won't allow it if I take more than that. Thank you very much, Siegfried Nim, Gosrin said with a big smile. I never knew someone can refuse something being offered to them when it's so good. Siegfried thought. He found Gosrin to be a strange character, but he did not try to convince her any further since she had already refused of her own volition then. Do as you please, Siegfried said. Yes. Now, shall we clean up, he said, and tried to cut open the lightning python's lower jaw. Roll. An orb the size of an adult's fist rolled out from the boss monster's jaws. "What the hell is this?" Siegfried muttered and picked the orb up. Python's core, a lump of energy from the lightning python. It contains a huge amount of lightning attribute energy. Type: consumable, edible, price: 3 coppers. Should I just eat it? Siegfried wondered after checking the item's details. He thought that perhaps consuming the python's core would put an end to his daily grind for lightning attribute energy. "Wow, it's a python's core," Gosrin said as she suddenly popped up and added, "I think that's going to be expensive." "It should be," Siegfried responded. "Don't mind me." "What do you mean?" "That belongs to Siegfried Nim," Gosrin said. "Why are you so nice to me?" Siegfried asked. He could not understand her at all. Gosrin was so nice to him, she was probably the nicest person he had ever known. "I'm not a nice person," Gosrin replied. She shook her head and explained, "It's just that I like Siegfried Nim." "Why do you like me?" "I just like being with you." "What do you like about being with me?" "Everything." "I just have this feeling that you're a nice person. It's more like you're someone I want to get along with." "Come on, no way," Siegfried scoffed. "It's true. I'll just think that you are a nice person then," Siegfried said, and decided not to pry any further into how she felt about him. Gosrin flinched at her words, but Siegfried did not seem to notice it. "Thank you for sharing this with me." Then Siegfried placed his hand on the python's core. "Wait." When he was about to absorb it, someone suddenly emerged from the darkness and said, "Let's talk." "What the?" "I didn't notice anything," Siegfried thought. He could not help but doubt his ears, since his senses were extremely sensitive thanks to his master's tempering and quenching, coupled with the benefits the hyper-capsule ogre had given to him. However, the owner of the voice from within the darkness managed to escape being detected by Siegfried's sharp senses, and the person even got close to him unnoticed. "Is it a high-leveled sylph? Or a vampire?" He recalled the classes specializing in stealth, debuff master. The voice muttered while observing Siegfried. Siegfried noticed that the man had both the rune of insight and rune of transcendence at the back of his hands, which confirmed that he was not an NPC. "That's a hidden class." "Right?" the man asked. The man looked peculiar. His hair was golden. His red right eye resembled rubies, while his blue left eye resembled sapphires. He was pretty tall with a face that looked like it was a mixture of Eastern and Western features. Siegfried could tell from the man's appearance alone that the latter was a high-leveled player. "Is he a ranker?" Siegfried thought as he activated his rune of insight and checked the man's information. Shinwu Jin type, adventurer race, and /a level, and /a title, and /a however, he could not figure anything out. It's useless. Shinwu Jin shook his head and continued. "You won't be able to find out anything about me. In fact, no one will be able to unless they are over level 600. Only then could they possibly find out more about me." "What are you?" Siegfried asked. "That's a secret." Shinwu Jin replied with a smirk. "What do you want?" Siegfried asked as he raised his guard. "Nothing you have to offer, so you can relax." "I know that much." Siegfried knew that much, since there was no way a high-leveled ranker would salivate over his trashy equipment and the loot from a level 70 monster. Of course, there were rankers obsessed with money. "What I want to know is," Siegfried started. However, Shinwu Jin cut him off. "I'm a member of the Guardians." "Aha. I heard that they failed their mission, so I came running over here, but it seems that you finished the job for us. I guess that's how it turned out. I enjoyed watching you fight. You seem to be pretty good at it." "Don't mention it. Let's meet." "What? You're Korean, right? Are you free tonight?" "What do you mean by free?" "Come to Sinsadong tonight." Shinwu Jin suddenly asked for a meeting in real life. "Why would I do that?" Siegfried asked in disbelief before adding, "Do I have to go running just because a ranker told me to do so?" "You don't have to." Shinwu Jin shook his head. "Then why are you asking me to go?" "You have to meet me." "Why?" "Because I want to know." "Know what?" "You." Shinwu Jin started while staring straight at Siegfried before he continued with the words that instantly captured Siegfried's attention. "What is your relationship with Deus Nim?" Shinwu Jin's words captured Siegfried's interest. The name of his master, the level 999 hidden NPC Deus, was of grave importance to Siegfried. "Do you know him?" Siegfried asked. "I would say just a tiny little bit," Shinwu Jin replied with a peculiar smile, and then he added, "To be honest, I'm not sure how much I should know about a person to be able to say that I know them." But I do know one thing for certain." "What is it?" "He's invincible," Shinwu Jin said. It seemed that Shinwu Jin was aware of the most accurate description of Siegfried's master. "Well, that's that," Shinwu Jin said as he stared at Siegfried. He seemed baffled as he said, "It's really strange." What's strange? Siegfried asked with a grimace. The skills you used, what about them? They looked like Deus Nim's skills, but they looked like a very low-quality version of them, Chen Wu Jin said. Siegfried did not like how Chen Wu Jin had emphasized that his skills were a very low-quality version of Deus skills, but he decided to let it go for now as Siegfried thought the same as him. He isn't wrong per se. My skills are truly pathetic when compared to Master's skills. Siegfried knew very well that the difference between his skills and his Master's skills was like the difference between heaven and earth. That's why I couldn't help but wonder if you are Deus Nim's disciple. Chen Wu Jin pointed out. Siegfried did not respond. That is why I'm telling you this. Come to Sinsadong tonight, Chen Wu Jin said as he requested a meeting with Siegfried again before adding, we need to talk. What if I don't want to? That will be your decision, Chen Wu Jin calmly said, but he added, it will be better for you to come though. Are you threatening me? Siegfried retorted. No, I'm trying to reel you in. I'm pretty sure you need to cast a bait to reel something in. You will get to know a few secrets about you if you come to Sinsadong tonight. Secrets. Midnight at Sinsadong. Look for me, Chen Wu Jin, at Club Heaven near Sinsa Station. What kind of Siegfried muttered. Was about to ask what kind of secrets, but Chen Wu Jin suddenly vanished in front of him. Whoosh. Chen Wu Jin disappeared without a trace. Was he a ghost? Siegfried muttered while standing there stupefied. I wonder who he was. I couldn't find any rankers with the ID Chen Wu Jin. I can't find anything about him, Gosrin remarked. I have no idea as well. Siegfried replied with a shrug, and then he muttered, the rune of insight should have worked properly. But it didn't work, and that's pretty rare. I wonder who the hell was he. So, are you going? Siegfried shook his head and replied, no. Aren't you curious? I'm not even aware of everything about myself. Who the hell is he to tell me my own secrets? He just spouted some nonsense. Wow, you're pretty level-headed. I'm just not stupid. Siegfried shrugged before looking at the python's core in his hand and saying, let's take the loot and leave after I'm done with this. Okay. Gosrin nodded. What secret? Nonsense. Siegfried grumbled before using attribute absorption. Wuong. A message popped up in front of his eyes after he was done absorbing the python's core. Alert, you have absorbed 60 lightning attribute energy from the python's core. Alert, your lightning resistance has increased by 60. He absorbed an insane amount of lightning attribute energy he could only dream of absorbing from shards. Alert, you may enhance a skill with your lightning attribute energy. Alert, go to the My Skill tab to check which skill you can enhance. The message notified him that he could now enhance a skill. Finally, he had achieved what he had been grinding for all this while. Siegfried grinned after reading the message. Alert, do you wish to enhance the skill? There was no reason for him to hesitate. Yes, Siegfried soon got the opportunity to test out his newly enhanced skill. Kaya, Kihit, Keek, Kiyek. Dozens of monsters formed a mob and rushed at Siegfried and Gosrin after they came up from the hidden dungeon. Let me take care of this, Siegfried said and stopped Gosrin from casting her spell. As you wish, Gosrin said and stepped aside. She didn't hesitate to step aside since there was no way she could get rid of all those monsters with her current ability. I wonder what he's trying to do. Gosrin thought while looking at Siegfried with eyes filled with curiosity. While Gosrin was intently observing Siegfried, the latter suddenly hurled his tattered steel rod toward the monsters. Shwiyik. He had used flying spur, bomb. His steel rod smashed into the monster at the forefront, BZZT. Then, a bright light flashed ensued, BZZZZTTTT. Hundreds of bolts of lightning burst from Siegfried's steel rod and scattered throughout the mob. BZZZT. 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 The bolts of lightning did not show any signs of dissipating as it jumped from one monster to another and continuously dealt damage to the mobs. You have gained experience points. 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 A flurry of messages popped up in front of Gosrin's eyes, and there were so many of them that she had a long list of messages to scroll through. The name of the skill that dealt this insane AoE damage was called Lightning Flying Spur, and this was the Lightning Attribute Energy enhanced version of the Flying Spur. Lightning Flying Spur enhanced with Lightning Attribute Energy. A chain of lightning will burst and deal damage to every nearby enemy when the user's weapon comes into contact with the target. Damage increases with every bounce. However, Flying Spur wasn't the only skill enhanced by the Lightning Attribute Energy. 5 more to go, Siegfried muttered with a smile while looking at the monsters that managed to survive the massacre. Quang. Siegfried used Smite on one of the 5 remaining monsters. Lightning Smite enhanced with lightning attribute energy. 3 bolts of lightning will fan out and hit all nearby enemies when the user strikes the target. The enhanced version of Smite, Lightning Smite, was activated. BZZZZT. 3 bolts of lightning shot out from Siegfried's steel rod the moment he struck his target, and the bolts of lightning fanned out and zapped the monsters behind his primary target. You have gained experience points. 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 The 5 monsters collapsed and died at the same time as if they had an agreement beforehand. Gosrin's reaction to what she had just witnessed was easy to deduce. Isn't that cheating? After leaving the dungeon, Siegfried explained why he had been hiding his strength. And that's why I have been hiding my strength. The top 10 guilds have become too commercialized. Joining them might look nice on the outside, but they operate just like the military inside. In fact, the others of the guild masters will even affect you in real life. I see. I refuse to become another pawn of those guilds, Siegfried added. I see. Gosrin muttered before saying, the top 10 guilds will probably do whatever it takes to recruit someone like Siegfried Nim. That is exactly why I had been trying to hide my strength. I wasn't mocking you from behind or anything. Earlier, I was actually contemplating whether or not I should give up on the hidden dungeon, Siegfried said. I understand, Gosrin replied with a nod. And then she added, don't worry. I didn't misunderstand you, and neither did I think you were mocking me in any way. I'm grateful if you think that way. I will keep your secret since I don't want to see Siegfried Nim getting pestered by others. I'd be even more grateful if you could do that. What are your plans now? I'm not sure, Siegfried muttered. He pondered for quite a while before he replied. I should probably leave this place since I don't have a reason to stay here any longer. We have cleared the hidden dungeon after all. I also have to go to a city and upgrade my gear. He opened his arms and showed his current state. His armor was all worn out, and his steel rod was bent. Not a single part of Siegfried's equipment was in good condition, and they were in such bad shape they seemed beyond repair. Gosrin could not help but admire the fact that Siegfried was still alive, even though his equipment had basically turned into rags. What about you? Siegfried asked. Me, Gosrin muttered before she replied, I think I'll stay here for a bit longer. I'm gonna level up and earn some more money to upgrade my gears as well. Then, it was fun partying with you, Siegfried said with a slight bow. Are you leaving now? Yes, I have to. Siegfried had to move to another area to continue growing. That's a shame. I'm sure we will meet again someday. Still, let's meet again in the future, Gosrin Nim. Sure, Gosrin nodded and said, see you, it was fun partying with you too. Their conversation ended there, step. Siegfried walked toward the gateway leading to the other areas while Gosrin stared at his back getting farther and farther away. Where should I go next? Siegfried muttered before getting on the gateway. Excuse me. Someone called out to him. He turned around and saw a kid staring at him. Are you Siegfried Audiobook? The kid asked. That's right, but who are you? Siegfried asked. I'm an errand boy. Some Audiobook asked me to give this to you. Here, the kid extended a letter over to him and gave a quick bow before saying goodbye then. What's this? Siegfried muttered and opened the letter. The letter said, Midnight at Sinsadong. Look for Chenwu Jin at Club Heaven. P.S. Don't play so hard to get, Siegfried, no. Should I call you T-Sung instead? Flinch. Siegfried was stupefied that Chenwu Jin knew his real name, which was also his previous player ID. How the hell did he find out? Siegfried wondered. It was practically impossible to uncover someone's information, since B&W placed great importance on securing the privacy and information of their players. In fact, B&W's policy stated that it was impossible to change one's player ID. A person could only use one account. It was impossible to register for another account after quitting the game. Siegfried was a special case who only managed to change his player ID thanks to his master. Deus, however. Chenwu Jin actually knew his identity. Don't tell me that he has been stalking me ever since I met my master. All sorts of thoughts flooded into Siegfried's mind. If this bastard really knows who I am, then he couldn't help but get anxious. If Chenwu Jin exposed his identity, Siegfried would end up being targeted by the Genesis Guild again. No, I can't let that happen, he inwardly exclaimed while clenching his fist. He could not afford to be targeted by the Genesis Guild once again. After all, that would mean the end of the debuff master whose full potential never got to awaken. Siegfried sighed and grumbled. All right. Your bait worked. He had no choice but to admit defeat on this one. Siegfried decided to go to Sinsadong and meet Chen Wu Jin at Club Heaven tonight. 1. The famous Ginkgo tree-lined street in Gangnam. Also a popular tourist spot. 2. This means like Mr. or Uncle in Korea. After a few hours, T-Sung rested for a bit after logging out before he rode the subway to go to Sinsa Station. How the hell did he find out? Is he really a stalker? What if he is somehow connected to the Genesis Guild? Damn it, I should have just given up on the hidden dungeon. Many thoughts crossed T-Sung's mind. I should have just quietly played solo. Why did I get greedy with party play? Ugh. He inwardly grumbled and regretted trying to take the easy way. The next station is Sinsa. Sinsa Station, the door is on your right. He looked up Club Heaven on his smartphone after reaching Sinsa Station. And it did not take long for him to find Club Heaven. The rows of supercars lined up outside made Club Heaven stand out. In fact, none of the cars outside the club were of domestic brands. The cheapest one parked was a Mercedes-AMG GT. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The Ferraris, Lamborghinis, McLarens, and other supercars revved their engines while waiting for their turn to the valet parking. Why the hell did he call me to this kind of a place? Is he trying to rub it in my face or what? T-Sung grimaced and inwardly complained. His appearance did not suit the atmosphere of Club Heaven, which was the most luxurious club in all of South Korea. His discolored jeans and shirt with stretched neckline, coupled with his old tattered Adidas Superstar, could make a golden goose shoe, which was a brand well known for its vintage designs, run for their money. His attire was more befitting of someone going to their neighborhood convenience store. T-Sung was embarrassed for a split second before he muttered, "Well, it doesn't matter. It's not like I'm here to enjoy. There's no need to be so conscious when I'll just be seeing him once in my life." His face was already steel-plated, no, diamond-plated after meeting his master, and he did not feel the need to shrink back in front of others. Hey, what the heck? He's going to be barred, I'm sure of it. Keek. Wow, at least he has guts. SHHH, he could be the son of some rich conglomerate. The super rich leisurely strolls in here, even with their pajamas on, so be careful about what you say. The clubbers lined up outside murmured among themselves, while stealing glances at T-Sung. But the brazen gamer did not pay attention to the judgmental gazes cast at him. It was finally T-Sung's turn in the queue. "Your ID, please," the club bouncer said before he flinched and thought, where the hell did this beggar crawl out from? T-Sung's attire was just that bad. "Excuse me, did you book a table?" the bouncer asked. "No," T-Sung replied with a shake of his head. "I'm sorry, but you can't enter if you haven't booked a table," the bouncer said. "Why, I don't have to tell you, right?" "What I mean? You should have looked into a mirror before coming." "I did when I showered. Is there a problem? Your attire is not up to our standards, so you can't enter unless you have booked a table." T-Sung was currently experiencing selective entry clubs like this were famous for. "Then, I just have to book a table, right?" T-Sung said. "How much is it?" "You didn't make a reservation, right?" the bouncer responded. "Sure, well, I'll take whichever table is free if that's the case." "Really?" The bouncer raised a brow and muttered before asking his colleagues for any unreserved table through his walkie-talkie. "One of the C-tier tables is free. So do you want to book it?" the bouncer asked while looking at T-Sung with a haughty expression that seemed to say, "Does a beggar like you even have the money to do so?" "Sure, how much is it?" T-Sung asked. The bouncer inwardly scoffed and thought, as expected, this fucking beggar who doesn't even know shit came here to sightsee. Otherwise, he should know what the table tiers are and how much they cost. Tusk. There were 6 table tiers in Club Heaven. D, C, B, A, VIP, and VVIP. It was rare for someone to come to Club Heaven without even being aware of such a thing. And that was the reason. The bouncer assumed that T-Sung was a loser trying to act cool. "Huh? Hey, customer Nim," the bouncer said with a sigh. "What?" T-Sung nonchalantly replied. "Don't you know that a C-tier table will cost 15 million won? 15 million? T-Sung grimaced. He had no idea how a table for night could cost 15 million won. Not 1.5 million but 15 million, T-Sung asked. "Yes, it's 15 million. That's crazy. How can a mere table cost that much?" "Mister, this is not a place for someone like you to come, so why don't you go to Hongdae and hang out with the alcoholics over there if you don't have any money?" the bouncer said in a threatening manner. "Here," T-Sung said as he extended a card. "It's a lot of money, but I have to meet that bastard and shut him up no matter what. I managed to get this chance to start all over again. Let's not get so worked up over money. I can just earn it again." T-Sung thought. He decided to prioritize what was important and think of this endeavor as an investment. However, it felt more like he was throwing money down the gutter rather than an investment. That's a debit card, so just charge the full amount. T-Sung casually said, I said. Swipe it, full payment. You said I can't go in if I don't book a table. Right then, I just have to book one. Is there a problem? T-Sung shrugged. Wow, look at this crazy bastard. Is he spending all of his savings in one night? The bouncer thought as he received T-Sung's debit card. He had no reason not to accept it since the customer was willing to pay for it anyway, requesting reception staff to the entrance. A C-tier table customer is entering. The bouncer called while thinking, I'm sure his card is going to be declined and he'll get kicked out anyway, keek. The bouncer was sure T-Sung was just trying to act cool despite not having even a penny under his name. However, his expectations were shattered in an instant. Thank you for your payment. Please follow me, sir. The reception staffer said as she courteously guided T-Sung. Sure, T-Sung nonchalantly said and followed the staffer after paying. Wow, he paid it just like that? Was he actually rich? Maybe he was a rich person pretending to be poor. The clubbers who saw T-Sung murmured in surprise as they tried guessing his identity. This way, the staffer guided him to a table at the corner of the club before saying, This is the menu for the drinks and mixers. Just give me anything, T-Sung replied indifferently. His sour mood was only natural since he had just spent a ridiculous sum of money to get in here. Moreover, he was in no mood to even check the menu, as he wasn't really planning on drinking anyway. What a ridiculous bunch throwing money away. T-Sung thought while looking around the club. Boom. Boom, boom. None of the clubbers dancing to the EDM music in Club Heaven seemed poor. The clubbers here did not consider brands such as Gucci or Prada as luxury products, and it was pretty common to see Chanel and Hermes among the crowd as if they were school uniforms. The people gathered here alone truly proved that Club Heaven was the most luxurious club in all of South Korea. And this was made possible by the fact that most of the clubbers here were young people with very high net worths, come to think of it. I'm here. But where the heck is that bastard, T-Sung thought. It would be impossible for him to look for Chen Woo-jin. In this huge crowd, when he had never met the guy before, nor did he know what Chen Woo-jin looked like, it would be extremely inefficient for him to ask every single male in here if they were Chen Woo-jin, so that method was out of the question. Excuse me, do you know anyone by the name of Chen Woo-jin by any chance? I came here to see him, T-Sung asked the club staffer setting up his table. Mr. Chen Woo-jin, he is our club's VVIP, the staffer replied. Ah, really? Yes, you will find him in the room at the end of this corridor, but I doubt he is going to meet you. I have an appointment with him. An appointment with Chen Woo-jin Nim. The staffer looked at T-Sung before she asked through her walkie-talkie to confirm whether was telling the truth or not. Oh, you were right. I have been asked to guide you to the room, the staffer said after checking. All right, T-Sung replied. He got up to go to the VVIP room while thinking that he had made the right choice to ask the staffer instead of searching person to person. The price of alcohol in the VVIP room of Club Heaven reached hundreds of millions of won per bottle. The room's interior was decorated as lavishly as possible to fit its title as the VVIP room perfectly. On top of that, the rows and rows of high-end whiskey along with the champagne known as the King of Champagne, Dom Perignon Onatek lining up in the room would easily make one wonder how much money the patrons of this room had in their pockets. The player known as Chen Woo-jin was waiting for T-Sung in such a luxurious place, along with one beauty in each arm. Han T-Sung, Chen Woo-jin asked with a hint of familiarity in his voice. He looked exactly like his in-game character if his blonde hair and eyes were removed. In fact, this was the case for most players playing B&W. Chen Woo-jin, T-Sung asked in response, That's right. I'm not sure why you asked to meet in a place like this. I had to spend 15 million won just to get in. T-Sung grumbled with an annoyed look. I never asked you to come in, Chen Woo-jin replied with a shrug. What? Why didn't you just say my name at the entrance? Don't tell me you spent money to book a table just to come in. T-Sung had to fight the sudden urge to smash the alcohol on the table into Chen Woo-jin's head. You should have told me sooner. T-Sung muttered. Didn't I tell you? Chen Woo-jin asked in response. You didn't. T-Sung groaned. Oh my bad, Chen Woo-jin coolly apologized before he added, Well, there's no helping it if you already spent the money. Have some fun before you go back since you already paid for it. The hell are you saying? T-Sung angrily complained. Don't be so upset. I know you spent it knowing you can earn it back. Just give it a year and you will be earning not just 15 million but 100 million overnight, Chen Jin said with a grin. It's just money you will earn back. Chen Jin's words hit T-Sung right on. Money, all T-Sung needed was time. Anyone with a hidden class was bound to earn money with a flick of their finger as soon as they reached level 150. Appa, who is that person? The woman beside Chen Jin asked, while obviously expressing her discontent toward T-Sung. Why are you asking? Chen Jin asked. Just I can tell he has something based on how you are talking to him, but the woman said. However, Chen Jin suddenly cut her off. Get out. Hey, I said get out. Did you just ask me to go out? How dare you speak ill of my guest? Oh Appa, get lost. Don't make me say it twice. Okay. Surprisingly, the woman left the VVIP room without uttering a single complaint. Who's that? T-Sung asked. The only daughter of the chairman of the Beekson group, Chen Jin nonchalantly replied. That's crazy. T-Sung muttered in surprise. He could not fathom how great of a person Chen Jin was. 1. The term in Korean is or, which means to deny someone entry because of their attire or looks. It's used to label someone ugly after getting denied entry into clubs. The Beekson group was not a large conglomerate, but it was a pretty big company. There was no need to say how haughty and arrogant the only daughter of its chairman had to be. However, the surprising thing was that Chen Jin was able to tell that haughty woman to get lost, and the even more surprising part was when the woman left without uttering a single word of complaint. You, what the hell are you? T-Sung asked Chen Jin. Me, money, Chen Jin replied, and then he added, I have a lot of money. I have a lot of cash to be exact. Her father's money is going to dry up if I get upset, and she left without uttering a word because she knows that very well. How dare she judge my guest when she isn't all that great? Herself, damn it. Chen Jin grumbled. T-Sung was curious about just how much money Chen Jin had for him to be able to treat the daughter of a chairman that way. Anyway, it's nice to meet you, Han T-Sung, Chen Jin said as he extended his hand toward T-Sung. T-Sung shook his hand, but he could not afford to respond to Chen Jin's greeting instead. He asked Chen Jin, what is the reason you called me, and how did you know me here? Chen Jin said as he poured a drink for T-Sung before adding, let's take our time and talk while we enjoy our drinks. That was how the conversation between T-Sung and Chen Jin started. The reason I called you is to ask you to join our organization, Chen Jin said. I refuse. T-Sung directly rejected the offer and said, I hate anything remotely similar to a guild. But it's not a guild. I can't expose the name of my organization just yet, but it's nothing like a guild, Chen Jin said. What is it then? Something like the Avengers. What the hell are you talking about? T-Sung muttered. He almost spat his champagne out. I'm giving you the closest example to it. We are fighting against the evil forces that seek to destroy the peace and order of the Newberg continent, which is also the stage where BNW is playing out, Chen Jin explained. That's cringy. Aren't you being too immersed in a game? T-Sung asked with a grimace. Yeah, I'm currently 100% immersed in the game, Chen Jin coolly admitted, and then he said, real life is too boring for me. I have a lot of money and time, and I can get and do anything I want on top of that. In fact, I have already done everything and anything I wanted to do, but it's different in BNW. I'm just a rich guy dying of boredom in real life, but I have to roam around the entire continent in BNW busily, and that's why I'm so immersed in it. In short, he was saying that he was trying to relieve his boredom from real life by immersing himself in BNW. So, how did you find out who I was? T-Sung asked. I have been observing you ever since you picked a fight with the Genesis Guild. It just turned out that way that I continued observing you in the game and in real life, Chen Jin replied. Even in real life? Yeah. Aren't you just a stalker, you bastard? Come on, don't be so harsh on me. It's nothing like that. I just happened to see you since you kept popping up wherever I look. What the hell are you trying to say? I can't tell you everything right now. I have a lot of things I want to tell you, but now is not the time to tell you about them. I will tell you later, so just continue to focus on the game. You don't really have a choice but to focus on the game, right? What if I have to find out? T-Sung asked while thinking, I'm not going to dance on the palm of your hands. Chen Jin was holding T-Sung's weakness, a weakness that could send his life spiraling down once again. Don't worry, Chen Jin said. Fortunately, it did not seem like Chen Jin had any plans to threaten or shake T-Sung up. I have no plans to toy with you, so just relax. How can I trust you? Do you really think you will just obediently sit still if I tell the Genesis Guild about you? You look like you are about to smash that alcohol bottle into my head at any moment now. No, I'm not thinking of anything like that. T-Sung feigned ignorance. No, you can do worse than that, Chen Wu-jin said. He seemed to have an accurate grasp of T-Sung's personality. That is because the game is your life. There's no way you are just going to sit still if someone is about to ruin your life, and I have no plans to do that and get stabbed on the way home, Chen Wu-jin added, and then he clarified. I'm not calling you a game addict or anything like that, so don't misunderstand. After all, BMW is a game worth risking your life for, don't you agree? It's the only thing I have left. T-Sung muttered. He didn't bother bluffing by saying something like I have other things than this game, since he thought that someone like Chen Wu-jin would have already checked his background by now. Don't worry, I'm not so fond of them too. Frankly, I'm just letting them do what they want since they haven't caused any trouble yet, so just believe me, will you? Also what? Why are you so obsessed with the head? You seem to only aim for the head when attacking. That one. It's perfect to kill the enemy in one hit, and it also feels different when you hit the head, T-Sung replied nonchalantly. Are you a psychopath or what? Chen Wu-jin muttered while shaking his head, and then he said, anyway. I will tell you the behind-the-scenes story about you once you become strong enough. Come and find me once you hit level 200. But I'm curious, T-Sung was about to ask. However, Chen Wu-jin cut him off. I told you I can't tell you anything right now, and I will keep your secret, so don't worry about that. I'll just have to trust you then. T-Sung muttered with a shrug. In return, Chen Wu-jin started. In return, why don't you help our organization out from time to time whenever you're free? It's nothing difficult, and we will handsomely reward you for your time. We have a mountain of tasks to do, but we don't have enough helping hands. That's not difficult, but why me? There are a lot of other rankers out there. Why do you even have to ask? You are Deus Nim's disciple. What other reason do you need aside from that? You will soon crush most of the rankers in a bit, so being strong or weak is not important right now. Chen Wu-jin was referring to T-Sung's potential. So, what do you think of my offer? Well, I won't call it an offer, though. It's not bad at all. Then let's toast to that, Chen Wu-jin said as he extended his glass. T-Sung extended his glass and clinked Chen Wu-jin's while thinking, I have no idea what the hell this guy is, but let's wait and see. 10 minutes later. I'll get going now, T-Sung said. T-Sung chatted with Chen Wu-jin before finding out that they were of the same age. Why don't you hang out for a bit longer? Isn't this place awesome? Chen Wu-jin asked. I'm not interested. If I have time to waste here, I'd rather hunt in a dungeon, T-Sung said with a shrug. I like your passion. Chen Wu-jin grinned. I'm just doing my best. I'm not a pro gamer, but the game is my job. Isn't it just natural for someone to work hard on their job? T-Sung asked. I agree, Chen Wu-jin said. See you later. And can we meet at a cafe if we really have to meet in real life, or let's just meet in the game, T-Sung said. Let's do that if you find this place uncomfortable. Chen Wu-jin coolly replied. I'm off, T-Sung said. He waved before leaving the VVIP room. The club was bustling with people since it was currently peak hours. There were all sorts of people in the club, from celebrities, athletes, pro gamers, famous streamers, criminals who made their money from operating illegal gambling sites, drug dealers, models, and people working in the entertainment industry. They partied like there was no tomorrow as they drank and danced the night away. The clubbers might come from all sorts of different backgrounds, but there was one thing in common among them: they were high-income earners. They look like they're enjoying themselves. T-Sung thought while looking at them. He had no desire to mingle with them. But he wanted to become successful like them. Let's work hard. Let's become successful. It's all for the sake of not being looked down on if ever I come back here. T-Sung thought as he steeled his resolve before leaving the club. When T-Sung left the club, a beautiful woman passed by him. I wonder if I'll get to meet T-Sung, she thought. The bouncers did not dare to block her or ask her for her ID. Why? It was because she was a beauty who could enter Club Heaven without paying or even showing her ID. The next morning, T-Sung hopped into his VR capsule. He would sleep at 2 in the morning, get up at 9 in the morning, and log in to BMW at 10 in the morning. He stuck to this daily routine as if he was in the military. Where should I go? He muttered while standing on top of the gateway. I'll have to go to a huge city if I want to dispose of all of these. T-Sung muttered while staring at his inventory. He had a mountain of items to sell, like the Gorgo's hide and blood, albino goblin's hide, and the various loot and items he had gained from the lightning python. I have to upgrade my gears as well. He had to upgrade his gears as soon as possible since the Gears he had been using were basically scrap metals now. He pondered for a while before he finally decided on his next destination. "Let's go there," Siegfried muttered before activating the gateway. Flash, City of Pleasure, Dondagiri, North Gate. Siegfried decided to go to the place where adult content could be found in B&W, the City of Pleasure, Dondagiri. After paying, players would gain access to adult content. However, they could only access it once a week. "Oh, an adventurer," the guard in front of the gate muttered. He blocked Siegfried's path and said, "Show me your ID." "Here," Siegfried replied, and extended his mercenary license. Siegfried, Silver Roman 3. The guard muttered while inspecting the license for a while before saying, "All right, you may enter." "Thank you," Siegfried replied. He was able to easily enter the City of Pleasure thanks to his mercenary license. "I'll sell all my loot on the black market, then upgrade my gears before moving on to the next area," Siegfried thought. The reason he came to the City of Pleasure, Dondagiri of all places, was that he was aware that a large black market existed at this place. There were all sorts of items on the black market. And it was the place where illegal things were traded. In addition, there were some good items sold at a cheaper price here more often than not. It would also be possible for Siegfried to sell the rare items he had obtained as loot for a higher price, and he would also be able to upgrade his gears here. The black market is quite far. I'll have to go straight along this road, and Siegfried thought while checking the map, while he was measuring the distance until he reached the black market. He was interrupted by someone's shout, "Catch that bastard, what's going on?" Siegfried thought as he turned around. "Got you, hi. Where are you going? It has been quite a while. Wow, I thought you quit the game. I never expected to see you here, of all places." A group of adventurers surrounded Siegfried. There was a V-shaped emblem engraved on their clothes, and Siegfried immediately recognized them from the emblem. The Genesis Guild. The name of the guild, which was his mortal nemesis, popped up in his head. The Genesis Guild possessed 10,000 strong members, and they were one of the top 10 adventurer guilds on the Nuremberg continent. It was also the guild that crushed Siegfried while he was still using the player ID T-Sung. Their members were currently surrounding Siegfried while openly showing their hostility toward him. "It has been a while," said one of the Genesis Guild members. "Choi Chial Kai, this damn traitor." Siegfried recognized the man. Choi Chial Kai used to be a member of the Beamer Guild. He was also the culprit behind the arson of their guild headquarters, before running away and jumping ships. "I thought you quit the game, but it seems that you're still here. I was starting to wonder why I haven't heard any news about you recently," Choi Chial Kai said. Siegfried almost retorted when a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Chen Wu Jin, that bastard. He instantly suspected that Chen Wu Jin was behind this since Choi Chial Kai was talking as if Siegfried's identity as T-Sung had already been exposed. However, Siegfried decided not to easily admit he was T-Sung. For now, he decided to feign ignorance for now. I have no idea what you are talking about," Siegfried said with a dumbstruck face before asking, "Do you know me?" "Do you know me?" Choi Chial Kai sneered. "Hey, Han T-Sung. Are you joking with me right now? You're Han T-Sung, right?" "I'm not. My name is Siegfried." "Sieg what? I have no idea who Han T-Sung is. I think you have confused me for someone else. Look at this little weasel. Hey, do you really think I'm stupid? Ha, you bastard." "Check my info," Siegfried said while pointing at the rune of insight at the back of Choi Chial Kai's right hand. Look at this bastard being so brazen," Choi Chial Kai exclaimed. However, one of his lackeys interrupted him and said, "Chial Kai Hyung Nim. He's not Han T-Sung," the lackey said. "What?" Choi Chial Kai glared at the lackey. "I checked his info, but his ID says Siegfried. His class is an elemental mage. It says that he's a debuff master and he's only level 46 as well," the lackey explained. Is that so? But there's no way. Doesn't this bastard look like Han T-Sung?" Choi Chial Kai said in disbelief. He found it difficult to believe the words of his lackey. "I think it's best if you check it yourself," the lackey muttered. "All right, shall we take a look?" Choi Chial Kai said as he activated his rune of insight and checked Siegfried's information. Siegfried type. Adventurer class. Debuff master race, human level, 46 title, Goblin Slayer, Guardian of Birman territory. Choi Chial Kai doubted his eyes the moment he saw Siegfried's information. He looked down at the information and back to Siegfried's face a few times before he said in disbelief, "Wow, you look exactly like him." "How is that possible?" Siegfried looked exactly the same as the Han T-Sung in his memories. "Who do I look like?" Siegfried asked as he sensed that this was his chance. There's this guy called Han Ti-sung who dared to pick a fight with our guild about a year ago, and we crushed him real good, Choi Chial-kai replied. That bastard looked exactly like you and him. I think you are more handsome than that bastard now that I have taken a closer look at you. That's strange, Siegfried muttered. What is? I can tell that you guys are from the renowned guild, the Genesis Guild, so I think a user being targeted by your guild would have already quit ages ago. Is there a reason that you are after someone who had already quit the game? Siegfried asked. I think it was around 2 weeks ago. Our higher-ups received a message that the bastard is still playing the game, Choi Chial-kai grumbled. Wow, really? Siegfried purposely gave an even bigger reaction so that he would be able to extract more information from Choi Chial-kai, as he added. I would have quit the game if that happened to me. How can he even think about playing the game when he got on the bad side of a guild like the Genesis Guild? That bastard is a stubborn one. He is piss poor with nothing to his name except for his stubbornness, Choi Chial-kai said with a smug smirk. When Choi Chial-kai smugly smirked, anger welled up from within Siegfried. The piss poor bastard with nothing to his name except for his stubbornness whom you're looking for is right here, he thought while suppressing his anger. Siegfried wanted nothing more than to immediately whip his steel rod out and smash this damn traitor's head. But he suppressed his rage as hard as he could. But I still think that it's strange. I'm sure that the bastard quit the game, but I have no idea why they are thinking that he's still playing, Choi Chial-kai said while rubbing his chin. I see, Siegfried muttered with a nod. Still, it's the guild master's orders, so what can I do about it? Choi Chial-kai shrugged. Choi Chial-kai was willingly spilling out information, even though Siegfried had just rubbed him a little. I'm sure the higher-ups have something on their mind, but I think they are also having trouble pinpointing his current location since they just drew a sketch of him and distributed it to all of our guild members, Choi Chial-kai said. I think our guild master is being leery. Anyway, you be careful now. Me. Yes, you two look scarily alike that even I almost got fooled. You might get attacked out of nowhere if some of the other guys see you. Wow, that's a bit too much. Siegfried muttered with the best pity-inducing face he could put on. That's your luck. Why did you have to go and look like that bastard Han Ti-sung of all people, tusk? Choi Chial-kai said while clicking his tongue. Do you really think I wanted to look like him or something? What can I do when this is how I was born? Siegfried grumbled. Anyway, you better be careful. Our guild can be quite merciless, so don't go around drawing attention and keep a low profile so you don't get mistaken for him. You got that? Choi Chial-kai warned with a hint of arrogance and pride in his voice. Egu, of course, I should be careful. I know how scary the Genesis Guild can be, Siegfried replied while looking genuinely scared. However, Siegfried was doing the best he could to suppress how he really felt right now. I want to beat him up. That's good if you got what I mean. Then, have fun playing, let's go boys. Choi Chial-kai said with a satisfied nod after seeing Siegfried scared out of his wits. And then he withdrew along with the other guild members. Uvo, you were so scary, you almost made me piss myself. Siegfried muttered with a grin while glaring at the backs of the Genesis Guild members. Some of the facts he found out through Choi Chial-kai was that the Genesis Guild currently had no information about him. I'm certain that they have no idea I changed my player ID and reset my character. In that case, it means Chen Wu-jin did not tell them about me. Then where did the leak come from, he wondered. But he could not think of any possibility of how the Genesis Guild discovered that he was still playing the game, and even distributed a sketch of him. However, he was certain that his information had leaked from somewhere. Anyway, I should be as careful as much as possible for now since it doesn't seem like they know about me yet, Siegfried thought, as he decided to maintain a low profile for now. After all, he had to be at least level 150 or level 200 to be able to do something against them. The black market was located on a road called Sukhumvit. Sukhumvit was located in the western part of Dandajiri, and it was a road that stretched 3 kilometers long. The road was tightly packed with hundreds of peddlers. There was a joke that they sold anything and everything one could imagine, since they sold a huge variety of stuff. Let's sell the loot I obtained first, he thought after entering the black market. He immediately set out to sell his loot. But the problem was that the black market merchants seemed to have no sense of shame at all. Goblin Lord's blood. I'll give you 100 gold for it, Python's scale. I'll give you 7 coppers for it. I'm already losing money by doing this. How much have you asked around? The merchants seemed to be dead set on scooping up Siegfried's items for cheap. and it seemed that his low level made him an irresistible target for them. Have a nice day. Siegfried was not stupid, so he did not even bother to exchange words with the shameless ones. He immediately left their shops in search of other shops that would have more conscience in dealing business. 3 hours later. These are quite difficult to find, but you somehow managed to collect them. I'll pay you quite handsomely for these. Siegfried finally found a merchant in a small, rundown shop willing to pay him what his items were worth. That's 7,800 gold in total. Go ahead and count it, the shop owner said. What? Siegfried muttered in disbelief as he doubted his ears. Then he asked just to confirm, how much did you say it was? I said it's 7,800 gold. Is it too little? I think it's quite a fair price though, the shop owner replied. 7,800 gold, converted to Korean. One would be approximately 400 million won. What the hell was it this valuable? I thought it would already be a good deal if I made around 2,000 gold out of it. Siegfried was shocked since he had never realized that the loot he had obtained would be so valuable. I was shocked since I got more than I thought I would. Haha, Siegfried replied while scratching the back of his head. Did you really have no idea? I was expecting to get around 2,000 gold for it at most. Damn it. I should have scammed you instead, the shop owner grumbled. Do you regret it? Regret? I paid you 5,800 gold more than what you expected. I'm too nice for my own good, Tusk. The shop owner clicked his tongue and said while genuinely regretting his choice, those damned bastards. They were trying to scoop up these items worth 7,800 for just 500 gold. Siegfried inwardly cursed and gritted his teeth when he remembered the merchants who tried to rob him for the past 3 hours. I have no choice but to accept since I made the mistake. The shop owner shrugged. You're quite cool about it. Siegfried commented. That's the rule in this line of business. You just have to accept the fact that you got scammed if you got scammed. They don't call it the black market for nothing, you know. I guess so. Besides, I'm not really getting the short end of the stick here. The Goblin Lord's blood is an extremely rare material, and the python parts are even rarer than that. No, how the hell did you manage to get these in the first place when the pythons have gone extinct hundreds of years ago? That's a secret, Siegfried replied with a cheeky grin. Is that so? Then I guess I'll have to give up asking. Aren't you curious? This is the black market. What use is there if the seller doesn't wish to disclose their source? Do you really think that someone who deals with stolen goods would want to know their goods are stolen in the first place? No. One can ask out of curiosity, but the rule of this place is to not bug another for information. That goes the same for the buyer. Thank you for your advice. Siegfried liked this shop owner, but he made sure not to forget that the shop owner was a merchant as well. He's definitely going to take advantage of me the first chance he gets. Thank you for the fair deal, Siegfried said. Likewise, the shop owner replied. Siegfried left the shop with light steps after concluding the deal with the shop owner. I can pay off my debt, upgrade my gear, and send some money back home with this. He thought with a beaming smile. He had been feeling sick after having to spend 15 million won at Club Heaven last night. But who knew he had so much money lying in his inventory? Siegfried thought that this was a perfect example of a blessing in disguise after checking the huge sum of gold in his possession. Let's go and upgrade my gears first. He thought as he was now a buyer in search of an appropriate weapon and armor. However, choosing a weapon wasn't as easy as he thought it would be, and that was because. Alert, you will soon reach level 50. Please select your main weapon. Since he had already grown stronger, it was about time for him to choose the main weapon he would be using from now on. The debuff master could use the following weapons, and Siegfried had to choose one from them. Blunt weapon mastery, shield mastery, greatsword mastery, gauntlet mastery, spear mastery. The reason Siegfried initially went with a blunt weapon was that it was not only cheap, but easy to use as well. However, it was now time for him to seriously choose a weapon that he would be using from now on. On top of that, he could not help but be very careful when choosing his weapon, since the type of weapon would affect his skill's damage, cooldown time, and attack speed. A shield is a no-go. The debuff master is a melee-type physical damage dealer. A shield might reduce damage taken, but it will take too long for my skills to cool down, and that is going to reduce my DPS, he thought while going through the list. DPS, otherwise known as damage per second, was the term used to calculate the total damage dealt to an enemy. It was also one of the most important factors when measuring the worth of a DPS player. Why? That was because no matter how strong the attack of a DPS player was, it was bound to be useless if they had slow attack speed and skill cooldown that made them fall behind those who could consistently deal damage. Let's test things out. Siegfried decided to test each and every weapon out since his decision today would affect his future. That was why he could not carelessly decide on a whim. "Excuse me," Siegfried called out to the weapon shop owner before saying, "Give me each and every one of these." All of these? Yes, if you say so. Here you go." Siegfried placed a pouch filled with gold on top of the counter. Someone in the weapon shop was observing Siegfried while he was busy purchasing weapons. The person's big body was covered from head to toe in a dark hood, so Siegfried did not particularly pay any attention to him. He was intently observing Siegfried with a smile. "Thank you," Siegfried said before leaving the weapon shop. "Interesting," the person muttered as he continued to observe Siegfried. That was not the end of it. He walked out of the shop as well and followed behind Siegfried. Siegfried checked into the intervention hotel after purchasing his test weapons and immediately headed to a private training ground. Alert! You have entered a private training ground. Alert! Do you want to summon a shadow boxer? A shadow boxer was a sandbox dummy with decent defense and unlimited HP. It was more like a test dummy adventurers often used to check their damage and skills from time to time. Summon, shadow boxer. Siegfried summoned the test dummy and tested his skills and damage with each and every one of the weapons. As expected, the specialty of the shield was its destructiveness. It dealt the most damage compared to any other weapon, but its main weakness was the fact that his skills had a long cooldown time when using it. The DPS is lower than a blunt weapon. I could swap out the blunt weapon with the shield from time to time, but the shield is not suitable as my main weapon. Siegfried thought that it was a waste to master the shield since he could switch his weapons around. But he could only choose one weapon to master then. "It's the greatsword this time," Siegfried thought as he put down the shield and equipped the greatsword. Siegfried's test continued on for hours. He equipped the different weapons he purchased and tested out his skills on the shadow boxer. He kept track of the maximum damage each weapon dealt and calculated the total damage each weapon had done after a certain period of time. He was intent on testing his skills as earnestly as he possibly could. Around 2 hours into the test, someone suddenly said, "What you're doing is useless." "What the?" Siegfried jumped up in surprise and immediately turned around toward the voice. This place was a separate dimension created solely for personal use. And it was designed in a way that nobody else aside from the user could enter this place. How did they get in? No, can someone come in and out of this place in the first place? Siegfried thought, perplexed by the fact that someone was able to force their way into this place. "Who are you?" Siegfried said in a polite manner. He was certain that someone capable of intruding into this place was powerful. "I'm just a passing wanderer," said the intruder. "You must be joking," Siegfried muttered. "You have an excellent physique," the intruder said while inspecting Siegfried from head to toe, and then he continued, "I saw you by chance at a shop in Sukhumvit. Did you trail me all the way from there?" "I did." "Why would you trail me?" "I told you, didn't I? You have an excellent physique that only appears once in 500 years. Siegfried was suddenly reminded of his meeting with Beetlejuice. Why does this feel exactly the same as that time? His instincts were right on the money. To be honest, I want to have you as my disciple. The intruder started courting Siegfried. In the end, Siegfried's excellent physique managed to seduce yet another NPC aside from Beetlejuice. "You excellent physique, your reaction speed. You can become a master if you train your combat sense just a little bit." "I hope so too. But do you really think that's possible for me? Haha," Siegfried said with an awkward laugh while scratching the back of his head. What a humble person." "Not at all. Your talent is outstanding, but you are humble on top of it. That's admirable of you." "Not at all," Siegfried muttered in embarrassment. "What is your name?" the intruder asked. "My name is Siegfried." "My name is Shakiro." The intruder introduced himself as he took off the hood covering his face. "Don't tell me." Siegfried was surprised because he knew Shakiro, Weapon Master Shakiro. He was a martial artist and one of the 5-star heavens along with Beetlejuice. He was a master of 8 weapons. He became famous for his capability to wield any weapon at a certain level at any time. The title Weapon Master was truly a befitting title for him. Shakiro type, named NPC race, human level, 354 title, Weapon Master. 5-star heaven. Siegfried was astonished after he confirmed that the man in front of him was indeed Weapon Master Shakiro, but he did not express it outside. It doesn't matter if it's Beetlejuice or Shakiro. I don't have anything to do with them, Siegfried thought, since his standards had become too high after serving Deus, who was the very definition of invincibility itself. I apologize, but I cannot be your disciple, Siegfried said. I'm sure you already have a master. A talented young man like you is bound to have one, Shakiro said. Fortunately, it seemed that Shakiro wasn't the type to force himself on someone like Beetlejuice. But it's all right, Shakiro added. What is all right? I already have a multitude of disciples. What are you talking about? I had a disciple for each weapon I master, but ironically, none of them could reach my level of mastery. It was obvious since everyone was born with different talents, and it was not an overstatement to say that nobody else could be as skillful as Shakiro with so many types of weapons. I do not think I will be any different, since I doubt I will be able to display the same skills as Shakiro Nim, no matter how talented I. Siegfried said. That is exactly the reason, Shakiro interrupted. It's true that you don't have the same talent as I have, since I was born with this talent, but my talent has nothing to do with my strength, since I had to train for it as well. But why me? Your skills. There are some differences depending on the weapon you use, right? Did you see it? Yes, I saw everything from the very beginning. It's a waste to use your skills with just one weapon. You need to use other weapons as well for the situation you are in. But that is impossible. Siegfried shook his head and said, there is the issue with proficiency. A weapon isn't that cheap as well. On top of that, carrying all of them around is. I'll solve that for you, Shakiro interrupted him. I won't force you to become my disciple. Just think of it as a senior giving a bit of advice to his junior while passing by, Shakiro said with passion seemingly burning in his blue eyes. Shakiro wasn't fickle like Beetlejuice, and that was because he was well aware that his ability to handle all weapons was a unique talent only he possessed. As such, Shakiro chose to equally distribute his knowledge to numerous people instead of cramming everything he knew into one person. He realized the limitations of having a single disciple and decided to compromise accordingly to it. That was why he had numerous disciples under him, and that was also the reason he chased after Siegfried. He wanted to teach Siegfried at least one weapon technique, just as he did with his numerous other disciples. However, Siegfried was different from all of his other disciples, and he saw that the young man was not lacking in any way. Of course, he was not 100% satisfied with Siegfried. You are different from me. You might be talented, but you do not have the same talent as I do, Shakiro thought. Unfortunately, Siegfried did not have the talent to use every single weapon, just like the disciples he previously taught, but there was one thing different about Siegfried, and it was Siegfried's skills. Shakiro could not help but be shocked after seeing the skills Siegfried was using, which were the debuff master's skills. This guy's skills. There's a multitude of differences based on the weapon he is using. Oh my God, who created those skills? How is it possible for a skill to have such differences based on the weapons being used? Not to mention, the effects perfectly match the weapon as well, Shakiro thought. Shakiro, who was truly befitting of the title of Weapon Master, was able to get a glimpse of the greatness of Siegfried's master through the skills Siegfried had showcased. How is this possible? I'm certain that the person who created those skills has the same talent as I do. No, I'm certain that they are someone better than me at handling weapons. That is the only explanation of how somebody can create such skills. Shakiro inwardly deduced, and his deduction was spot on. Why? It was because Siegfried's Master Deus was an invincible being who had reached the pinnacle of everything. He was capable of displaying far greater control over any weapon compared to Weapon Master Shakiro. I have to impart my wisdom to this kid. He might not become a weapon master like me, but it's possible for him to switch weapons according to his needs, Shakiro thought as he steeled his resolve to teach everything he knew to Siegfried. Did you say your name was Siegfried? Shakiro asked. Yes, I cannot dare to become your master. That's because your master is a person who has reached the pinnacle. Someone like me can't even dare to compare against your master. How did you know? Siegfried asked, seemingly surprised at Weapon Master Shakiro's words. I got a glimpse of the shadow of your master's greatness thanks to my innate talent. Your master is a being far greater than someone at the pinnacle. No. He's at the level of a god in my opinion. Even the great grandmasters would not dare to compare against him. Even grandmasters will not be able to create the skills you're using, creating a skill that promptly adapts to the weapon being used and is affected by it. It might sound easy, But that is something only possible for someone who has reached the pinnacle of the pinnacle, Shakiro explained. He could say what he said since he had reached the pinnacle of every single weapon type. You are the disciple of such a being. So how could I dare to ask you to become my disciple? Shakiro added. I am very grateful that you were able to recognize my master's greatness. Siegfried said, as he respectfully bowed toward the weapon master. It was his way of showing respect toward his senior. As expected of Master Siegfried thought, he was filled with pride. The fact that the master he was serving was someone Weapon Master Shakiro had described as someone at the level of a god made Siegfried feel extremely proud. That is why I won't ask you to become my disciple, since my pitiful teachings will only tarnish what your master has taught you. Shakiro said, please do not mention it, but I want to provide you with some help at least. What kind of help are you referring to? I wish to teach you everything I know about weapons and help you find the most suitable weapon for yourself. And Shakiro muttered before he extended a cool looking belt toward Siegfried and said, take this, it's my heirloom, this guy's crazy. Is he really giving this to me? Siegfried could not help but inwardly exclaim after checking the information about the belt Shakiro had extended over to him. In fact, he felt dizzy when he saw it. The item Shakiro was handing over to Siegfried was an extremely expensive one. No, it was more appropriate to say that it was an item whose value could not be expressed by numbers. Medjingjord, a magical belt that allows the user to store unlimited weapons. This belt was made to replicate the belt of the god of war Balak in the mythology of the Nuremberg continent's creation. Type armor belt rating. Mythic. The item that Shakiro gave him was a mythic rated item. The item rating in B&W was comprised of 8 categories: normal, magic, rare, unique, legendary, epic, mythic, and universal. Medjingjord belonged to the 8th one in the category, which was mythic, and its options truly lived up to its mythic rating as well. Siegfried was stupefied upon seeing the item's description. Special options: 5. Fast draw allows the user to take out a weapon stored in the belt quickly. Fast store allows the user to store a weapon in the belt quickly. The 2 special options attached to the belt allow the user to switch their weapons quickly, and this was known as fast switching in gaming terms. Players who use more than 2 weapons, or those known as dual-class players, treated fast switching as the bread and butter of their play style. However, the fast switching option of the Medjingjord was just a drop in the bucket when compared to its other options. Soulbound. The weapons stored in Medjingjord will not drop even if the user dies. The Medjingjord will also not drop when the user dies. The binding option seemed peculiar here since losing an item, a weapon at that, was something all gamers feared, but the Medjingjord didn't allow that to happen. In fact, the Medjingjord itself was soulbound, making it impossible to drop upon death, and Siegfried did not have to worry about losing a weapon, which was akin to a gamer's own limb. The value of this soulbound option was probably worth tens of billions of one by itself. And that wasn't all. Added mastery. The user will be able to master another weapon aside from their primary weapon. The number of weapons that can be mastered will increase as the user's level increases. Shared proficiency. The user's proficiency with other weapons will increase even if the user trains only one weapon. Limited to until 80% weapon proficiency, the last set of Medjingjord's options gave the user the talent and mastery they didn't have. On top of that, it also gave Siegfried mastery of a second main weapon in addition to his blunt weapon mastery. Considering all these, one didn't have to mention just how much of a cheat the mythic item was. I might be able to buy a 50-floor building in the middle of Gangnam with just this item alone, but he's giving this to me for free. Siegfried thought. He was dumbfounded upon realizing Medjingjord's value. Are you really giving this to me? Siegfried asked. Yes, I am, Shakiro nonchalantly replied. Why? I'll die and disappear one day, Shakiro said with a smile, and then he continued, everyone will die one day, and that is the same for you. You might be an immortal in the Nuremberg continent, but you will someday die in your own world. The world that Shakiro was talking about was the other world the NPC thought of when referring to the hometown of the players. In short, they were referring to the real world outside of the game. I can't bring this with me to the afterlife when I die. So why should I hoard it? Shakiro said. You're correct, but do I even have the right to receive such a precious item? Siegfried was hesitant. You don't. Then why? That's because you are the most worthy despite being unworthy. In fact, there's nobody worthy of being the successor to my title as Weapon Master, which proves just how rare my innate talent is. I'm also certain that there won't be none like me in the future. I see. That's why I'm giving that to you, since I don't really have any other options. Of course, I could pass it down to one of my disciples since I do have plenty of them, but they don't have the skills you possess. It seemed that the weapon master was giving the mythic item to Siegfried. Not because of his potential, but solely because of the perfectly created skills in his possession. I don't have much use for this item anyway, since I was born with an aptitude for all weapons. This item just makes it convenient for me to carry around numerous weapons, Shakiro added. Ha ha. Siegfried laughed in disbelief. So what do you think? Will you accept my keepsake? Is this a memento? Won't it become one if I die someday? I mean, you are not wrong. Let's go, Shakiro said after forcing Medjingjord into Siegfried's hands. Where are we going? Siegfried asked. To the arena, Shakiro replied. The main reason why Dandajiri was called the City of Pleasure was that all sorts of vices anyone could possibly imagine could be experienced in this place. Dandajiri was littered with all sorts of adult content such as brothels, opium dens, bars, clubs, gambling houses, etc. Of course, minor players were barred from accessing these adult contents as per the laws of virtual reality games. One of the most famous adult content in Dandajiri was none other than the arena. The arena was one of the adult contents in BNW that minors couldn't access, and it was all because the arena in Dandajiri did not simply operate as a dueling place. It was also a place where people could gamble on the fighters. Ugh, it stinks. Siegfried grimaced from the stench while following Shakiro through the arena. The arena had a hard-to-describe stench. The closest description that could describe it was the mixture of the stench of something decaying. Old blood, sweat, and tears, maybe not tears, but alcohol, cigarettes, food, cheap perfumes of whores, the disgusting breaths of drunkards, and the smell of sweaty men who haven't showered for days. Siegfried felt his head throb after smelling the reviling scent of the arena for the first time in his life. Why did you bring me here? Siegfried asked. To train, Shakiro replied. What kind of training can I even do here? Siegfried asked. However, Shakiro cut him off and explained. It will be much more efficient for you to train your proficiency in weapons by fighting humans rather than monsters. How efficient do you think it will be if you train your weapons against monsters when they were created to harm humans? Ah, it's going to be tough, so you better prepare yourself. That is something I am looking forward to, Siegfried replied with a smile. His smile was a knee-jerk reaction to training with suffering, which would remind anyone of Pavlov's dog. That was because Siegfried had personally experienced how vicious training could blossom into strength, thanks to Deus. That evening, Siegfried paid some gold to register himself as a fighter and made his debut at the arena. 5 minutes before the start of the fight. Will this even be effective? Siegfried thought about how joining the arena as a fighter would benefit him. The strongest fighter in the arena is going to be an NPC who is slightly higher leveled than me. Siegfried thought after looking around and discovering that there weren't any potential opponents who could help him train in this place. In fact, Siegfried bumped into the current champion of this arena on the way to the waiting area. And he managed to gauge the champion's strength. I think I can beat him up in 5 minutes. Just what do I stand to gain by fighting against these guys? The champion was level 65, and Siegfried judged that it wouldn't be that difficult for him to crush the champion in a fight. Wear this, Shakiro said as he extended something made out of metal over to Siegfried. What is this? Siegfried asked while tilting his head in confusion. You will know once you put it on, Shakiro replied. I have no idea how to wear it. Siegfried muttered, seemingly perplexed. The reason Siegfried was perplexed was that the thing Shakiro gave him looked like a skeleton armor made up of metals resembling human bones, and the armor looked like it was not going to protect him from any attacks except for his joints. It will latch itself onto you if you place it on your shoulder, Shakiro said. Okay, Siegfried replied and wore the armor according to Shakiro's instructions. Clack, clack, the armor moved by itself and covered Siegfried's entire body. However, there were still open spots all over his body, so his defense could be considered 0. Wear this too, Shakiro said, and handed over leather armor, a cape, and a dirty-looking bone mask. I'm sure you are familiar with blunt weapons, right? Shakiro asked. I am, Siegfried confidently replied. Then we shall start with a greatsword, Shakiro said before picking out an average-looking greatsword from the weapon rack and handing it over to Siegfried. Now, the newbie of the arena, Weaklingman, is about to debut. Siegfried heard the arena host's announcement after putting on his equipment. Weakling man, Siegfried muttered with a grimace and asked, is he talking about me? Do you like it? Shakiro smiled and said, you can't use your real name when fighting at an arena like this. It's just a nickname, so don't mind it too much. Ah, all right. And? Yes, don't use any of your skills, fight with only the basics. Do you understand? Yes. Then I wish you luck. I will see you later, Siegfried said with a bow before leaving the waiting area. You will realize why your nickname is Weaklingman, while Shakiro said with a mischievous smile while looking at Siegfried's back. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Weakling Man. The host enthusiastically shouted to announce Siegfried's entrance to the arena. Siegfried was surprised the moment he saw his enemy. Mickey type, NPC race, Mimic level, 37 title. Scythe of Massacre. His first enemy was a member of a humanoid race called Mimic, and his opponent looked like a crossbreed of a mantis and a human. However, his opponent's level surprised Siegfried the most. Can it even withstand a blow or two? Siegfried was worried for his opponent. He wasn't really overconfident, nor was he looking down on Mickey. But he sincerely thought that he could crush Mickey with a single smite. Buo, Weaklingman, what's with that skeleton get up? Are you trying to show off or something? Mickey, go and pull that skeleton's head off. The ignorant spectators know gamblers booed Siegfried. Why are you being like this to me? Siegfried thought, then. He decided to ignore the spectators coolly when he was starting to wonder about Shakiro's motives. A message suddenly popped up in front of him. Alert. The debuff armor is scanning your opponent's ability. Debuff armor. Siegfried was surprised when he saw the real name of the skeleton armor he was wearing. Alert. Scan complete. Alert. The user is going to be nerfed accordingly. A confounding message appeared. User, it's going to nerf me, Siegfried thought in surprise. While Siegfried was distracted by the debuff armor, a bunch of sharp objects shot out from the armor and stabbed him all over. Puck, puck, puck. The armor Shakiro gave Siegfried ended up having an interesting function. Debuff armor, a magical armor that restricts the user. Type, armor, full body, rating, legendary abilities, nerf, scans the user and the enemy's abilities and nerfs the user until they were 20% weaker than the enemy. Siegfried had no idea what kind of pervert made this armor, but the armor nerfed its user rather than buffing them. Moreover, the nerfing process was pretty painful. Puck, puck, puak. The thin thorns that shot out from the bones making up the armor mercilessly stabbed Siegfried's muscles and nerves. However, that was not the end of the surprise. Clack. Clack, the mechanical mechanism in the debuff armor started to constrict Siegfried's body. Puke. Siegfried groaned out in pain before falling down on one knee. Puhahaha. Look at him getting scared. No wonder his name is Weaklingman. Why did you even bother to come out? Get lost. The spectators started mocking Siegfried. Weaklingman seems to have been overwhelmed by his debut match. The host seemed to have joined in on the fun of mocking Siegfried. What a weak, pathetic human, Mickey, his opponent, said before exuding killing intent toward him. Then let the match between Mickey and Weaklingman begin. The match started. Die, Mickey shouted as the humanoid wasted no time to open its wings and charge at Siegfried. It's coming. Siegfried reacted and tried to move away. Sukiok. A sound rang in his ears and then, Fweta. Blood started spurting out of his arm. Damn it. I could have avoided it, Siegfried inwardly cursed, seemingly taken aback by what happened. Siegfried could have easily avoided that attack and even counterattacked twice while he was at it, however. He couldn't do it. Alert, warning. Your stats are 20% lower than your enemies. Siegfried could not overpower Mickey because of his debuff. Armor's nerf ability. You got lucky, human, Mickey said while licking Siegfried's blood off of its scythe before it asked, but do you really think you'll survive the next one? I'm a bit annoyed right now, so can you please shut up? Siegfried retorted. I see that you have a big mouth, Mickey said with a grin before it added, I'll finish you slowly. I'll cut your arms off and then slowly rip your legs. It seems that Mickey was planning to toy with its prey before finishing Siegfried off. You must be frustrated and wronged right now, Shakiro thought with a mischievous smile while observing Siegfried from the spectator stands. You won't be able to use your excellent physique and your skills, but Siegfried, there's no other method as effective as this when it comes to raising your proficiency with weapons. Not using your mana and skills and relying only on the fundamentals is the most effective and proper way to understand your weapon's capabilities, Shakiro thought. That was the reason Shakiro brought Siegfried to the arena. The arena was a place where fighters using all sorts of weapons were gathered. But it was not that high level of a place since it was just a place for gamblers to place their bets. This meant that this was the best place for Siegfried to experience fighting against many different weapon users while solely relying on his basic weapon. You may have always fought with the upper hand, but this place is different. We'll have to fight as the underdog in this place, Shakiro thought. However, Shakiro had one misconception about Siegfried. Siegfried had never had the upper hand in his fights. He had always been the underdog in every battle he fought. This fact remained the same whether it was his previous life as the elemental mage or his current life as the debuff master. Siegfried had always been chasing after a spot higher than where he was currently standing. So he always had to fight against those who were stronger than him. As such, it didn't take that long for Siegfried to show what he was truly capable of. Abandon your sense of superiority and start from the bottom. Shakiro thought, however. The next thing that happened took him by surprise. Sukiok, the sound of something getting severed could be heard from the stage. The entire arena froze. And Shakiro froze over as well. Impossible. Shakiro inwardly exclaimed as he doubted his eyes. Quiwahak. Mickey was screaming in agony while holding onto his severed arm. Siegfried struggled against the humanoid. Slash, slash. Mickey unleashed a barrage of slashes with its scythe, cutting Siegfried up all over. You little rat. Mickey cried out in frustration at thought that it would be able to easily cut off one of the arms of the weak human called weaklingman, but the human managed to avoid every decisive blow that had hurled at the human so far. Let's calm down and think. Siegfried calmly ignored Mickey and tried to understand why Shakiro had given him this logic-defying trial. Siegfried's current state was the complete opposite of Shakiro's expectations. Was he frustrated? Yes, he was, but the frustration wasn't driving him crazy. Why? Had there ever been a time when he had the upper hand against his enemies? The main buff skill of the debuff master was called contempt. For the strong, the reason for his class existence was to beat up those stronger than him, so there was no reason for him to be agitated after getting nerfed a little bit. Shakiro is a weapon master, a master of all weapons. He isn't like some Tom, Dick, and Harry in the streets. I'm sure he has a reason for making me do all these, Siegfried thought, however. Something suddenly caught his eye flash. He noticed that Mickey's scythes were its arms as well. Isn't that a blade in a sense? Siegfried discovered something. If we say this bastard's scythes are blades, then I'm currently fighting against a swordsman stronger than me, right? He had discovered the answer. Siegfried finally understood Shakiro's motives for forcing him into this arena match. A greatsword is more inclined towards slashing rather than stabbing, and it would also be a big deciding slash instead of an average one. A blade can be single-edged, but a greatsword is double-edged. Let's see if I can use that to my advantage. Siegfried thought as his movements started changing. What the hell is this bastard? Why does it feel like he suddenly became stronger? Mickey thought, taken aback by Siegfried's sudden change. And it resulted in clang, clang, clang. Siegfried's greatsword continuously blocked Mickey's attack. The spectators burst into laughter at the scene unfolding before them. Puhahaha, look at that bastard. Look at him squirm, haha, way to go. Way to go, just fuck off bastard. Siegfried's movements looked like a joke to the spectators, since his body wasn't perfectly reacting the way he wanted it to react thanks to the debuff armor, and it looked like he was barely hanging on for dear life while trying to awkwardly defend himself from Mickey's attacks. Shwick, this bastard, his swordsmanship is improving. However, Mickey was flustered by the sudden improvement in weaklingman's swordsmanship. Clang when Siegfried parried Mickey's scythe with his greatsword. Whoosh, he suddenly spun in place and shifted his weight. Ah no, Mickey inwardly exclaimed after realizing the danger it was in. But it was too late. Whoosh, Siegfried swung his greatsword in a big arc, thud. Mickey's right arm fell to the ground. It didn't take long for Siegfried to be enlightened by the trial weapon master Shakiro had set up for him. How did he? Shakiro was astonished. Oh my god, I never expected him to realize it so quickly. This guy. How fast does his mind work? Shakiro didn't expect that Siegfried would quickly understand the purpose of the trial. He gave the latter, but there was something else that greatly surprised the weapon master. He was neither shocked nor frustrated by the nerf he suddenly received, and he did not shrink back after realizing that his enemy was stronger than him. How is that even possible? Geniuses like you should have always enjoyed having the upper hand in a battle. How did you maintain such calmness that can only be found in a veteran who had fought tens of thousands of battles? Shakiro thought in awe. He was awed by how quickly Siegfried had analyzed, understood, and grasped the situation. However, This was all Shakiro's misunderstanding, because of his ignorance of the path of agony and shame. Siegfried had to walk to reach where he was. The winner is, surprisingly, the winner is Weaklingman, the host screamed out loud. In the end, Weaklingman had a successful debut thanks to winning his debut match. Wow, that was crazy. Look at his luck, it's almost as if. Hey Weaklingman, you bastard, go and buy the lottery, you got that. I lost all my money because of that bastard. Damn it, isn't this manipulation? How can Weaklingman win against Mickey? Holy cow, how much did I win? The spectators went ballistic at the result, since most of them had bet on Mickey's victory, yet Weaklingman ended up winning the match. However, Siegfried paid no heed to them as he silently walked toward the waiting area. Step, step, step. The arena was a place for him to raise his proficiency with weapons, nothing more, nothing less. You're here. Shakiro welcomed Siegfried to the waiting area and said, "Good job." Thank you. Siegfried sincerely expressed his gratitude toward Shakiro, and then he said, I have finally realized what Shakiro Nim wanted me to learn from this place. I'm surprised. Why were you surprised? I thought that you were just someone born with an excellent physique when I first met you. I thought that you were just someone fortunate enough to be born with that physique and to train under an excellent master. But I realized I was wrong when I saw your match just now, Shakiro said while staring intently at Siegfried. What did you realize? Siegfried asked, seemingly confused. You're a genius. What? Siegfried muttered with a face that seemed to say, what bullshit are you spouting? Me, a genius? Siegfried asked while pointing at himself. Yes. Shakiro nodded. No, that is impossible. What do you mean impossible? How am I a genius? I am just trash, Siegfried said with sincerity in his voice. You're trash, a useless piece of trash, am I wrong? He had to endure being called all sorts of dehumanizing insults such as trash, useless fool, a talentless, useless fool, etc. by his master Deus. Tusk, being too humble can be a flaw too, Shakiro said with a grimace. I'm not being humble though, Siegfried retorted. I have never seen anyone with such a level of comprehension other than you. People mostly refer to my disciples as geniuses, Shakiro said. Well, they are definitely geniuses, considering they're Shakiro Nim's disciples, Siegfried muttered. However, Shakiro cut him off and said, You are greater than all of them. What? Your level of comprehension is far greater than anyone else I have taught, and your passion for greatness is far above any of them. You are born with a talent beyond anyone else, and your humble temperament is the perfect temperament to pursue the path of martial greatness, Shakiro explained. Why are you doing this to me? Siegfried mumbled. He wanted to dig a hole and hide in it after hearing Shakiro's cringy words. He had never imagined that someone would call him a genius. It seemed that all sorts of things would really happen to people as long as they lived long enough. I'm glad to have met a junior like you in my final cough. Shakiro was smiling when he suddenly vomited blood. Bloog, his dark blood covered the floor of the waiting area. Shakiro Nim, Siegfried exclaimed as he hurriedly rushed over toward Shakiro. Cough. Cough, cough. There was something strange about Shakiro's coughing. A lump of dark blood would come out whenever he coughed, and it was quite difficult to say he was fine since the skin on Shakiro's neck looked dark for some reason. Shakiro Nim, I think you should go to the temple, Siegfried suggested. By temple, he meant the temple of the goddess of healing. However, Shakiro cut him off and waved his hand. It's nothing serious. It's just an illness I've had for quite a while now, so you don't need to be worried about it. But still, you do not look so good. I know my illness the best, so don't worry. I'll have to tidy myself a bit, Shakiro said as he gently pushed Siegfried away and retrieved a dark handkerchief to wipe the blood off of his mouth. Anyway, you're truly a genius, I'm certain of it, Shakiro said. I'm not. Siegfried retorted. No, you are a genius, I said. I'm not. Who can be called a genius if you aren't? Who knows? Anyway, I am not a genius. Your humbleness is starting to sound like you're mocking me right now. No, that is not what I meant. Let's drop it, Shakiro said. He stared intently at Siegfried with his blue eyes before adding, It's difficult to listen to a genius mocking me. Ugh. Siegfried sighed in resignation. Anyway, you saw through my intentions. On top of that, you fully grasped the greatsword and understood how the blade worked. I am not sure if I managed to fully grasp it, but I think I got the hang of it now. That's right, you have clearly understood the greatsword. Thank you, but that's just the start. Now you are to use the greatsword and face all sorts of weapons that exist in this arena. And that is not all. You will have to repeat the same process with another weapon once you get used to the greatsword, Shakiro explained. I agree with you, Siegfried said. He truly agreed with the weapon master's words. I will have to face all sorts of enemies from now on. So I have to learn how to fight against each and every one of their weapons. This is a blessing, so I should treat it as one and take advantage of this opportunity to study as much as I can about weapons. Siegfried thought that it was fine if he delayed leveling up for a bit, since he would surely reap even more profits while learning under an overqualified teacher like Shakiro. I like how you think. You're not in a rush and are willing to learn. Shakiro said with a satisfied smile. The opportunity to be bestowed such great teachings is rare. Siegfried replied, Not at all. I'm certain that all you had until now were great teachings. Anyone who has reached a certain level would covet teaching you as their disciple. Your physique will certainly tempt them, Shakiro said. That was not the case in the past. I was trash who nobody was willing to spare even a glance just a couple of months ago. There's no way that's possible, Shakiro said. He didn't believe Siegfried's words. Are you telling me that your physique has improved so much in a span of just a few months? That is impossible. You will have to reach the level of a master first and rearrange your entire body structure to achieve such a physique. And I'm certain that you haven't gotten anywhere near the master level yet, right? Shakiro said. There was something like that. I refuse to believe you. I will not try to convince you. I can't even explain it myself anyway. Well, shall we forget about this debate? Is there anything more important right now than your learning? You are correct, Siegfried replied with a smile. Since his debut, Weaklingman, who had suddenly appeared like a meteor, crushed the arena with an unbelievable record of 100 wins in 100 fights. Weaklingman was a strange being, and he would always be weaker than his opponents. His fighting pattern would always remain the same. He would always struggle at the start of the match, but he would always grasp a single opportunity to land a big attack against his enemy and emerge victorious. Hey, is that bastard really weak? Or is he strong? Isn't this match fixing? Damn this, he won again. I thought he would surely lose this time, but he won again. Thanks to that, the gamblers of the arena were in a state of confusion regarding their future bets. It was all because Weaklingman would always look like he was a candle about to be snuffed out in front of his enemies, and he always seemed weaker than every single one of his enemies. The fact that he achieved a record of 100 wins in 100 matches drove the gamblers crazy. They could have just bet that Weaklingman would win, but then the uncertainty and the possibility of his sudden defeat were always there, dangling on top of the gamblers' heads, which drove them even crazier. Besides his apparent weakness, there was one other thing about Weaklingman that stood out, and that was the fact that he kept changing his weapon. He first started with a greatsword, then a saber, then a shield, gauntlet, sword, rod, scythe, and so on. Weaklingman continued to fight in the arena as if he were Weapon Master Shakiro. Weaklingman has reached 500 consecutive victories. After a month, Weaklingman succeeded in reaching 500 victories, a historical achievement at the arena in Dandajiri. However, the even more surprising thing was, I'm retiring, Weaklingman said. He disappeared from the arena with those 2 words after his 500th victory. The only thing he left behind was the legend of his 500 consecutive victories in the City of Pleasure's arena. Forest on the outskirts of the City of Pleasure, Dandajiri. To think you would achieve 500 victories in just a month. Amazing. That is truly an amazing feat, even if it was just at an arena like that one, Shakiro said while praising Siegfried. I just did my best and it somehow happened. Haha. Siegfried replied with an awkward laugh while scratching the back of his head. I had no idea time could pass so fast. It was really fun, he thought. Siegfried did not even notice how much time had passed since he had been so immersed in studying how each and every weapon worked. That was how much fun he had been having when it came to analyzing the different types of weapons. Moreover, his tedious training also gave him a sweet, sweet fruit. Blunt Weapon Mastery, Level 10. You deal additional damage when using blunt weapons. He discovered his talent for blunt weapons during his training over the month, and he ended up choosing blunt weapons as his main type of weapon without an ounce of hesitation. It would later turn out that the weapon he had initially chosen, without giving it much thought, was the weapon he would be using for the rest of his life. However, that was not the end of it. It was just one of the benefits of merging Jord's options, but Siegfried also discovered that he was quite skilled with the spear as well. In fact, his spear thrusts was so ferocious, even Shakiro himself was surprised by it. You're quite good at thrusting. You could become the best spearman on the continent just by mastering thrusting alone, Shakiro said. He wasn't stingy with his praise. Alert, the magic belt Medjingjord has bestowed upon you a new ability. Alert, congratulations, you have received a new ability. Alert, you have received spear mastery. Alert, the magic belt Medjingjord has increased your spear mastery proficiency to 80% of your blunt weapon mastery proficiency. Siegfried could handle the spear pretty well even without grinding, thanks to the mythic item. New Spear Mastery Level 8. You deal additional damage when using a spear. Additional ability Medjingjord has bestowed upon you. Siegfried obtained mastery of 2 weapons despite only training in one, and this meant that he could now use 2 versions of his skills, with both blunt weapons and the spear. A blunt weapon and a spear, it's a good combination. It's 100 times better than using a sword and a saber at the same time. You might be able to become a true dual class if you continue training, Shakiro said as he congratulated Siegfried. I have learned a lot from you even though I am not talented in every single weapon, Siegfried said. There is no need for you to be talented in every single weapon. Honestly, this talent of mine is nothing but a parlor trick. Why are you saying that? You can't really reach the pinnacle just because you can use every single weapon. The 5-star heaven would have become the 4-star heaven, while the 3 jewels would have long become the 4 jewels by now if it were that easy, Shakiro said. Shakiro was correct. Unfortunately, he could not make any more progress, but the martial path you have been walking is not a waste, Shakiro Nim. The fact that you decided to walk on that path is meaningful enough, and you have reached the master level, have you not? Honestly speaking, it is not that common for someone to become a master, right? Siegfried said. You're right. I guess I'm amazing because I managed to become a master. Haha. Thank you for your teachings. I might not be able to serve you as my master, but you have truly taught me a lot of invaluable things, and I would like to show my gratitude to you, Siegfried said with a bow to show his sincere gratitude. I'm grateful to you as well. It has been really fun to meet a talent like you in the later stages of my life, and you reminded me of the past too, Shakiro said with a smile. Reminded you of the past means? There are only 2 people who managed to reach 500 victories in the arena at Dandajiri. Those 2 people are you and me, Shakiro explained. It has been 100 years, but I can still remember. That day as if it happened yesterday, the day when I was just a mere 3rd-rate fighter. Yet I reached 500 victories and retired. Don't tell me that Shakiro Nim was the legendary fighter. What legend? How strong can someone become when all they did was fight at a low-level arena? I was just a 3rd-rate fighter. You saw the level of the arena yourself, right? That place is nothing more and nothing less than a gambling den, still. Of course. It's not as if it was truly meaningless, since I managed to survive till now, haha. Shakiro laughed and said, I remember those days whenever I look at you, and it makes me feel young again. I do not know how to respond to that, haha. I hope that you will continue on your path with the same conviction and passion as you have today. You are a really good junior whom I'm proud of, Shakiro said. Thank you, Siegfried responded with a bow. Then let's go. Where? You will find out once you follow me, Shakiro said as he led Siegfried somewhere. City of Pleasure, Dandajiri. Abandoned mine. Shakiro led Siegfried to an abandoned mine that had been abandoned for hundreds of years. Why here of all places? Siegfried asked. I'm looking for something, Shakiro replied. What are you looking for? A treasure map. Huh, a treasure map. There's this object I have been looking for in the past 30 years, and I heard that the map where its location is recorded can be found in this abandoned mine. Aha. I did some research and it turns out that this place is a dungeon. I could have easily cleared it myself, but I decided to hold back. Why did you hold back? To give you back the time you lost. Huh, your growth was stunted for the past month because of the training, so isn't it time for you to kickstart your growth once again? Are you telling me to clear this dungeon? Siegfried asked. That's impossible, Shakiro replied with a smirk before continuing. This dungeon is far too dangerous. You will not be able to clear this dungeon with your strength, and you might even die after clearing just a fifth of it. Then, I will clear it. Hyok, you did well for the past month. This dungeon's clearance is my gift to you, and the only thing you have to do is to follow me from behind. Siegfried immediately understood what Shakiro meant. Boosting. Weapon Master Shakiro wanted to boost Siegfried in a high-level dungeon. Wow, I had never imagined that an NPC will boost me of all people. Siegfried inwardly muttered, but he was both happy and dumbfounded at the same time. He had experienced being boosted by a player after paying a certain sum to them for their services. But he had never received a boosting service from an NPC, let alone a voluntary booster at that. Siegfried was most surprised about the fact that this would be a free boost. Let's go. Shakiro said as he headed into the abandoned mine. Yes, Siegfried replied and hurriedly followed behind Weapon Master Shakiro. Shakiro had been right to say that Siegfried could only clear a fifth of the dungeon before dying. No. It seemed like clearing even a tenth of the dungeon would still be impossible for him. That was because Chimera 154, a monster created from a complex mechanism, along with the body parts of various monsters. It is a monster created with the sole purpose of killing, an extremely dangerous monster. Level 150 race, mixed, Chimera rating, normal. The normal mob that popped up as soon as they entered the abandoned mine was a level 150 monster. The Chimera 154 was a powerful monster Siegfried would barely be able to kill even if he threw everything he had at it. On top of that, the real problem was that there were hundreds of these monsters in this dungeon. Siegfried would certainly find himself dead on the floor in less than a minute if he had entered this dungeon alone. But for Shakiro, it was different. He displayed strength worthy of being one of the 5 officially recognized masters on the continent, and he easily disposed of the level 150 monsters. Siegfried suddenly found Shakiro holding a blade he retrieved from out of nowhere. Chwayak, the blade danced in his hand. Thud, thud. The Chimera 154s were cut into dozens of pieces. You have obtained experience points. 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 A barrage of messages indicating the increase in his experience points appeared in front of Siegfried. You have reached level 47. You have reached level 48. He leveled up twice in the blink of an eye. Wow. What a massive wave of experience points. Siegfried inwardly marveled at the experience points he was getting. He felt like he would get drunk on the experience. That was only natural since the level 150 Chimera 154s were lumps of experience points for him, who was only level 50, and killing them was akin to hunting dozens of boss monsters. However, that was not the end of the surprise. Standard saber, a normal saber that can be made by any blacksmith with decent skills. Type, blade rating. Magic. The weapon Shakiro was using to cut down the Chimera 154s was not special in any way, and it had no special abilities or options attached to it. An ordinary saber was massacring the level 150 monsters as if they were air. It really went without saying that a master would not blame their weapon. "Let's go," said Shakiro after killing dozens of Chimera 154s. "Yes," Siegfried exclaimed and followed the weapon master. The boosting service that Shakiro was giving Siegfried could only be described as FXC awesome. This isn't a normal boost anymore. This is like putting wings on me. I don't think even rankers could boost someone like this, Siegfried exclaimed inwardly. He wasn't really mistaken because no players had reached the master level so far. This is awesome. Amazing. Siegfried thought. He resolved to suck every single drop of experience points Shakiro would give him. "You have obtained experience points. You have obtained experience points. You have obtained experience points. You have obtained experience points." His experience points kept piling up. "You have reached level 49. You have reached level 50. He leveled up. Alert, you are now able to learn new skills. Upon reaching level 50, Siegfried could finally learn the debuff master's new skill. Proof of Existence, a buff that increases damage dealt by 20% when attacking debuff targets. Proof of Existence was a skill that lived up to its name. It ensured that the presence of the debuff master would be felt. The buff could only be cast on oneself, and it allowed the user to deal increased damage to a debuff target. It would cement the debuff master's position as a hybrid debuffer and physical DPS. "It seems you got something good out of what we had done here. Congratulations," Shakiro said with a warm smile while looking at Siegfried checking his new skill. "Thank you," Siegfried replied with respect. "Your master seemed to have engraved the skills he created in your brain, am I correct?" Shakiro asked while observing Siegfried. "How did you know?" Siegfried asked, seemingly surprised. "Your master is an astounding person. I'm certain that he engraved those skills in you so that you will not have to go through the process of trial and error or go down the wrong path." Aha, his confidence is amazing as well. That's not something someone can do without being 100% confident in the skills they have created. It seems as if he is trying to tell you that his way is the path to invincibility. A teacher would usually place a few forked roads to help their disciple enlighten themselves. Shakiro muttered. "He is indeed capable of doing that," Siegfried confidently said. In fact, Deos did mention something similar to what Shakiro had just said. Don't ask. Don't even be curious. The thoughts of someone like you are not important. Just shut up and do as I say. Eventually, you will become invincible. Do you understand? However, the way Deos had said it was quite different from Shakiro. You are truly blessed, Shakiro praised. It is a bit hard to look at it that way. Siegfried grumbled, I should create my own path as well. I don't feel so comfortable being spoon-fed by my master like this, it feels like. Ha, Shakiro boisterously laughed at Siegfried's words, and then he said, truly amazing. The more I look at you, the more admirable you become. How can I become as passionate as you? I can't understand how you can think of wanting even more, even though you already have the entire map of the path toward invincibility. That's because I still have a conscience, ha. Don't worry. It's important to create your own path, but there's no reason for you to do that since you already have the complete blueprint with you. What's more important than all of your concerns is your life. My life, yes, you inherited the complete and perfect blueprint, but the life that you will live with it will certainly be different from the one your master lived, don't you agree? And eventually you will have to forge your own path. Will that day really come? Yes, once you can stand with your master as equals. A crossroad will appear on that day. You might become an invincible being that transcends invincibility itself. The weapon master's words just now was simply astounding, surpassing his master. Siegfried wasn't sure if such a thing were even possible in the first place. Will that day come? I am not sure of that. My master has surpassed the limits of this world and is on the verge of becoming a god, Siegfried said. Why, you aren't confident? Shakiro asked with a smirk. I am not confident that I can achieve that. My, how can I be confident about doing that? Thinking that I can surpass my master is not being confident, but being arrogant, but Siegfried said with a smile before he paused for a moment, and continued, I feel like I do want to surpass him one day. That one day could be the day B&W ended its services and shut its servers down, but becoming a level 999 user and leaving a legacy in this game did not sound so bad to Siegfried. However, such words were perfect to tell one's parents if one wanted to get slapped. Shakiro grinned after hearing Siegfried's words, and then he said, that's good. You have the qualifications to achieve that since you didn't get consumed by the shadow of your master's greatness. There are many people out there who cannot achieve enlightenment because they are being pressured by their master's greatness, but the way you look at things from a different perspective makes you different from them. My, I am honored. I could be talking to an invincible being of the future right now, Shakiro said. He wasn't stringy with his praise. However, Siegfried wasn't happy upon receiving such praise. Is there a hole I can use to hide around here? He muttered while lowering his head in embarrassment. Why is he praising me so much when I'm just trash? Those were Siegfried's honest thoughts. You have reached level 51. You have reached level 52. You have reached level 53. The dungeon boosting service continued even after Siegfried leveled up 3 more times, when they were about to reach the end of the dungeon. Siegfried suddenly asked, may I ask you something? Go ahead. Shakiro coolly replied, I'm just curious. But just what exactly are you looking for? What is it that you had to dedicate your entire life to finding it? Siegfried asked. Are you aware of the top 3 workshops? Shakiro said. Yes, I am, Siegfried replied with a nod. There was no way he was unaware of the top 3 workshops on the Nuremberg continent, the Autonica of Technology, Bavarian of Power, and Mercedes the Greatest. Then, do you know that the Bavarian workshop has one special department? Shakiro asked. Are you talking about the Hometown of Death? Yes, that's right. The Hometown of Death department was the producer of the best artifacts for the Bavarian workshop. Their artifacts boasted the highest destructive and killing power, and they lived up to the Bavarian of Power motto of the workshop. What about the name of the best master craftsman within the Hometown of Death? Shakiro asked. I am not aware of that, Siegfried muttered in response. Herbert is the legendary master craftsman who had been nominated as the 3rd head of the Hometown of Death. He is the best master craftsman in the history of the Bavarian workshop. Moreover, he is also famous as the mad blacksmith unrivaled throughout history. What do you mean by mad? He was obsessed with making lethal weapons. In fact, he even learned how to draw so that he could draw a portrait of his weapon killing a human being. He's insane. It became clear as day to Siegfried that Herbert was indeed a madman. In the later years of his life, Herbert started creating the deadliest weapon he could ever create. It was naturally deadlier than any of the hundreds of weapons he had ever made, and it was his masterpiece, his life's work, explained Shakiro. Then, what you're looking for is. Siegfried trailed off. That's right. I'm looking for Herbert's life's work, Shakiro replied with a nod. Aha. Don't misunderstand. I'm not planning on using that weapon. I have already given away all of the weapons I had to my disciples, and I don't particularly need another weapon, Shakiro hurriedly clarified. Siegfried knew that Shakiro was telling the truth since the weapon master managed to make quick work of level 150 monsters with a mere standard saber. Then why are you looking for it? Siegfried asked. Let's say that there is some lingering regret, Shakiro replied while rubbing his chin. By lingering regret you mean, it's just this thing I had in my younger days. I told myself back then that I will find and obtain Herbert's life's work. So, it's your dream. Well, you can put it that way. Dream from my younger days. You will find it. I hope so too. Perhaps I can call it my long life's final wish. It's nothing amazing though. What are you going to do with it once you find it? I'm not sure since I don't really have any use for it. Shakiro muttered. He then looked at Siegfried and said, I'm thinking of selling it to you. Huh, what do you think about it? If I manage to find Herbert's life's work, will you buy it? Ah, no, Siegfried muttered. He shook his head and said, I cannot possibly afford it. You can pay in installments, Shakiro said nonchalantly. Do you mean in installments of 1,200 months? I think the monthly interest alone will be worth a whole city. I dislike the thought of being in debt, so I shall politely refuse. A man has to be able to pay for things in one go, so I have no intention of buying things in installments, Siegfried replied. Even if I will sell it to you for cheap, it will still be worth a whole kingdom, even if you give it to me for cheap. Shall only accept your thoughts. I cannot take more from you since you have already taught me a lot, and you even helped me grow stronger. You are truly a rare man in this time and age. I just hate the thought of being in debt. The life's work left behind by Master Craftsman Herbert would surely be a legendary weapon at the very least. Siegfried didn't even try to feel any greed over it since he knew that he wouldn't have the capability to purchase it. He was also certain that he would drown in the interest alone if he were to purchase it in installments. I'm sure he doesn't plan on selling it, though. Siegfried inwardly grumbled. He couldn't help but think that Shakiro was just teasing him. I think we're almost there, Siegfried said, shifting the topic. It should be over there. Shakiro said while pointing at a spot about 50 meters away. In front of them stood a large stone door engraved with the emblem of the Bavarian workshop as well as the letter M, which was the hallmark of the hometown of death department of the Bavarian workshop. There should be a clue to Herbert's final work in that place. Siegfried said, I think so as well. Shakiro replied with a nod. We wandered for quite a bit, but we finally found it. Siegfried's words were interrupted by someone's laughter from behind. Kekek, it seemed that someone had been trailing them all along. 1. This is an age-old saying that basically means that a professional does not care what they are using. An example would be that a professional guitarist could play just as well with a $100 guitar, while a noob would still play badly with a $100,000 one. 2. Boost in Korean is actually called bus, so the original said this isn't a bus anymore but an airplane. But there was no way to put that into English. 3. Really? Siegfried and Shakiro immediately turned around and found a man in red robes sleazily smiling at them. The man looked pretty suspicious. He had silver hair, red eyes, small slit eyes, and a red hue floating around his mouth. On top of that, his pale face and sharp nose made it seem like he could be easily mistaken for a vampire instead of a human. Herbert's life's work is the property of our church, so get lost, said the red-robed man. The red-robed man seemed pretty confident, even though he had no idea of whom he was speaking to. Siegfried was a low-level adventurer, who shouldn't really be in this dungeon, but Shakiro was a different story altogether. How many people were brave enough to tell Weapon Master Shakiro of the 5-star heaven to get lost? Wait a minute. Did he just say church? Could it be? A thought suddenly flashed across Siegfried's mind, and he flinched as a result. Are you the Red Cardinal? Shakiro said, surprisingly. It seemed that Weapon Master Shakiro was aware of the red-robed man's identity. It's a surprise to see the appearance of the man who had always been hiding behind a veil. Said Shakiro. If you know who I am, get lost, the Red Cardinal retorted. It was shocking to see that the so-called Red Cardinal remained seemingly unfazed despite being aware of Shakiro's identity. Get lost? Shakiro muttered with a scoff, and then he growled. How dare you? However, the Red Cardinal cut him off and said, you dying relic of the past. You dare, Shakiro lashed out. An elderly that could die any time soon shouldn't be so active, don't you agree? The Red Cardinal sneered, and then he added, "Don't you think you have to be a bit more conservative if you want to live your pitiful life for a bit longer?" "Right, Shakiro, Keek. I told you to shut your mouth," Shakiro warned the Red Cardinal. The weapon master's blue eyes shone red all of a sudden, and it looked as if a fire were burning within it. "However, oh how scary, I'm so scared that I'm trembling kekek." The Red Cardinal kept on sneering despite the weapon master's warning. "I shall shut your mouth for you then," Shakira said, and then, flash, his saber flashed and flew toward the Red Cardinal. Was it 0.1 seconds? No, it was more like 0.01 seconds. The weapon master's saber flew at the speed of light, and an ear-splitting sound reverberated afterward. Clang! Siegfried stood frozen. He had just witnessed an unbelievable sight as well as the Red Cardinal's sleazy smile. Smirk. "Too slow, kekek," the Red Cardinal exclaimed after blocking Shakiro's attack with a lengthy weapon resembling a spear. "Hey, Shakiro, what are you trying to do with your ragged body? I heard you gave away all of your weapons to your disciples too. Do you seriously think that you can do something against me with that piece of junk? Can't you use your head for a second, you relic of the past?" The Red Cardinal arrogantly taunted the weapon master. "I have to help." Siegfried thought. He sensed that things were going south, but just as he moved his hand, Shakiro said, "Stay back," but Siegfried muttered. Shakiro gently pushed him back and continued, "He is an inquisitor from the Church of Osric. He isn't someone you can fight, so don't worry and leave him to me." "Oh," the Red Cardinal muttered while inspecting Siegfried. And then he said, "I thought you were familiar. I think it was a month ago. I received a report from the Sohoka ruins, and it was quite amusing. The report said that a random greenhorn dared to disrupt an important event of our church. Perhaps. I never thought of meeting that greenhorn here. How dare you disrupt our event? You shall pay for your transgressions with your life," the Red Cardinal said as he extended his hand towards Siegfried. Shwaak. Red thorns shot out from his hand and flew towards Siegfried. I won't be able to avoid it." Siegfried realized that it was going to be difficult, no, impossible to avoid the attack. He couldn't avoid the needle like thorns flying toward him. However, Shakiro stood in front of Siegfried and shouted, "How dare you!" Shwaak. The weapon master fiercely swung his sword and created a ferocious stream of air that blocked the red thorns. "Are you trying to prove that you still have your molars left despite losing your fangs?" the Red Cardinal asked with a smile. "I thought that you were nothing but a walking corpse now," but the Red Cardinal flinched and could not finish his words. Shwiak. Shakiro's weapon suddenly changed, and he swung a whip at the Red Cardinal's face, and thus the battle started. Weapon Master Shakiro and the Red Cardinal of the Church of Osric. The battle between these two could only be described as awe-inspiring. Shakiro constantly switched weapons, living up to his title as the Weapon Master, while the Red Cardinal spread a sinister-looking red energy around him while thrusting his spear. Meanwhile, Siegfried could not properly observe the battle. No, it was more appropriate to say that he could not stand the overwhelming pressure they exuded amidst their fight. What kind of pressure is this?" Siegfried exclaimed in awe. The shockwaves emitted whenever the Weapon Master and the Red Cardinal clashed was so powerful that Siegfried was having a hard time withstanding it. However, Siegfried tried his best not to miss a single moment of the battle. This is a fight between masters. It's not something that you can watch, even if you pay a huge sum of money. I have to watch them and learn. He steeled his resolve as he withstood the overwhelming pressure. It was true that there was no way to watch a fight between masters since there were currently 0 players at the master level. As such, Siegfried considered himself lucky to be able to watch, listen, and feel the battle between these two masters. Will I also be able to do such movements upon becoming a master? He wondered while observing their movements. While Siegfried was intently observing their fight, Shakiro's sword finally managed to dig deep into the Red Cardinal's abdomen. Puluk. Chwak. In addition, the Weapon Master immediately wielded a nunchaku and unleashed a barrage of strikes at the Red Cardinal's face. The Red Cardinal screamed in agony. "As I expected, Shakiro Nim will win." Siegfried was convinced that Shakiro would win, but the next scene caught him off guard, He didn't expect it at all. Quatchik. The Red Cardinal grabbed Shakiro by the neck. How was this possible when the Red Cardinal's abdomen had a sword sticking out of it? He had just been beaten to a pulp by the nunchaku. Shakiro was just as surprised as Siegfried. Kekek. The Red Cardinal burst out into laughter with a hint of madness on his face before saying, "Weapon Master Shakiro, you forced me to become a beast, you walking dead. Uke, Shakiro groaned when the Red Cardinal tightened his grip. I shall rip you into pieces, Kyuhe. The Red Cardinal exclaimed as he laughed sinisterly. Then the Red Cardinal transformed. The Red Cardinal's pale complexion slowly turned dark purplish, and his eyes slowly turned black. His barely visible blood vessels bulged throughout his body, and his feeble-looking physique slowly grew larger. The Red Cardinal's new appearance resembled a beast just as he said a while ago, and it seemed like he was transforming into Bruce Banner, from the Marvel comics, the Hulk. That bastard is the one Master told me about. Siegfried exclaimed inwardly when he instinctively recognized the Red Cardinal's true identity. Alert. Quest. Master's regret has activated. Master's regret type. Quest details. Find and crush the 7 successors of the people known as the strongest 8 on the continent 500 years ago. Progress. 0% descendant of Thunder God Vajra 0, over 1 descendant of Sword Saint Mercy Lego 0, over 1 descendant of Great Sage, Sieghart 0, over 1 descendant of Blood Master Berserk 0, over 1 descendant of Enlightened King Mogris 0 over 1. Descendant of God Arrow Windforce 0 over 1. Descendant of Supreme King Braum 0 over 1. It turned out that the Red Cardinal from the Church of Osric was the descendant of one of the people whom Deus did not get the chance to beat. He was the descendant of the Blood Master Berserk. Vladimir type, NPC race, human level, 301 affiliation, Church of Osric position, Inquisitor title, Red Cardinal additional information, the descendant of the devil known as the Blood Master Berserk, who painted the continent in blood in the past. The Red Cardinal Vladimir turned out to be one of Siegfried's quest objectives. Vladimir was as powerful as he looked in his beast form. He was able to overpower and push Shakiro into a corner. No, it was more appropriate to say that he managed to push Shakiro one-sidedly into a corner, and the weapon master couldn't put up much of a resistance. Quachik. Vladimir grabbed Shakiro's face and slammed him into the ground. Kuhak. Shakiro screamed in agony for the first time since the battle started. I shall rip you into pieces. Kehe, I will chew on your limbs and after I'm done. Kekek, you bastard. Die, Krua. Vladimir shouted and swung his fists toward Shakiro, unleashing a barrage of vicious punches. Quang. Quang quang. Vladimir's fist rained down on Shakiro. Kua. Shakiro screamed in pain. I have to help him, Siegfried thought. He could no longer just stand by and watch. He knew it would be futile. But he could not simply stand by and watch Shakiro die if he was a true man. He couldn't just stand around and watch like a coward while Shakiro was dying right. Moreover, Vladimir was the descendant of Blood Master Berserk, so he would eventually have to crush the Red Cardinal as well. There was no reason he shouldn't intervene. Wuan. Siegfried activated Circle of Mortality. Circle of Weakness and Speed restraint on Vladimir before charging at him. No, he tried to charge at Vladimir. Flash. A bright light manifested all of a sudden. A sword surrounded by a blue aura appeared in a flash. The sword was not made out of metal. It seemed to be made out of mana, the energy of nature, and it seemed that humans will materialize it. In addition, flash, 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 a weapon constructed from mana appeared every time there was a flash. A saber, spear, shield, mace, scythe, greatsword, etc. Every weapon that could be found in this world had appeared. What the hell are those? Siegfried was astonished to see the weapons constructed from mana. While Siegfried was standing there in a daze, the ground started shaking as the weapons made out of mana started spinning around the battlefield. Wuang smirk. Shakiro suddenly smirked. Kyuo. Vladimir tilted his head in confusion. However, he noticed that something was off when he saw the weapon master's smile. Shwa. The weapons rained down on the battlefield. However, it was more accurate to describe the scene as a storm of weapons. Siegfried didn't manage to witness the end of the awe-inspiring skill. Other than how the weapons rained down on the battlefield, he didn't manage to see much because. Alert, status ailment. Alert, you have been stunned. Alert, 29 minutes and 59 seconds until recovery. Alert, 29 minutes and 58 seconds left. Alert, 29 minutes and 57 seconds left. Alert, 29 minutes and 56 seconds left. T-Sung's game character Siegfried couldn't withstand the explosive mana that burst from the storm of weapons and was knocked out by the storm's sheer pressure. Ugh. T-Sung kicked a fuss inside his VR capsule in frustration as he shouted. Why do I have to get stunned now of all times? Why, damn it, why is it now? Who knew that his character would get stunned? However, there was nothing he could do. In fact, he should think he was lucky that his character did not die upon taking the brunt of the shockwaves from the mana explosion. He was level 53, while Shakiro and Vladimir were over level 300. There was a saying that a shrimp would get squashed when caught up in a fight between whales, and Siegfried shouldn't have survived the impact of the shockwaves from their battle. Didn't matter whether he had a hidden class or something even more special. However, the main reason Siegfried got stunned was because of Shakiro's skill. Just how strong is he? T-Sung wondered, recalling the powerful skill that manifested earlier, weapons constructed from mana. This could only mean that Shakiro could manifest weapons made out of mana at will. Those weapons rained down on the battlefield at the weapon master's will as well. Shakiro must have won. Well, there's no way he would lose after using a skill like that. T-Sung was convinced. No, he was confident of Shakiro's victory. Ugh. I want to log back in as soon as possible. He grumbled. His impatience only made the clock tick even slower, which made him even more frustrated as he waited for the countdown timer to end. 30 minutes later. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have recovered. The player's character has recovered from stun. T-Sung's vision returned after the countdown timer ended. Yuck, Siegfried groaned. He had just recovered from the effects of stun, but there was already a pain inundating him. He was a total mess. The durability of all his equipment was reduced to 1 except for Medjingjord, and both his HP and mana were reduced to 10 points. It was a testament to the strength of Shakiro's skill. Are you awake? Siegfried heard a familiar voice. Shakiro Nim, Siegfried exclaimed. He forced himself to get up and turn toward the familiar voice. Shakiro stood tall in front of Siegfried, and he looked so calm that nobody would believe that he was just in the middle of a vicious fight to the death. What happened? What was that skill just now? Siegfried asked. Thousands of weapons litter the skies to descend as a rain of steel. Whenever I use that skill, blood rains all over the battlefield. It's my secret skill. It contains everything I had learned throughout my life. I stumbled upon it by chance while experimenting with an ancient book I found in a ruin, Shakiro explained. It's called Torrential Flower Rain. Shakiro uttered the name of the skill that contained everything he lived for. It's awesome, Siegfried said in awe, and then he added, it's an ultimate skill that certainly suits you. What a shame I couldn't bear witness to it. You don't have to be ashamed about it. It's commendable enough that you were still alive after taking the impact of its shockwaves. Honestly, I was worried that you might get swept up and die. Come on, what does it matter if I die? I will come back to life anyway, Siegfried said with a smile. No, Shakiro shook his head before saying, if you died, we wouldn't be able to meet again. Do you have somewhere you have to be? Siegfried asked. Setting that aside, Shakiro changed the topic. From now on, you have to be careful since you have become a target of the Church of Osric. The Red Cardinal Vladimir is going to be looking for you from now on. He's still alive? Siegfried asked in surprise. Unfortunately. Shakiro directed his gaze at a spot around 10 meters away. It was a severed arm that seemed to belong to Vladimir. He has quite the skill for someone who had just become a master. No, can you even call that skills? Anyway, he is strong. He managed to survive and lose only an arm despite receiving the skill I have devoted my entire life to, Shakiro said. Oh, of course, if my body were in good shape, it would have been a different story. Shakiro added, in addition to his body being in bad shape, Shakiro had also given away all of the legendary weapons he possessed to his disciples, so he fought Vladimir with quite a penalty. I recall you mentioned that you're sick. Siegfried carefully said, it's not an illness, my body is just giving up on me, Shakiro nonchalantly replied. What, your body is giving up on you? Siegfried exclaimed in surprise. It has been a long time since I started fighting the Church of Osric. They are an organization that disrupts the peace and brings chaos to the continent. It was my calling to put an end to their evil plans as a master, but I ended up suffering a grievous wound while fighting them. However, I have no regrets. I don't mind sacrificing myself for the sake of world peace, Shakiro explained. Shouldn't you focus on recovering rather than being here? Let us hurry up, and Siegfried started. However, Shakiro cut him off. If it were curable, I would have treated it long ago. But it was nice meeting you, Siegfried. Shakiro suddenly bade goodbye. My journey started here, and I want a quiet end to my journey while aimlessly walking around the streets, reminiscing about the past. I walked down the streets I once walked while looking back at the life I lived, Shakiro said. Shakiro Nim, I saw you while I was walking. I thought you possessed a pretty unique physique for a young man, and I wanted to teach you anything that would be helpful to you. However, you turned out to be far more talented than I initially thought. I was proud of you. Setting aside your physique, I admire your passion and your mindset. You are truly a rare young man in this day and age, and I didn't expect that you were qualified to dream of becoming an invincible being on top of all that. Shakiro continued. No, Nuo, Siegfried exclaimed inwardly when he realized that Shakiro was really saying goodbye. It was fun being with you. I was happy despite the short time we spent together. Shakiro said, no, you can't leave just like this, Siegfried exclaimed with desperation in his voice. Siegfried. Shakiro called out, his body was slowly disappearing as if he were a ghost. Take Herbert's life's work with you. It will be my final gift to you. I wasn't able to find it myself, but I know that you will fulfill the dreams of my youth and find it. Ah, please, Shakiro Nim, that item isn't important right now. I hope you will use it for the greater good, and this is the skill that contains my life's work. Shakiro waved his hand, and an old tattered book dropped in front of Siegfried's feet. It's not as useful as what your master bestowed upon you, but I know that it will be useful to you one day. Practice it whenever you get the chance. Shakiro Nim, don't lose your heart, as it will be your strongest weapon, and if you do manage to become powerful one day, then I want you to use it for the greater good. I want you to become a responsible person who knows how to use his strength in the right way. Lastly, Shakiro muttered with a weak smile. Siegfried, Shakiro Nim, please, Siegfried begged, I consider you my disciple. Those were Shakiro's last words. Shakiro vanished after leaving his last words. Weapon Master Shakiro could no longer be found except in his memories. Why? Siegfried screamed out loud. Siegfried, I consider you my disciple. The Weapon Master's last words continued to ring in Siegfried's ears. For quite a while, Siegfried remained in place. Why? He's just an NPC, Siegfried didn't feel good at all. If put bluntly, Shakiro was just an AI created by Hive Entertainment Games, and he was just a bunch of data made up of zeros and ones. However, Siegfried couldn't help but feel sorrowful for his passing. It was because NPCs in B&W were created after analyzing the actions and manner of speech of humans, so that the NPCs could replicate them. In short, they were beings who knew how to speak, listen, and feel just like normal human beings. Once a player was immersed in B&W, it was normal for them to forget the fact that they were playing a game and that NPCs were just a bunch of data. B&W captivated the entire world because they could make anyone find it difficult to distinguish what was reality and fantasy. Siegfried let out a sigh and calmed down. He picked up the book Shakiro had left behind. Siegfried, I consider you my disciple. Shakiro's last words continued to ring in his ears. It was nice to meet you as well, and I was happy I met you. I will certainly avenge you. I will be leaving now, and I hope that you rest in peace. Siegfried muttered before adding, Master. Siegfried ended up acknowledging Shakiro as his second master. What did you just say? Did you just call me master? My, what an honor. He wasn't sure if it was real, but he could faintly hear Shakiro's voice. Siegfried opened the large stone door where Herbert's final work seemed to be located. There was no need for a key, and he also didn't have to break the door open by force. It was because Shakiro had already destroyed the 4 guardians guarding the door. Druck, Siegfried pushed the large stone door. There was nothing special about the room beyond the stone door. Inside, there was only a lone box. Is Herbert's life's work inside that box? Isn't it too small? Is it a dagger rather than a sword or a spear? Siegfried wondered, while observing the box the size of an apple box that could probably only fit a dagger, short sword, or a gauntlet at most. It didn't seem like it could contain the world's most powerful weapon. Well, it could be a special weapon, Siegfried thought as he opened the box. However, rather than a weapon, the box contained. What the hell is this? Siegfried muttered while picking up the item inside the box. Alert, you have obtained treasure map ripped in half 1. It was an old piece of paper rather than Herbert's life's work. Just for this, Siegfried muttered, and his body quivered as rage started to rise up within him. He had never imagined, even in his wildest dreams, that the item Shakiro had sacrificed his life to obtain wasn't Herbert's final work, that he had been dreaming of obtaining in his younger days, but a treasure map piece. Even worse, it wasn't even a full treasure map, but a map that was ripped in half. Is this some kind of a joke? Siegfried growled under his breath. Was then, alert, congratulations. Alert, you have gathered both treasure map ripped in half, 2/2, alert, you have obtained treasure map. A notification popped up in front of him. What? I gathered all of them. What is this talking about? Siegfried wondered. He couldn't make heads or tails of the message that popped up in front of him. Why was it saying that he had gathered all parts when he had just obtained treasure map ripped in half 1 just now? Is it a bug? Siegfried wondered. Alert! You have obtained treasure map ripped in half too. Alert! Try to complete the map. He suddenly remembered an old piece of parchment lying in his inventory. It was none other than treasure map ripped in half too. Ugh! That thing I picked up that time was this. Great! Siegfried exclaimed in disbelief when he realized that the item that was in his possession for the longest time was actually the other half of the map that would lead him to where Herbert's final work was located. Siegfried obtained treasure map ripped in half too during his glory days, right before everything crumbled. He was level 200 at that time, and he obtained a quest from the lord of a territory to exterminate a group of bandits. He obtained treasure map ripped in half too while looting spoils from that bandit's den. What the hell is this piece of paper? Does anyone want this? No one. The problem was that treasure map ripped in half too was so tattered and worn out that nobody wanted it, since no one could tell what treasure it was depicting and where the other half could be. I guess I'll keep it. That was how Siegfried ended up shoving treasure map ripped in half too into his inventory without much thought. A year and a half later, Siegfried's guild was in ruins. Siegfried was ruined. He met Deus and started a new life, and then he met Weapon Master Shakiro in Dondagiri. Meanwhile, treasure map ripped in half too was still sitting in Siegfried's inventory. It was a bit of a waste to throw it away, but he had no idea where he could use it, so he ended up completely forgetting about it. Is this what they call luck? Or is this what they call a coincidence? I guess all sorts of things do happen in this world. Siegfried muttered in awe when he realized the true value of the treasure map ripped in half too that had been sleeping in his inventory. It was a complete coincidence that worked out for him in the end. He had never imagined, even in his wildest dreams, that the item he had obtained out of pure coincidence would find its true purpose after meeting Shakiro by pure coincidence. If he hadn't come to Dondagiri, if he hadn't met Shakiro, and if Shakiro hadn't shown any interest in him, Herbert's final work would have been lost forever. It would have remained as nothing more than a folktale passed down from generation to generation. I feel like I have used up all of my luck in these past few months. Siegfried muttered in disbelief at such a monumental coincidence. However, there was one thing Siegfried had overlooked. It could have all been a coincidence like he thought, but all of this wouldn't have been possible if it wasn't for his stubborn determination to produce results. In fact, what he had gone through and obtained were the fortunes Siegfried had worked hard to create for himself, and meeting Deus to eventually turn his life around was a testament to what his determination could achieve. Had Deus only been looking at Siegfried? No, Deus had been observing hundreds, no, thousands of people, but none of them were able to captivate him. Siegfried was the only one who managed to pique his interest, his unquenchable thirst for victory, and his unyielding spirit to fight against a top guild like the Genesis Guild, and the tears he had shed out of frustration after continuously losing against them. These were what captivated the level 999 hidden NPC, Deus. It was the same for his meeting with Shakiro. The weapon master wouldn't have treated him so well if Siegfried were arrogant just because he had some nice skills, and Shakiro would have probably just ended up teaching him a few tricks before leaving. However, Siegfried hadn't displayed any arrogance before the weapon master, and he faithfully carried out every single thing Shakiro had asked him to do. And Siegfried had always been humble, only striving to grow stronger. However, turning a coincidence into a fortune or into an opportunity still depended on one's determination and passion. Well, this coincidence is so hard to believe, but Siegfried muttered as he placed treasure map 1 ripped in half inside his inventory. Then he declared, I will definitely find Herbert's final work for you, Master Shakiro Nim. With the complete map in his hands, Siegfried could now look for the weapon Herbert had poured his entire life into creating, because he didn't have to find any clues as to its whereabouts. Siegfried returned to Dondagiri and checked into the Intervention Hotel before seriously contemplating his next move. First thing that popped into his mind was avenging Shakiro. Shakiro Nim's body would not have disintegrated that quickly if it wasn't for that bastard. Siegfried thought as he started boiling in rage. The ultimate skill Shakiro had used. Torrential flower rain had obviously sped up his body's deterioration. That's more than enough reason for me to kill him. Siegfried thought while clenching his fists. In addition, Vladimir was the descendant of Blood Master Berserk, so he was one of the people Siegfried had to defeat anyway. As such, it wasn't strange for Siegfried to harbor such animosity toward the former. However, that wasn't the only reason. Church of Osric. They were the organization Siegfried had gotten tangled up with, and in a bad way at that, twice at the Sohoka ruins and here in Dandajiri. They would obviously come after him now since they already knew his existence, which was what Shakiro had warned him about. Why does it feel like I'm making more enemies these days? He thought. His head ached when he thought about making another big enemy like the Church of Osric on top of the Genesis Guild. But he decided not to worry and disregard them for now. Why? I just have to become stronger and crush them in one go, Siegfried thought, clenching his fists. He was currently walking on the path to invincibility. He was currently lacking, but he was bound to obtain power that can contend against them sooner or later, so there was no need for him to get scared of them. Let's upgrade my gears for now and leave this place as soon as possible, Siegfried thought as he left his room. Excuse me. Are you Siegfried? Customer Nim, a hotel staffer, approached and asked when Siegfried was about to leave the hotel. Yes. I am, Siegfried replied. There is a telegram message for you. The staffer said, Huh. A telegram message for me? Siegfried was surprised. A telegram message was a key communication feature in BMW, since the game didn't have the whisper chat system ubiquitous in other PC games. The developers opted to go without it to further enhance the realistic experience the game could give. What use would offering a realistic experience be if the users could simply whisper to each other while being miles away from each other on such a large map? The game's balance would have surely crumbled by now if players far apart from each other could easily communicate via the whisper system. After all, the players would definitely abuse it, as it was something the NPCs didn't possess. As such, the developers of BMW Hive Games Entertainment decided to get rid of the whisper system and implement a telegram system in its stead. The players could leave a telegram message through the intervention hotel so they could still communicate with one another. However, this was also one of the reasons some people ended up developing antisocial and psychotic behavior, which resulted in them getting locked up in mental hospitals. Would you like to check the telegram message? Asked the staffer. Sure, Siegfried replied nonchalantly. Here it is. The staffer extended an envelope to Siegfried. Just who would send me a message? He wondered as he opened the envelope. Then he discovered that the message was from Gosrin 2 days ago too. Siegfried Nim, how are you? I'm doing well. I was just curious about where you are playing these days. So I thought of sending you a message. I'm not asking you to hunt with me, so do not worry about that. I just wanted to say hi and keep in touch. Do not misunderstand. At it then, I will wait for your reply. From Gosrin, there was nothing special in the letter, and she was just keeping in touch. Gosrin Nim sent it. I guess it's good that she is doing fine, Siegfried muttered. And that was the end of it. He didn't bother to reply. I'm busy, he muttered, justifying his antisocial behavior. He had no time to dilly-dally and chat with people. He had to go and upgrade his gears as soon as possible and decide on his next destination before anything else. Siegfried decided to postpone his reply to the telegram message and left the intervention hotel. When Siegfried left the intervention hotel to upgrade his gears, hundreds of millions of users were currently in a heated debate at BMW's largest community forum, New World. They were debating about the world's greatest survival tournament that was going to be hosted by the continent's largest and strongest empire, the Martian Empire. Preamble I, Stuttgart von Posterior. The 16th Emperor of the Martian Empire, congratulate the adventurers from another world. Adventurers, I, the Emperor, am well aware of your exploits. I would have never imagined that you, visitors from another world, would come and risk your lives to fight against monsters and the forces of evil to protect our world. Your courageous feats are honorable and admirable. You deserve to be respected. I, the Emperor, the empire I rule, and the citizens I rule over, salute you for your bravery. Henceforth, I hereby announce that all the gateways in my empire shall be free to use, and the rates for the intervention hotel shall be reduced by 30% as a token of my appreciation for your valor. Furthermore, I hereby announce the world's greatest survival tournament will be held under my name. The world's greatest survival tournament will test your mental fortitude, physical abilities, martial prowess, strategic competence, and many more things required to prove your worth and stand proud as a truly strong warrior. Lastly, I shall confer the winner of the world's greatest survival tournament the title of Grand Duke and grant them fertile lands as their territory to rule over. They shall come under the wings and protection of I, the Emperor of the Martian Empire, and be crowned as a king under the empire. I, the Emperor, shall look forward to your participation. Signed, Stuttgart von Posterior, 16th Emperor of the Marshni Empire. The important parts were the conferring of a Grand Duke title, a territory to rule over, and becoming a crowned king. The winner of the world's greatest survival tournament would obtain the glory of becoming the first ever king of a country among the players. King, in addition, the first ever player crowned king would receive massive advantages since no player had managed to obtain a title higher than a baron up until now. Not to mention the fertile land promised as a reward, which was the Protein province located in a strategic location and was geographically decent as well. Its ruler would surely obtain unfathomable riches if managed properly. However, joining the world's greatest survival tournament wasn't as easy as it sounded. World's greatest survival tournament, the warning part of the announcement caused an uproar. They would lose all their skills if they died. This was as good as having their character reset or deleted. In addition, their rune of transcendence, which was the adventurer's source of strength, being sealed for 10 years basically meant that the player wouldn't be able to level up for 10 years. As such, the users of the New World Community Forum were in a heated debate as they discussed the warning written on the announcement, and the comments on the post alone had already reached hundreds of millions. In the end, the email servers and phone lines of Hive Games Entertainment crashed due to the sheer number of calls and emails sent by users asking for clarification regarding the matter. The vice chairman of Hive Games Entertainment, Oppenheimer, was even forced to conduct a press conference to clarify Hive's stance on the matter. It was 5 in the morning in Korea and 2 in the afternoon local time. The developer and distributor of B&W Hive Games Entertainment was holding a press conference at their headquarters in Tennessee, United States of America. 1 minute before the start of the press conference, Murmur. The Combe Section Stadium, where the press conference was being held, was filled with noise because of the crowd that gathered for the press conference. It was normal for such a crowd to gather and fill up an entire stadium, since B&W was a game that boasted more active users compared to all previous games that held the top spot combined, and the influence of the game that commanded 300 million active users was massive. Their revenue, it was a shocking figure. But that wasn't important since a long time had already passed since B&W took over the world's mainstream media through its 300 million active users. In fact, there were many videos, comics, fan art, esports, novels, movies, and a lot of other multimedia content that used B&W as their model. Software power. B&W was able to acquire significant influence over the world by offering Earthlings an otherworldly experience. And this effect was similar to how Hollywood gave significant influence over the world in the early years of the film industry. Therefore, the Combe Section Stadium was filled with not only reporters from every mainstream news channel, but from independent reporters, reviewers, and bloggers as well. Hello, my name is Oppenheimer. I am the vice chairman of Hive Games Entertainment. Oppenheimer said as he appeared in front of the guests, and then he continued. Our stance on the recent event that has caused an uproar, however, Oppenheimer couldn't finish his words. Is it an event by Hive? There is a conspiracy theory that this is all a plot by Hive to restrain users. I would like your opinion on that. What kind of an event ruins a user's account? Isn't this crossing the line? If the rune of transcendence is sealed, won't leveling up be impossible? What will happen to those who lose? Will Hive bend the rules and let them create a new account? A torrent of questions came crashing down on Oppenheimer. There were bound to be a lot of questions from the community and media since all sorts of rumors and misinformation were flying around on the community forum related to the event. However, it didn't take Oppenheimer long to answer their questions. First of all, Oppenheimer's words silenced the rowdy crowd. All of you will have to remember our stubborn stance on managing the game. I emphasize once again that our company does not get involved in the game unless there is a bug, graphical error, or technical issues, including but not limited to network connectivity issues. Therefore, this event was created by the NPCs rather than our company. In short, I am officially announcing that this event was fully planned and created by the officials under the Emperor of the Marshni Empire, Oppenheimer explained. Vice Chairman Nim, what does sealing the rune of transcendence when a player dies in the competition mean? A reporter asked. It means that their level will be reset to 1 and they can no longer level up, Oppenheimer calmly replied. Then the accounts of those who lose will be. The reporter muttered. It will be no different from an empty can. The user will have their level reset to 1, and they will be unable to level up for the next 10 years. Oppenheimer continued the reporter's words. Isn't it too much of a price to pay for losing an event? The reporter asked in response, while seemingly taken aback by Oppenheimer's straightforward response. All of you will have to remember the high-risk, high-return philosophy. Nobody is forcing the users to join the tournament, and the decision to take the risk is solely up to them. They do not have to join if they are scared of the consequences, Oppenheimer nonchalantly replied. The users still think that the consequences are a bit too much. Can't Hive intervene in this matter and reduce the risk? The reporter asked. Does it not exist in hardcore modes? Oppenheimer retorted. Hardcore mode was a difficulty mode in video games. Dying in that difficult mode meant that the game was over. Hardcore mode. Joining the event simply means that the users are switching on hardcore mode by their own will. They do not have to participate if they do not want to, Oppenheimer added. Gasp. The crowd was shocked by his words. In lieu of that, our company will not provide any support to the losers of this tournament, and this is something that will not change no matter what, Oppenheimer emphasized once again. Then, the losers will have to delete their accounts and leave the game, muttered a reporter. The answers can be found within the game, Oppenheimer said. He paused for a moment and smiled before he continued. Any issues that happen within the game may only be solved from within the game. Who knows? Perhaps someone will be able to find a solution to this. However, it is not going to be easy since there can only be one winner, and it would be better for the losers to just quit the game outright. Can the losers in the tournament make a comeback? Asked a reporter. I do not know, replied Oppenheimer with a shake of his head. I could find out if I wanted to, but our company is not interested in finding out, and we do not have any plans of looking into it as well, Oppenheimer added with a grin. I think I have resolved all of your queries, so shall we call it a day? Thank you very much for coming here today. Then, I shall excuse myself, Oppenheimer said before directly leaving the press conference. The press conference was supposed to end right there and then, but... Vice Chairman Nim, please wait a moment. Aren't you being too irresponsible? How is this any different from making content that's basically no different from gambling, than pushing all the responsibility and consequences to the users? It seemed that the people at the press conference were not satisfied with his response, as they desperately tried to prevent him from leaving, but Oppenheimer had already left the stage, and he soon disappeared from their view. T-Sung logged out of the game after upgrading his gears. He accessed Trade Mania to exchange his gold for cash. In front of the bank, T-Sung smiled while looking at his remaining debt. Yes, there's only a bit more to go. He was really about to repay all of his debt. He only had 300 million won left to pay back before he could kiss his debtor life goodbye. 100 million won to the loan sharks and 200 million won to the bank. He would end up penniless after repaying all of his debts, but he was sure that his life would take a turn for the better compared to when he was still drowning in debt. In addition, he wasn't really worried about the future anymore because he would start earning more money from now on. So the day when I can pay off all of my debt is coming, he muttered while looking up into the sky. He could finally see the light at the end of the hopeless tunnel he was in, and when he stretched his hand out, he could see that there were only a few steps left before he could finally escape from this life. I should pay off all my debts as soon as possible and buy a small building too. T-Sung was suddenly interrupted by a call. VRRR, he took his vibrating phone out and looked at the screen. It was a call from, incoming call from Scumbag, what is it? T-Sung curtly said after answering the call. Then, an image of the caller appeared through the hologram display his phone was equipped with. T-Sung was using one of the new generation phones that succeeded the smartphones of old the V phone. How have you been? The image of the scumbag being projected by the hologram asked. The scumbag was none other than Chinwoo Jin. I'm still doing the same thing, but why did you call? T-Sung asked. There's no particular reason. I just thought of calling you and saying hi. Have you leveled up quite a bit? Not really. Why? I had some business to take care of. In the game or in real life? In the game. What is it? No comment. T-Sung curtly said. He didn't feel the need to divulge the details of what he had been doing to Chinwoo Jin. Well, I guess I can't force it out of you. I'll just figure it out myself. That's up to you, T-Sung nonchalantly replied. He had no plans of stopping Chinwoo Jin from doing what he wanted. How much have you earned so far? What are you talking about all of a sudden? How much did you earn since January? Why are you asking that? You earned more than 500 million won, right? Of course. You will get bombed soon. Bomb, I'm sure the tax people will love you. You sure are a patriot. Oh right, T-Sung muttered. Then he grimaced the moment he recalled it. Tax. Chenwu Jin was talking about the tax office, which was known to be more vicious than loan sharks. Yes, taxes were horrifying to face. In fact, it was extremely fearsome that the founding father of the United States of America, Benjamin Franklin, once said that there were two things one could not avoid in life: death and taxes. And the alpha and omega among scientists, Albert Einstein, once famously said, "The hardest thing in the world to understand is the income tax. The ongoing tax rate for income above 500 million won is 40%, so I guess you will have to pay at least 200 million won if we say that you made around 500 million won." Chenwu Jin's holographic projection said with a mischievous grin. Ah, T-Sung muttered. He looked heartbroken, as if he would burst into tears at any moment. He wouldn't have any money left after paying off his debt, and he only had until May of next year to start earning as much as he could to pay off his tax bill, which would be at least 200 million won. I completely forgot about that. Ugh. I'll introduce a good accountant to you, so ask them to calculate things for you. It will be able to shave off some of your tax bills. Chenwu Jin was offering T-Sung help he desperately needed right now. They won't be able to shave off much since you are a gamer, but it's better than paying the whole bill, right? You also have the option of paying 100% of your taxes and contributing to your country. Give me their contact details, T-Sung said without an ounce of hesitation. T-Sung had not an ounce of patriotism in him. Why? It was because he would have to pay at least tens of millions of won if he didn't hire an accountant to get his taxes in order. Tax evasion was a crime, so he had no plans of going anywhere near that. But to reduce one's tax payment was a whole different story. It was illegal to evade taxes. But reducing taxes was completely legal, as long as it was within the boundary of the law. I guess even you are scared of the law, of course. You better start stockpiling cash if you don't want to cry tears of blood next May. All right. Also, I'm just curious, but do you have any plans of joining that world's greatest survival tournament? I was taught not to get involved in those kinds of things, T-Sung said with a grimace, and then he added, I don't have any plans of ending my life so soon. I would be insane to join that tournament. Why would I kill a goose that lays golden eggs? He was absolutely correct. His account had the potential of turning into a cash cow. He would inevitably earn heaps of cash sooner or later, so he had no reason to take on such a huge risk by joining the world's greatest survival tournament. Fine then, Chenwu Jin nodded, seemingly satisfied with T-Sung's response. I was worried that you don't have to worry about that at all. T-Sung cut him off before adding, I have no plans on joining even if they offered to make me the emperor as the reward. T-Sung proved that someone who had a lot of things to lose would be more careful than anyone. The next day, T-Sung logged into BMW as usual and descended into the Nuremberg continent as adventurer Siegfried. He boarded a small aircraft known as a Zeppelin that was heading toward the southern seas. Siegfried was heading toward the southern seas because the completed treasure map was guiding him there. Of course, he had no plans of looking for Herbert's life's work, since it would be impossible. It was an impossible endeavor to do with his current level, and right now, it was nothing more than a pie in the sky. I'll just go and take a look, Siegfried thought. The reason Siegfried was still heading to the place the map had indicated was that he wanted to know the difficulty of the dungeon where Herbert's life's work was located. It would help him roughly gauge when he should attempt to retrieve the treasure. They said it's going to take about an hour or so. I should probably read a book or something, Siegfried thought. He plopped down on the aircraft floor and retrieved books from his inventory. They were the books Weapon Master Shakiro had left behind, and they contained the skills he had asked Siegfried to practice from time to time. Book 1. Lightning. Book 2. Torrential Flower Rain. The books Shakiro had left behind were titled Lightning, which contained spear arts comprised of multiple forms, and Torrential Flower Rain, which was a skill that could basically be considered as the amalgamation of everything he had learned throughout his lifetime. These two books contained the secret skills Shakiro had created. The lightning spear arts alone was already more than enough to be considered a very high-level skill. Lightning is a very simple spear art comprised of Form 1, Form 2, Form 3, and Form 0. Siegfried read the words in the book while engraving every single one of them into his brain. Around 30 minutes since he started reading, a piercing alarm rang throughout the Zeppelin. Beep, 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 what's that sound? Siegfried thought. He turned his gaze toward the cockpit. The cockpit door suddenly swung open, and the captain came running out while shouting, there's an emergency. Huh, what emergency? Siegfried asked. He had no idea what was going on. There's a storm headed straight for us, the captain exclaimed. Huh, what are you talking about? You said that the weather today was clear, Siegfried argued. However, the captain completely ignored and cut him off with a shout. But do not worry. I have been driving an airship for more than 20 years. I will certainly bring you safely to your destination, so please trust me. And boom, something exploded on the right side of the airship. Alert, warning, warning, alert. The airship's right engine has exploded due to its age and poor maintenance. A message popped up. The message gave no credibility to the captain's plea to trust his 20 years of experience driving an airship, as the captain had actually neglected the maintenance of his airship while driving it for the past 20 years. However, their troubles didn't end there. Do-ju-ju-ju-ju-ju-ju-do, the airship wildly shook, signaling its descent they were about to crash. 1. This means that it's useless and can't do anything. 2. In Korea, they call getting a huge tax bill getting bombed by taxes. Nobody loves taxes, nobody, but feel free to comment if you do. Lol. Inside the crashing airship. Don't worry. We can still safely land even though we lost one of the engines, the captain shouted, and he hurriedly ran into the cockpit to try and land the airship. Unfortunately, an emergency landing was difficult. Alert! A storm is raging up ahead. The powerful winds from the storm that appeared out of nowhere shook the airship. It would be extremely difficult to control the airship when it was missing an engine, while being battered by the raging storm's powerful winds. Even a veteran pilot with 20 years of experience would find it tough to perform an emergency landing in such conditions. Huh, the captain muttered with a look of disbelief. Whoosh! The airship started spinning in place as if it were a pinwheel. The storm's powerful winds swept it away. Alert! The airship is about to crash. A message popped up in front of Siegfried. You told us not to worry while flaunting your 20 years of experience or something, but you couldn't even maintain your airship. Siegfried grumbled while glaring at the captain. What can I do when I have so much on my bar tab? The captain angrily retorted, and then he shouted, Do you really think that I didn't want to maintain my airship? Ha! I was aware that the bearing on my right engine was cracked. I knew it, but the bar threatened to tell my wife if I failed to pay my tab within the week. You call that an excuse? Siegfried muttered as he covered his face with his hands before retorting. This isn't because of human error in maintenance. You simply didn't maintain it at all. What do you know, huh, punk? The captain angrily shouted and scoffed. Shut up and just drive if you want to live. I will come back to life if I die, but aren't you going to really die? Siegfried nonchalantly said. Huh, the captain tilted his head in confusion. Then thank you for your hard work, Siegfried said. He leisurely held onto a hand grip and said with a smirk, It's a matter of life and death for you, so I'm sure you will try very hard to get yourself out of this, right? This punk actually dares to. The captain angrily muttered. You should have maintained your airship properly then, Tusk. Siegfried clicked his tongue. He had the right to be brazen toward the captain since this entire problem happened because the captain chose to pay his bar tab instead of paying to maintain his airship. It was a relief that this happened in a virtual reality game rather than in real life, since this incident caused by carelessness, and a carefree attitude would surely be plastered all over the evening news, and the media would blame the entire industry for its lack of discipline and management. What is it to me if an old man like that makes it out? Alive or not? Siegfried grumbled inwardly. His attitude toward the captain was cold since he would suffer a penalty if he died. He would lose a level if he died. But the worst part of it was the fact that he had no idea where they would crash land if he ended up trapped on an uninhabited island. He would have to waste a few days without being able to play the game properly while Siegfried was grumbling. The airship started to spin even more violently. Whoosh! No! The captain cried out while tightly holding onto the airship's steering wheel in desperation. He was trying his best to regain control of the airship, but whoosh! The airship had already left the captain's control a long time ago. Alert, the airship is about to crash. Brace for impact. A message popped up in front of Siegfried. Just hurry up and crash. I'm getting dizzy from this fiasco, Siegfried thought. He prayed that the airship would crash as soon as possible while suppressing his pent-up frustration and anger. Surprisingly, the airship neither crashed nor broke apart into pieces. We are landing. Hold on tight, the captain shouted while tightly gripping the airship's steering wheel. Was it out of pure luck? Or had his 20 years of experience played a part? It was probably out of pure luck. But the captain managed to safely land the airship that was being flung around by the storm. While missing an engine, swoosh, the airship flew in an arc and tilted 45 degrees. Bam, splash. It landed and splashed onto the surface of the water. Ahu-hu-hu-hu-hu-hu. The captain let out a strange peal of laughter that sounded closer to a cry after successfully performing an emergency landing. You saw that, you punk? Did you see my skills? Don't you go around looking down on a veteran with 20 years of experience. Keek, I'm a veteran captain who can always guarantee my passengers' safety, the captain exclaimed proudly with his chest out. The captain seemed quite proud of the fact that he was able to safely land the airship. However, the words he said just now weren't something that should have come out of the mouth of someone who had paid off his bar tab rather than buying spare parts. Wow, I can't believe he survived. Siegfried was dumbfounded. However, their relief lasted only for a short while. The sound of raging water could be heard from somewhere nearby. Siegfried looked outside the airship window to see where the sound was coming from. He did not have the habit of cursing or saying crude things, but he couldn't help but cuss right now. What a place to land. We're fucked, he muttered. The airship was currently being carried by raging waters toward the edge of a cliff. Yes, they were about to fall down a waterfall. 10 minutes later, Siegfried gnashed his teeth while pulling himself out of the water onto the riverbank. Ugh, all sorts of stuff do happen when you have shitty luck, he grumbled. Who could have imagined that even though they managed to safely land the airship, they actually landed right on top of a waterfall? I'm never going to ride one of those ever again. Never, Siegfried complained while swearing to take a boat next time, even if the journey would be longer. Did that old man die? Siegfried muttered while looking around in search of the veteran captain. But he couldn't find any signs of the captain. There was a high chance that he had already become food for the fish underneath the waters, or he plopped somewhere down the riverbank if he were fortunate enough to have survived. As expected, he could not find any signs of the airship anywhere around him, since the piece of flying metal was probably smashed into pieces when it fell down the waterfall. The waterfall's pressure would have dragged it down the water as well. Only a few planks littered across the water's surface remained from the airship that managed to survive a storm. It's not my business whether he survived or kicked the bucket. More importantly, where the hell am I? Siegfried complained while looking around before opening World Map on the interface to check his current location. However, Siegfried couldn't figure out his current location. He couldn't even make a rough guess because the World Map wasn't showing him anything aside from Erengel, Area 9. Only the word Erengel, Area 9 showed up on the World Map. Where in the hell did we crash land? Siegfried grumbled and bit his lips. He contemplated for a moment before muttering, "Let's just reconnect." Siegfried decided that it would be better for him to reconnect to the game instead of wandering around an unknown area without a map. In addition, finding his way out could cost him a few hours. There was a feature that transported players to the nearest village 4 hours after logging out of the game. Siegfried decided to take advantage of that feature. 4 hours later, T-Sung reconnected to the game after resting for a bit. Then, he opened his eyes as Siegfried in an intervention hotel room. It's a relief to find myself here at the intervention hotel, Siegfried muttered with a sigh of relief after looking around the room. Since he got teleported into an intervention hotel, it meant that he wasn't stuck in the middle of nowhere. He left his room and went down to the lobby. "What the?" he mumbled in surprise. "Welcome, customer Nim. How may I help you?" The hotel receptionist who greeted him wasn't human. Reception 9 type, creation race, marionette level, 1 affiliation. Erengel Area 9 intervention hotel position, senior title, kind marionette. Additional information, an extremely kind unmanned intervention hotel receptionist. Can only do basic conversation and service. Cannot surpass the limits of a marionette. Surprisingly, the hotel receptionist was a wooden doll, and Siegfried could tell at a glance that it was a humanoid doll being operated by magic based on the mana stone embedded at its heart, or rather, at its chest area. "Where is this?" Siegfried asked. "You are at the lobby of Erengel Area 9's intervention hotel," the receptionist replied. "No, what I mean is, where is Erengel located at? This place is Erengel Area 9's intervention hotel." "No, I'm asking you where in the Newberg continent is Erengel located. This place is Erengel Area 9's intervention hotel." Siegfried asked multiple times, but he could not get any satisfactory response from Reception 9. He decided to give up on trying to get any answers from it, since it looked like it was macro-programmed to give the same response over and over again. There's no point asking till I get sick and tired of that. Things response. Siegfried groaned and gave up. He eventually left the hotel since he knew that there was no point in asking reception 9 or the other marionettes at the hotel. However, his troubles didn't end there. Is this a ghost town or what? He mumbled in disbelief when he was greeted by a desolate town as soon as he left the hotel. The town had no traces of life in it, as if it were an empty movie set. Siegfried entered a building just to make sure, only to find it void of any signs of human life as well. Welcome to the Erangel Area 9 Smithy. Welcome to the Erangel Area 9 General Store. Welcome to the Erangel Area 9 Restaurant. The only thing that existed in the town was a bunch of marionettes dressed in uniforms befitting their job description, similar to Reception 9 back at this place's intervention hotel. Where the hell am I? Siegfried wondered with furrowed brows. The world map is not working, and there's no one to ask. I have no idea where the gateway is as well. Just where in the hell did we land? Siegfried felt like he was about to go crazy. In the end, Siegfried decided to leave the town out of frustration. Siegfried was walking along a shoreline road 30 minutes later. What the hell is that? He came across a horse standing in the middle of the road, but the horse wasn't a living, breathing creature. It was similar to the marionettes. Steel horse level, tier 3 fuel, 10/10 additional information, a horse made out of steel. It will keep running without getting tired as long as it has fuel. First a humanoid marionette and now a steel horse. Siegfried, a seasoned veteran of anything related to B&W, couldn't make heads or tails of where he was located and just what in the hell this place was. Where in the hell am I really? Siegfried mumbled. He decided to hop on the horse and take a look around. Club. Siegfried rode the steel horse and looked around for gateway, but he couldn't find anything resembling a gateway nearby. Where the hell is that gateway? He grumbled in frustration. He eventually reached the coastline while looking for a gateway, and something caught his eye in the distance. Is that a boat? He thought as he squinted to try and get a better look. He saw a boat instead of a gateway quite a distance away from him. Then, he realized that there were multiple ships coming to the coastline. 1, 2, 3, 4, what the hell? Why are there so many ships? He wondered while observing the ships coming closer to the coastline. More ships started to appear in Siegfried's view. There were so many of them that they sailed in a long single file that almost covered the entire horizon. However, that wasn't the only thing that surprised Siegfried. Airships! He inwardly exclaimed in absolute shock when he looked up and saw that the sky was covered by a great multitude of airships. And their numbers was so great they covered the sky like a swarm of locusts, or in this case, it seemed like there was an upcoming air raid. Shit. That was the only word that came to Siegfried's mind while he was staring absent-mindedly at the ships covering the surface of the sea and the airships that covered the sky with his mouth agape. Is there an ongoing clan war between top clans? No, they can just fight on dry land. Why would they go through the trouble of waging war on an island? Siegfried wondered. He could not make sense of the scene unfolding before his eyes. Damn it. Why does it feel like I got caught up in something bad? While he was deep in his thoughts, someone's voice reverberated throughout the entire island. 1 hour left before the adventurers make their landing. Activate barriers 5 kilometers to the front. Barriers activated. All enemies that pass through the barriers will now be inflicted with aura of self-destruction. A bunch of words Siegfried couldn't understand were being broadcasted throughout the island. Barrier, what's an aura of self-destruction? Siegfried's brows furrowed, wondering what the announcement was talking about. Unfortunately, there was no one else around him whom he could ask to alleviate his curiosity. Let's just wait and see. Siegfried thought as he hid and decided to observe for now. The wisest thing to do whenever one was in an unknown situation was to remain neutral and collect information. Siegfried rode the steel horse up the nearest hill and hid behind a large boulder. He continued to observe the ships, and that was when he suddenly noticed something. They're not coming from only one direction. After going up the hill, Siegfried finally noticed that there were ships and airships coming from all over the place. That's not even north, east, south, west anymore. They're coming from all major cardinal directions. Are they trying to force their way through with sheer numbers? He thought. The ships and airships around the entire island looked as if they were creating an encirclement. What the hell are they doing? While Siegfried was wondering what was going on, ships and airships finally managed to get within 5 kilometers of the island. Wuong, A deep sound echoed whenever the ships and airships passed through the purple barrier. Then, shwiek, splash, the ships reached the shore and put down their anchors. Splash, splash. The adventurers on board the ship started jumping into the waters one by one as they swam for the shoreline. It was the same for the airships. Shwiek. Dozens of adventurers surrounded with gravity magic fast roped their way down to the ground. What the hell are they doing? Siegfried wondered, however. His question was soon answered when a message popped up in front of him. Ding. Alert, the world's greatest survival tournament is about to commence. After reading the message, Siegfried grimaced so hard his face resembled an enraged demon. Fuck my life. A curse unknowingly escaped his mouth. Siegfried suddenly remembered the words he muttered to no one in particular after seeing where the airship was about to make an emergency landing. What a place to land. We're fucked. Those were words he muttered after finding out that they had landed right in front of a waterfall. But it turned out that something much worse had been waiting for him. Did it even make sense that he landed where the world's greatest survival tournament would take place? Forget about the waterfall. He was currently in the worst region of the continent, the land of death. It was often said that misfortune followed fortune. No wonder things were going too well for him these days. Siegfried groaned as his head turned blank and became filled with despair. This wasn't fair. He barely managed to obtain his hidden class, but everything would turn into dust if he died here. The second chance he painstakingly got could end even before he could enjoy it. That damned old man. I swear I'm going to rip him into pieces. Siegfried growled when he recalled the veteran captain. Siegfried still had no idea whether the captain was dead or alive. If the old man was dead, and he missed the chance to end the old man's life with his own hands, he was thinking of digging up the old man from his grave and killing the bastard twice. Siegfried despaired at the sense of impending doom crawling up his body. This could no longer be considered bad luck or misfortune. He was cursed at this point. Who could have imagined that the airship he was on would crash at the place where the world's greatest survival tournament, also known as the Extreme High-Risk High-Return match, would take place? However, Siegfried had no time to wallow in despair. Tack, tack, the adventurers that fast roped down the airships landed one by one, and that wasn't all. Splash, splash, splash. The adventurers that jumped off of the ships reached the shoreline one by one, and they made a run for it. A message popped up in front of Siegfried. Alert, 5 seconds left before the world's greatest survival tournament commences. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alert. The world's greatest survival tournament has officially started. Fierce fighting broke out as soon as the message appeared before the adventurer's eyes. Die. You bastard. I'll kill you. You dare fight me. You're the one who's gonna die, you moron. The island suddenly turned into what could only be described as hell on earth, since everyone was an enemy on this island, and the only ally the participant could depend on was themselves. Perhaps it could be described as a never-ending war to the death. The island had become the main stage for the Royal Rumble, where everyone had to die and the last man standing had to be crowned the winner for it to end. The island was instantly painted with blood the moment the death match started as the participants mercilessly massacred each other. Alert, Muller Nim has died. Alert, Calcutta Nim has died. Alert, not Kamachi Nim has died. A message would pop up whenever an adventurer died. Thud, thud, thud. The items dropped by those who died were littered across the ground. Ding. Another message popped up in front of the participants' eyes. Rule 1, the most valuable possession of the deceased participant will drop on the ground. The rest of their belongings will disappear. It seemed that it was one of the tournament's rules. What the hell does dropping an item matter at this point? Siegfried grumbled in disbelief. There were bound to be precious items among the ones dropped by the participants. But what use was that if they couldn't become the last man standing? The precious items they looted would end up as junk if they failed to survive on this island. After all, they would lose everything the moment they died. Don't tell me there's someone stupid enough to pick those up. Siegfried was immediately proven wrong. After all, a human's greed could transcend logic and understanding. Boots of the Colossus. Awesome, an adventurer exclaimed after seeing a pair of steel boots on the ground. Boots of the Colossus was a high-level item famous among physical damage dealers because of its attached options. And it was a pretty expensive item. Its price dropped a bit in recent years. But buying one with decent options would surely set someone back at least 200 million won. Jackpot. Blinded by greed, the adventurer licked his lips as he bent down to pick the boots up. However, carelessness was bound to bring death in places like this. Puak, another adventurer, stabbed his sword deep into the side of the greedy adventurer. Wow, there really are greedy morons blinded who will still try to pick up items in this situation. Siegfried was amazed while looking at the greedy adventurer, however. That adventurer wasn't the only one who had been blinded by greed. There were quite a few of them who gave up on fighting as they ran around the area looting the dropped items before making a run for dear life. Tusk. Humans. Siegfried thought. He clicked his tongue and shook his head. To think that some people would still have the luxury to put their materialistic greed forward in this kind of situation. Humans are going to be humans no matter what. Siegfried thought in disbelief. He let out a sigh when he realized that he couldn't really judge other people. Yes, I'm a bastard who sold out a country. In my previous life, Siegfried lamented his pitiful luck, and he couldn't help but be tongue-tied and dumbstruck at how unfortunate of a life he had been living so far. He really thought that he would be able to live a decent life from now on, but who could have known that life actually had such a surprise waiting for him? Anyway, he eventually decided that there was no point crying over spilled milk. He decided to come back to his senses and steal his resolve. It didn't take him long to calm himself down since he had already experienced every single thing imaginable in life, and he could already consider himself a veteran when it came to the misfortune that life could possibly throw at someone. I will definitely survive this no matter what happens. Definitely. I will do whatever it takes to survive. Siegfried gritted his teeth and steeled his resolve. Gnash. He gritted his teeth so hard that one of his molars ended up getting chipped from the force. He was desperate enough to grit his teeth over a game. As what would happen here would affect not only his virtual life, but his real life as well. Why? Because aside from his game account, his life was on the line as well. Let's wait and observe for now, Siegfried thought. He decided to quietly hold his breath and hide for now. The island finally quieted down around an hour after the tournament started. Those fated to die had already died, while those fated to live were still alive as they went their separate ways and ventured deeper into the island. Thick with hostility in the air, was painted red from the blood of those who died. Their corpses and the items they left behind were littered across the ground. I'm not going out. Never, Siegfried thought while hiding beneath a boulder. Would definitely be a foolish and costly mistake for him to make a move right now. The island had become quieter compared to a while ago, but there was a high chance that there were some people lurking in the shadows lying in wait similar to what Siegfried was doing. While he was deep in his thoughts, he heard the rustling of bushes nearby. Rustle, rustle. Someone seemed to be crawling underneath the bushes while looting whatever useful items they could find on the ground. That person is probably going to die soon, maybe in around 10 seconds, Siegfried thought, Puuk. Exactly 10 seconds later. An arrow flew from somewhere and pierced the looter's head. Hostility filled the air once again. Only death awaits me if I move without thinking. Let's ignore the items and focus on survival for now. Siegfried once again steeled his resolve of stubbornly waiting things out. 30 minutes later, the adventurer who shot the arrow a while ago finally appeared and approached the looter then. Hyok. The adventurer gasped in surprise. The looter had dropped a pretty valuable no. It would be an understatement to describe it as valuable. The adventurer couldn't help but wonder how an item like that even appeared in this place. The adventurer considered its appearance illogical because soul separation device, a necklace containing the war god Iskandar's enlightenment. Necklace rating, mythic abilities, separated soul. Separated soul allows the user to obtain another class. Dual class, the necklace named soul separation device was a priceless item. It was something like the boots of the Colossus could not even dare to compare against. It was because the soul separation device could allow its user to obtain a second class. Dual class. This didn't refer to something like a hybrid class that was neither here nor there, like the magic swordsman. The soul separation device allowed the user to become a knight and a magician at the same time and master both classes simultaneously. As such, the soul separation device was extremely expensive, that it could probably allow its user to purchase an entire building at the heart of Gangnam once sold. In fact, the item was abnormally precious. Even Siegfried struggled to hold back when he saw it. I have to pick that up, Siegfried thought as he tried his best to suppress the greed welling up inside of him. Get a grip. Don't risk it all for some item. He rebuked himself while suppressing his greed through superhuman patience. However, it seemed the others had different ideas. Tack, tack. Tack. Someone suddenly darted out from the bushes, clearly aiming for the soul separation device. Fuck off. That's mine. Another adventurer appeared out of nowhere and blocked the person who darted out from the bush. Then, adventurers started showing up one by one. They all seemed to be aiming for the mythic item. Where the hell had they been hiding all this time? I'll kill you. Fuck off, you bastards. What did you just say? Do you have a death wish? Has money clouded your sense of judgment? Heh. More than a dozen adventurers started fighting to the death over the soul separation device. What a mess. Siegfried inwardly muttered. He felt sick at the sight of the never-ending human greed unfolding right in front of his own two eyes. One, sold out a country in their previous life, is a Korean saying used for people with the worst luck, since it is believed that the karma from their previous life caught up to them in their present life. The brawl happening in front of Siegfried's eyes could be considered the ultimate character deletion fight. Character deletion fight where an item worth an entire building in Gangnam was on the line started. However, the brawl didn't last long. Sukyok, Sukyok, Sukyok. An adventurer appeared out of nowhere and started cutting down the others one by one, but the surprising part was that they died in a single attack. In fact, the adventurer didn't use any skills, and the attack that cut the others down was just a basic attack. The other adventurers died without even being able to resist in the face of such an overwhelming power. Yuka. Kyuk ak. The only thing they could do was groan before dying. Thud, thud, thud. The items dropped by the adventurers rolled on the ground. Suk. The adventurer extended his right hand toward the dead adventurers. Then, the items they dropped slowly floated before being absorbed into the adventurer's inventory, including the extremely expensive soul separation device. Who's that? Siegfried wondered. He raised his left hand as quietly as possible and activated his rune of insight. BJ Raptor type. Adventurer level, 261 class, Asura titles, 1000-man slaughterer. One who walks the path of blood, diligent slaughterer. The adventurer who killed the group of adventurers like taking candy from a baby was none other than the Korean gamer Lee Guangjin, also known by his ID Raptor. He was a streamer specializing in BNW-related content, and he was ranked 99th in the rankings. Of course, there were many variables taken into consideration when determining a player's rank, so one's position on the rankings was not an absolute statement of their strength. However, there was no need to mention how difficult it was to place in the top 100 of a game played by hundreds of millions of people. Raptor was definitely strong. In fact, he could be the leading candidate to win the world's greatest survival tournament. Q. Raptor let out a satisfied groan after obtaining the soul separation device. Who knew I'd pick this up here? He muttered. Meanwhile, his chat window went into a frenzy. Brand soul separation device. LOL Yulia awesome. Paimai 999, he got that item. WTH, awesome park. Crazy, 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 crazy. 3-second Hangang, what's with his crazy luck? Loghead, Raptor is going to be a dual class now. It seems that he is going to enter the top 10 ranking soon. It was just natural that his viewers were in an uproar. His live stream viewers already numbered over 1 million when he announced that he would join the world's greatest survival tournament. And there were even other streamers who opened their streams just to commentate on his progress. In addition, the fact that he had just obtained the mythic-rated item soul separation device sent his viewers into a frenzy. It was a frenzy he very much welcomed. Alert, you have received a 10,001 donation. Alert, you have received a 1,001 donation. Alert, you have received a 5,000,001 donation. The more than 1 million subscribers started throwing donations at him, and his most loyal fans, enchanted by Raptor's signature arrogance, started throwing more than 10 million won at him in donations. Thanks to his viewers' enthusiasm, Raptor was able to amass an astonishing 1.1 billion won in donations within 5 minutes. Of course, those donations were chump change compared to the value of the soul separation device. Thank you. That was all Raptor had to say to his viewers after receiving 1.1 billion won. Donations? Yes, he was arrogant by nature, but such an amount was considered a spare change for B&W rankers, and this was a privilege only the rankers in B&W possessed. Their privilege to earn astronomical sums of money made them consider such a sum to be nothing but spare change in their pockets. Guys, Raptor said with his trademark sleazy smile that instantly gathered his viewers' attention. Then he continued once he was certain that all of his viewers were focused on him. Recommend me a second class. What should I take? A magician type or a tanker type? Go ahead and make a suggestion if you know something. How will I afford all the equipment I will need? Hey guys, I think I'll be broke afterward. What should I do? Another round of donations started pouring into his pocket. Raptor confidently smiled. He was certain that he would emerge victorious in this tournament. That was why he was able to leisurely say such things without a hint of hesitation. Why the hell is a ranker here? Siegfried grumbled in disbelief. A ranker should have no business joining a tournament like this in the first place. In fact, most rankers viewed the world's greatest survival tournament negatively since they had too much to lose and the risks were stacked against their favor. They stood to lose their level, items, and influence. They were also unwilling to risk their character, which was basically a goose that laid golden eggs, by taking part in such an absurd tournament. The existence of their characters alone basically earned them an absurd amount of money, similar to Gangnam building owners. They had no reason to risk their character that could earn them billions after a single live stream or dungeon raid. Those at the top had more to lose than what they stood to gain from the world's greatest survival tournament, and that was why the level of most of the participants in this tournament was between level 10 to level 150. Most of the participants were low-level adventurers who stood to lose a little, but stood to gain the whole world if they managed to win in this tournament. However, Raptor was different. I'm damn sure that those ranked higher than me won't be joining, so it can only mean that I'll win this tournament by a landslide, right? He knew that those ranked higher than him would be averse to joining this tournament, so he decided to target a niche market for himself. I'd be in the top 10 if I played this game just half a year earlier. I wish I could meet someone ranked higher than me. I'd love to smash their head, take their items, and win this thing, hee. Those scaredy cats can't do anything without depending on their clans and items, Raptor brazenly said with an air of arrogance to further incite his viewers. He was just boasting. He only joined the tournament because he was sure that no other ranker would join the tournament, aside from himself, but this was only possible because he was a top 100 ranker. I have to play it safe. I can kiss my life goodbye from a tiny mistake, Siegfried thought as he watched Raptor disappear with the soul separation device. I'm at the bottom of the food chain right now. Don't you even think about picking up items and just focus on surviving this. You got that? Siegfried told himself as he resolved to be even more cautious from now on. After all, he had just confirmed with his own 2 eyes that a top ranker was a participant in this tournament. 3 hours later, the sun started to set as darkness slowly descended upon the island. Siegfried carefully crawled out from beneath the boulder after vigilantly looking around for the past 3 hours. Ding! A message suddenly popped up in front of him. Rule 2: any participant that wishes to rest may rest at the town nearest to them. However, the participant will die if the town is destroyed while they are resting in it. Participants will not be able to kill each other in town. All participants leaving a town will receive an immortal or a buff for 30 minutes to ensure their safety. The safest way for the participants to rest is to take advantage of break time. Break time will last for 3 consecutive hours at a time. The tournament was bound to be an arduous one. Break time was provided so that all players could log out at the same time and get some rest, but this also meant that the guaranteed rest time every 24 hours was only a measly 3 hours. They want us to play the game while only sleeping for 3 hours on top of this being a hardcore mode tournament. Are they insane? Siegfried complained and gnashed his teeth after reading the message. Even a gaming addict would find it difficult to maintain high levels of concentration for the entire day while running on only 3 hours of sleep. Not to mention ordinary players. Let's go to a nearby town for now, Siegfried thought. He had to prepare for break time. Even though it was unknown when it would start, however, he decided to leave the steel horse behind. It's going to give my location away. Riding the steel horse in the middle of the night was no different from announcing, "I'm here," to everyone nearby. Seuk, Seuk, Seuk. Siegfried tread as carefully as he could while making his way to a nearby town. While Siegfried was quietly moving through the bushes, he suddenly came face to face with another adventurer coming from the other direction, Hyok. The adventurer gasped in surprise. Siegfried muttered in surprise as well. They were weaving through the bushes as suspense and tension filled their hearts when they suddenly came face to face with each other. Then 3, 2, 1, Siegfried was the first to react. Bam, he smashed his mace into the adventurer's head. Thud. Fortunately, the adventurer was only level 27. He instantly died after Siegfried's mace crushed his head. Roll. The level 27 adventurer left behind a junk item that no one would take, even if it were given for free. I almost had a heart attack. Siegfried calmed his pounding heart down before he continued on his journey toward a nearby town. However, things didn't go as smoothly as he wanted. Catch him. Over there, get him. He's crouched over there. What are you doing? Hurry up and kill him. Around 10 adventurers were running towards Siegfried. Are they coming for me? Siegfried was flabbergasted at the entire situation. He had never expected that people would cooperate together in this hardcore mode tournament. Siegfried inspected the incoming adventurers closely and discovered that they all had something in common. Their levels were low, and they were wearing red bandanas. It seemed that a bunch of low-level players had decided to party together and join the tournament, although it was a party on borrowed time since they would have to kill each other sooner or later. I have to fight. Siegfried gripped his mace and prepared to fight when the adventurers surrounded him. It was another stroke of fortune. As the adventurers surrounding him were only around level 20 to 40, bam! Siegfried gathered his lightning attribute energy into his mace and used lightning smite on the enemy in front of him. BZZZT. When lightning smite landed on his primary target, 3 other bolts of lightning shot out and electrocuted the other adventurers surrounding the latter. Alert. Status ailment. Alert. Your enemies have been electrocuted by your skill lightning smite. You may deal 10% extra damage for 10 seconds. The electrocute status ailment from the lightning attribute amplified the damage dealt to the affected enemy. Whoosh! Siegfried used flying spur and threw his mace at the electrocuted enemies. Pack, pack, pack. The mace struck the electrocuted adventurers one by one. Triple kill. When Siegfried killed 3 of them in a single shot, an announcement echoed throughout the entire island. Alert! The battlefield's climate will periodically change from now on. The climate will randomly change until the end of the tournament. When the announcement ended, the entire island's climate instantly changed. Alert! Area 1 blizzard. Alert! Area 2 fog. Alert! Area 3 earthquake. Alert! 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 Area 9 bombardment. The issue was that Area 9, the area where Siegfried was currently located, did not experience a change in the climate. Instead, it was suddenly being bombarded. Be bombardment. Siegfried exclaimed inwardly at the absurd message. Sh-woo-wong. Mortar shells started raining down from the sky. Kaboo. The first shell landed and exploded, but it was just an appetizer. Boom, boom, boom. The entire area was quickly set ablaze by the explosions. Damn it. Siegfried inwardly cursed as he immediately got down on the ground. It was an instinctive response that was embedded in his brain while serving in the military, and all military servicemen were taught that this was the best way to protect themselves during an artillery bombardment. A mortar shell would explode the moment it made contact with the ground, and the shrapnel it would send out would go flying in a V-shaped direction. As such, it was known that it was better to get as close to the ground as possible and pray that one would make it out alive rather than trying to make a run for it. Yuck. Ack. Damn it. Sure enough, most of the adventurers Siegfried was fighting against just a few moments ago died from the shrapnel rather than from the explosion. However, there were some who were unfortunate enough to receive a direct hit from a mortar shell. They had to go through excruciating pain before dying. Please, Siegfried desperately prayed. Again and again, hoping that he wouldn't end up as another casualty from the bombardment, he prayed to every single god he knew while desperately hoping that he would make it out alive. Buddha, God, Allah, Mom, Master, please, spare me just this once. However, it seemed that his desperate prayers had fallen on deaf ears. Shwei. A mortar shell headed straight for Siegfried's head. Kaboom! The explosion devoured Siegfried. Siegfried HP. His HP was reduced to 0. Alert. You have been killed by a mortal shell. He prayed desperately. But it seemed that the merciless heavens had forsaken him. Alert. Death penalty has been applied. Alert. You have lost 3 levels. Level 53, level 50. Alert. You will not be able to log in for the next 49 hours. Alert. You will be forcefully logged out from the game. Alert. Your connection will be terminated. A string of messages appeared before Siegfried's eyes. Adventurer Siegfried was about to get kicked out from the Newegberg continent and sent back to his own world. T-Sung groaned in despair in his VR capsule. His ghastly pale face made it seem as if he had just seen a ghost. 1. Character deletion fight is a term used in the highly toxic Korean online game community where the loser of a fight or duel has to delete their character or account. There are some games that provide an option to automatically delete the loser's character in the event they lose the bet. If you ever wondered why Korean gamers are so hardcore, then you have your answer. 2. This means that owning a building in Gangnam is like owning a building in New York, and the rent you collect from it alone will rake you in an absurd sum of money without having to do anything. 3. South Korea has a mandatory conscription system for all able-bodied men, so Tae-sung was forced to serve in the military. He is not an ex-professional soldier. A monitoring team whose sole task was to monitor the players who inherited the 00 codename existed within Hive Games Entertainment. The team was referred to as the section within the company. The team was further divided into smaller teams named based on the 00 player they were tasked to monitor. For example, the team tasked with monitoring player 0 was called Section 0. The team tasked with monitoring player 1 was called Section 1. The team tasked with monitoring player 2 was called Section 2, and so on. As such, the team in charge of monitoring Tae-sung was called Section 7, and their team's office was located in South Korea. Codename 7 has died, one of the operators of Section 7 reported with a trembling voice. The team leader of Section 7 asked, "Died where?" "That's," the operator hesitated. "Don't tell me he died at the dungeon where Herbert's final work is tucked away. That place doesn't have any monsters, right?" asked the team leader while recalling Tae-sung's last destination. "No," the operator replied while shaking her head. "Then where?" "That's team leader Nim." I think our team will be disbanded as of today." "What are you talking about? We have a team dinner tonight. Weren't you the one who chose the pork rib place at Non-Hyun-dong?" the team leader asked while furrowing his brow at the operator. "That's team leader Nim." Codename 7, Tae-sung died in Erengel. Where did you say he died? Erengel. Come on, there's no way. The team leader waved his hand and dismissed the operator's words before continuing. "Why would 7 go to Erengel? That place is currently in hardcore mode, right? Why would a gamer with a hidden class go there?" "Well, he would if he were insane, but I doubt it. Why don't you check again? I'm sure you made a mistake." "I did, but it is correct." "Come on, look." The operator uploaded her screen when the team leader refused to believe her words, and then she explained, "He did not go out of his own volition. He was on the way to look for the weapon Herbert had left behind when the airship he was in crashed. The problem is that he crashed into Erengel of all places. He has quite a crappy luck crashing there, but the way he died is even more absurd. He was not killed by someone else, but he died after getting hit by a mortar shell." Team leader Nim, what are you doing right now?" The operator tilted her head in confusion. "What else?" The team leader weakly muttered in response while putting everything on his desk into a box before he looked at the operator and said, "I'm packing up." "You should pack up too. It was fun working with you. I thought I was finally going to take it easy after getting promoted to this team, but, what is this misfortune?" The team leader lamented. He was certain that their team would be disbanded sooner or later. He stopped for a second and looked at the monitor before grumbling, "But that Tae-sung guy's fortune is quite shitty. Did he sell out his own country in his previous life or what?" Glug, glug, glug. A paper cup was filled with soju and Tae-sung downed the entire cup in one go. He had neither appetizers nor chasers, and he was drinking soju on an empty stomach. This was already the 5th bottle he had drunk, but he continued drinking. His mind refused to work as he could not think of anything, and he could not utter a single word. This was a normal reaction. People would think that someone who lost everything overnight would be infuriated and cause a scene, but those only applied to those who had never truly experienced a total loss. Most people who lost their entire fortune because their company went bankrupt, the stock they invested in went bust, or they gambled away, everything would usually just stare into the void without being able to do anything, just like Tae-sung right now. Tae-sung quietly drank soju ever since he was forcefully logged out after being killed by a mortal shell. It was after he drank the soju in his cup that his brain finally functioned. Worry and anxiety over his future slowly started to creep in. "What am I gonna do? I thought I could finally live a normal life once again." He despaired. It was often said that someone unlucky was going to break their nose even when they fell backward. And this was exactly what had happened to Tae-sung, who could have known that he would end up crashing into the island where the world's greatest survival tournament would be, while on the way to find herbists. Final work, thanks to his shitty fortune, he was as good as broke once again. His debt wasn't that big of an issue anymore, as he had already paid off most of it, but the main problem right now was the tax bill looming over his head. He was going to be slapped with a massive tax bill worth hundreds of millions of won this upcoming May, but he could no longer play the game, which was his only source of income. It turned out that he would have to be indebted to not only a loan shark and the bank, but to the government as well. However, he still had his immediate living expenses to worry about from now on, before he could even worry about the upcoming tax bill. Ha! T-Sung let out a sigh of defeat. The imperial city, also known as the Blood Palace, was located in the capital of the Marshni Empire, Modowajan. The emperor of the Marshni Empire resided here. Baron Nadelberg requested an audience with the emperor, and he was currently waiting at the emperor's office. The reason Baron Nadelberg was able to request an audience with the emperor, a private audience at that despite being only a baron, was that the emperor greatly trusted and favored the baron. Otherwise, there was no way that a baron could ever be granted an audience with the emperor himself. Your loyal subject, Nadelberg, greets your majesty the emperor. Baron Nadelberg greeted while lowering his head. The emperor looked out the window and said, Sir Nadelberg. It was only after the emperor called his name that the baron finally lifted his head. The emperor had pearly white skin, flowing golden hair that put gold itself to shame, and a beauty that would even the most beautiful women to shame, while exuding a sense of charisma and authority. The current emperor, Emperor Stuttgart von Posterior, possessed an appearance that would make one wonder how it was possible for a person to be so perfect. On top of that, he was just 32 years old despite being the emperor. Your Majesty, there is something I must report. Baron Nadelberg said. Is there something to even report about? Emperor Stuttgart asked in response. However, he paused for a moment and asked, Did something happen? Yes, Your Majesty. Something must have happened since it's not every day that you report something personally. All right, what happened? That's. Baron Nadelberg muttered before he carefully continued. A third party has interfered. A third party? I received a report that an adventurer crashed into a Rengel a few hours before the tournament started, and I have confirmed the details just now. The tournament that Baron Nadelberg was referring to was the world's greatest survival tournament. The reason he was reporting to the emperor about the issue that arose from the tournament was that the emperor was the mastermind of this tournament. A few hours ago, Emperor Stuttgart muttered before he commanded, Just proceed as planned. But, Your Majesty, survival of the fittest is the theme of the tournament. Just leave that adventurer alone and let them do what they want. I'm only interested in fulfilling our objective behind this tournament. Yes, Your Majesty, Baron Nadelberg replied with a bow. He didn't dare to speak any further regarding the matter, since the emperor had already decided. 36 hours after his death. No, T-Sung muttered before putting down the paper cup filled with soju. It can't end like this. It had only been a few hours since he made a decision to give up and look for a job at a nearby factory, but he soon realized that such a decision wouldn't solve his problems. Of course, there was nothing wrong with diligently working and making a living from one's own sweat, but that was only possible for him if he had no debts to repay. He could have toiled away at a factory and saved up bit by bit to purchase a house on the outskirts of Gyeonggi-do and live a frugal life. But in addition to his debts, he also had to take care of his mother and sister, who were living a difficult life back in his hometown. His circumstances didn't allow him to have the luxury of living a frugal life. Moreover, he would need to have some sort of expertise to be able to make a living out of manual labor, but the only license he had aside from his high school diploma was his driving license. This meant that the only manual labor work T-Sung would be eligible to do was to work as a brick carrier. He couldn't even be a bricklayer at a construction site. Master, I have to go find my master. T-Sung decided to look for Deos, his only remaining hope. Yes, his master was a level 999 hidden NPC, so he would surely have a solution to his predicament. It was unfortunate that his level had decreased, but he had to unseal his rune of transcendence no matter what, as he wouldn't be able to level up without it. He knew that it was shameless of him to ask Deos for help, but he couldn't think of any other option aside from asking his master for help. How many hours do I have left before I can log back in? T-Sung looked at the clock. The death penalty was 49 hours of login restrictions, and it had only been 36 hours. He would be able to reconnect to the BNW client after 13 more hours. It's my last hope, T-Sung muttered before putting away the paper cup and soju. Yes, it was too early for him to despair. He still had his final hope, his master Deos. Finally, it had been 49 hours since the death of T-Sung's game character, Siegfried. T-Sung sat in his VR capsule, the ogre, as he waited for the clock to strike, which would allow him to reconnect to the BNW client. Alert, user verification completed. Alert, you are now connecting to the BNW client. Alert, loading, please wait. Alert, welcome to the Newberg continent. The message T-Sung had been longing for had finally appeared. Flash. However, T-Sung didn't return to the Nuremberg continent as the unfortunate adventurer Siegfried, who died after being struck in the head by a mortar shell. Erengel, Area 9, a message notifying Siegfried of his current location appeared. Why am I still here? Wasn't I supposed to be forcefully expelled from this island? He looked at the message notification before taking a look around him. What the hell? He furrowed his brows after looking at his surroundings. He looked further around and muttered, I think it's a town, but why is it in such a state? The state of the town rendered him speechless. The town was in ruins, and not even a single building was standing, as they had been completely razed to the ground. On top of that, there were mortar shells everywhere. And the ground had many ditches the bombardment had created. In fact, there was even a marionette lying in pieces on the ground. In addition, there were a bunch of items that seemed to have been dropped by the adventurers who died here. Did the bombardment wreak havoc in the town as well? Siegfried wondered. He decided to log into New World to check what was going on. Obliterated, Area 9 has been closed off. Based on the information posted in the community forum, it seemed that Area 9 wasn't in such a state because of the bombardment, but because of the obliteration effect. The obliteration effect would literally obliterate anything, anyone, and everything within the area an hour after it was activated, and it would close the area off afterward. Who the hell decided to close it off? I'm still here. Siegfried grumbled. He was having a hard time making sense of what was going on. He died and respawned in a closed-off area. He should have been expelled from the island based on the information he had gathered from the community forum. There's no gateway here, so how am I supposed to leave this place? Don't tell me that I'll be trapped here for the rest of my life. He groaned while preparing to go to the Hive Games Entertainment's Korea head office and stage a one-man protest in front of it. He had nothing to lose at this point, and he was prepared to get locked up over his character, which was now as good as ruined as long as his actions could give them negative press. I need to go find Master as soon as possible. Siegfried muttered before opening my information. He already knew that he would find his level reset and his rune of transcendence sealed, just like what he had read on the community forum. He simply checked just in case his class was also changed to no class. His eyes shot wide open at what he saw. Siegfried type. Adventurer level, 50 class, debuff master titles, Goblin Slayer, protector of the Beerman territory. There was something strange about the whole situation. 1. Soju is the go-to alcohol for all Koreans. More info here. Why did his level not reset? The community forum clearly mentioned that those who lost in the world's greatest survival tournament would have their level reset to 1. In fact, there were loads of users crying on the forum after they got their level reset and rune of transcendence sealed. However, the other users on the forum only sneered and said, "Serves you right, you brought it upon yourself." So why did his level not reset? Siegfried doubted his eyes and decided to check his inventory. Overly dried jerky, times 43 low-grade healing potion, times 11 low-grade mana potion, times 9, completed treasure map times 1. Mercedes Workshop, 100% plus 12. Enhancement coupon, no level limit. Times 1 mid-grade dismemberment toolkit times 1 etc. 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 His inventory was fine. How about my equipment? Siegfried hurriedly clicked on the My Equipment tab, My Armor Body. Titanium male legs, titanium male shoulders, titanium male hands, titanium male gauntlets belt, Medjingjord feet, titanium greaves. Surprisingly, Siegfried's most expensive item, the Medjingjord, was still wrapped around his waist in addition. My weapons, Weapon 1. Golem's Rock Fist, Mace Weapon 2, Vicious Fang Spear. Both the armor and weapons he had purchased from the city of Pleasure, Dondajiri, was still in his inventory. Why? How come he retained his level, class, and items despite dying? Then was his rune of transcendence, which was the catalyst that allowed an adventurer to level up, sealed up. Siegfried hurriedly changed tabs and checked whether his rune of transcendence was sealed or not. Rune of Transcendence, an ancient rune that holds the power of infinite growth. The holder of this rune will become much more powerful when they accumulate enough experience. Type: passive cannot be deleted. Status active. Siegfried was stupefied. Surprisingly, his rune of transcendence, which was supposed to be sealed up, was still active. It's fine, how is it still active? Siegfried wondered. He took his gauntlet off and checked the back of his hand. The rune of transcendence, which was the symbol of the level-up system, was giving off a glow as if it were trying to prove its presence. My character is not ruined. Siegfried was dumbfounded when he finally realized that everything was still the same as if nothing had happened. Why? Why am I the only one who's fine? Everyone else had their rune of transcendence sealed and their character reset. Siegfried wondered. He opened New World once again and browsed through the posts of those whining after getting eliminated from the tournament. He even went through the screenshots they posted just to confirm what a sealed rune of transcendence looked like. While he was browsing through the posts, he found something rather peculiar. He noticed that there was one thing that all of those who were eliminated had in common. It was something he was aware of as well. Aura of self-destruction. The adventurers inflicted by this aura will have their levels reset and their rune of transcendence sealed. The seal shall survive for a period of 10 years. Those who wish to get rid of the aura will have to drink the elixir of proof, which is one of the rewards given to the winner of the world's greatest survival tournament. Siegfried suddenly recalled the announcement he had heard a few days ago. Activate barriers 5 kilometers to the front. Barriers activated. All enemies that pass through the barriers will now be inflicted with aura of self-destruction. He also recalled the ships and airships that let out low-grating noises as they passed through the barrier. A thought suddenly struck him. I was already on the island before the barrier was formed. Siegfried mumbled. He finally realized the reason he was the only one unaffected by the character reset and rune sealing penalty. It turned out that the rules didn't apply to him. He was already on the island before the barrier was formed, and thanks to that, he didn't get afflicted by the aura of self-destruction. It was only after that he made sense of the whole situation that he finally let out a sigh of relief. Badum, badum, badum. His heart was beating like a drum, and he was certain that the heart of his real body lying in the capsule was also beating in a similar way. That scared the heck out of me. Really, Siegfried felt dizzy, and he suddenly fell on his butt. His legs lost all strength in them when he finally realized that his life hadn't been ruined. However, he had no time to dilly-dally like this. I have to get out of here. Siegfried decided to find a way off the island as soon as possible. Siegfried forced himself up and forced his legs to start walking. However, something shiny caught his eye. The items dropped by those who were eliminated were sparkled as if they were begging him to pick them up. Siegfried stopped and faked a cough. He wanted to leave the island as soon as possible. But he thought that he would be disrespecting the deceased if he just ignored the items they had left behind. Most of the items on the ground were pretty valuable, and it was because of the tournament rules stating that the most valuable item in the participants' possession would drop in the event of their death. Sure enough, all the items in front of Siegfried were expensive ones. Shall we take a look at the things they left behind? He thought before checking the items with his rune of insight. Pathfinder steel dumbbells of Schwarzenegger. Commander's dual heart quicksilver gloves Ramses frying. Pantorn waistcloth camouflage cape. Inzaghai's compass furry handcuffs of a noble child. Earrings of greed. Blood earrings of greed. A few sketchy items were mixed in, but most of them were truly valuable. However, the following items held immense value. The steel dumbbells of Schwarzenegger, which explosively increased one's stamina. The quicksilver gloves, which increased one's attack speed. The camouflage cape, which allowed one to blend into their surroundings for 10 seconds. Inzaghai's compass, which directed the user to where fortune could be found. And the earrings of greed, blood, and Kai, which granted the user 7% lifesteal. These items would cost quite a fortune if Siegfried were to purchase them. They're ownerless, so it should be fine for me to pick them up. No, it is my right to pick them up. Yes, that's right, Siegfried thought as he picked the items up one by one. The air smelled pretty fresh for him today for some odd reason. Erangel. The island where the world's greatest survival tournament was being held was divided into 13 areas. These areas were randomly connected to each other. As such, one could access Area 3, Area 5, and Area 11 from Area 9, which was where Siegfried was located. However, the issue was if Siegfried could even go to another area. After all, he was inside a closed-off area. Is it possible? He wondered while walking the boundary of Area 11, which was another closed-off area. He wanted to test whether it was possible or not. A purple barrier divided Area 11 and Area 9. Just a foot in. Nice and easy. Siegfried nervously extended his foot into the barrier. Shuak and his foot passed through the barrier and into Area 11 before safely stepping on the ground. It worked. Then, Siegfried squeezed his courage and stepped into Area 11. Nothing happened. Then, he hopped back into Area 9. He could perfectly go in and back without anything happening to him. Is it because I'm not afflicted by the aura of self-destruction? He wondered. Siegfried couldn't be sure if it were indeed because of the aura, but that wasn't important to him right now. If I can cross over to the other areas then. Siegfried caught a whiff of the sweet scent in the air as he thought, I can just go around the closed-off areas and pick up all the items. Right? It sounded possible to him, although it was blatant cheating against the tournament rules, but what was that to him? He had no plans of joining this tournament in the first place. He was just unfortunate enough to crash on this island. Let's do it, Siegfried thought as he clenched his fists. The closed-off areas could only be described as a treasure trove, and Siegfried only roamed around the closed-off areas, picking up every single valuable item he could find. Alert. You have obtained Knight's Sacrificial Talisman. Alert. You have obtained Necklace of Silence. Alert. You have obtained Scream of the Nameless One. Alert. You have obtained Orach's Tongue. Alert. You have obtained Hostile Sword. The its in his inventory were worth millions to tens of millions. Ahem. Siegfried faked a cough before he brazenly uttered, these items are now ownerless anyway. He was talking to himself since he was feeling guilty about taking these items and wanted to justify it, but why did it seem like he had a huge smile on his face? They say that blessings come in disguise. I thought my life was over, but what is this jackpot? Haha. Siegfried weakly chuckled. He had been prepared to kneel in front of Deus and beg him to help him just a few hours ago, but it turned out that he hadn't sold his country out in his previous life. Instead, he had to have been a hero who saved his country. The team in charge of monitoring Code Name 7 was diligently carrying out their duties as they tracked Siegfried's every single movement. Their team managed to live on borrowed time after the whole fiasco Siegfried had put on, and their team leader with dreams of becoming a salary thief managed to keep his spot and continue being a salary thief. Wow, the salary thief no, the team leader muttered while looking at the screen before asking, how much are all of those worth? Almost 500 million won. The operator Choi Hee-young replied, 500 million won, wow, that's crazy. There are still 4 more closed-off areas, so you'll probably make around 1.5 billion won if he loots those areas as well. 1.5 billion, he stands to make 1.5 billion from walking around and picking up items. Yes. This damned unfair world, the team leader screamed and then he cried out, someone is leisurely walking around, picking up millions of won like they're pieces of paper on the street, while I have to sit 10 hours a day in front of a monitor just to watch him make money. This damned life is so unfair. Unfair. You can become a gamer too if you feel so wronged. Choi Hee-young meekly retorted. I can't. Why, I suck. When I was young, my parents used to scold me saying, what good will playing games do? You will only end up suffering later in life if you get too absorbed in them. They told me to study hard and go to a good university to have a good life. See, this is why early life education is important. The team leader grumbled. Why are you blaming your parents? Don't you suck because you're not talented in video games? Well, that is that. People without talent tend to be talented at blaming others. Tusk. Miss Choi Hee-young, the team leader called her name in a disgruntled voice before asking, have you already reported what happened to the higher-ups or not? What do you mean? What do you mean by what do you mean? Is there anything else other than the fact that Code Name 7 crashed on the island where the tournament is being held? It was the team leader's attempt to teach the operator, Choi Hee-young, a lesson by using his authority, and this was nothing but a petty attempt to get back at her. Of course, I did. Why, you did? Yes. What did they say? Just the usual, like they always say. Have they ever said anything other than that? Choi Hee-young was referring to their job to monitor and only monitor T-sung, which was the one and only task they had in their department. 1. A salary thief is someone that takes a paycheck home when they barely do anything. The original term used in Korea is paycheck lupin, Lupin being the legendary thief, but the author decided to go with a thief for some reason, which means controlling with one's feet. This is another Korean gaming term used to tease people who suck at the game by saying, are you playing with your feet? 2 days later, the obliteration effect that started from Area 9 slowly spread over to the other areas. Siegfried followed it, looting every area it passed through. Aside from Area 8, Area 12, and the closed Area 13, Siegfried had already looted the 9 other areas. A message popped up in front of him. Alert, your inventory is full. Siegfried's looting filled his inventory to the brim. Ah, Tusk, but I only picked up the good ones, he muttered while clicking his tongue. He had to leave behind the cheaper ones in favor of the more expensive items, since his inventory could no longer accommodate any more items. Let's focus on the really expensive ones from now on, and ignore the average ones. Siegfried grumbled at the fact that he could not sweep everything up because of his limited inventory space, and he was kicking himself for not expanding his inventory space before coming here. Still, this much should. He trailed off while looking at his inventory with eyes filled with hope. If he could safely leave this island and sell off all of these items, debt, he could kiss that goodbye. In fact, he would have 200 to 300 million won left after paying off his upcoming tax bill next year. I can pay for Teehee's tuition center and her university tuition with this amount. Then I'll buy some nice herbal medicine for Mom and move them to a nice house, he thought. It was possible to get a decent, small-sized apartment with 2 to 3 million won in the province. After all, the housing prices over there weren't as high as in Seoul. Meanwhile, while Siegfried was happily walking on a rosy path. Alert, Evangeline has died. Alert, Aurelian has died. Alert, Itzikirk has died. The news of the participants' deaths continued to pop up in front of Siegfried's eyes. I think I've picked up most of the things here, he thought as he hopped on a half-destroyed steel horse. The steel horse's durability was less than 30%. And he found it while he was roaming around the closed-off areas. The remaining areas are Area 8 and Area 12. Area 13 hasn't opened yet, so I can stay here for a while and move on to the first area that gets closed off. He recalled the information being broadcasted around the island a while ago as he parked the steel horse in front of the boundary to Area 8. Then, Uaak, someone's scream echoed through the air. Was that scream from Area 8? Siegfried wondered. He carefully peeked into Area 8 to see what was going on and saw a lone adventurer surrounded by a group of adventurers. What? Why don't they just kill him? Siegfried grimaced while watching over the scene. Siegfried was disturbed by the scene because the adventurer, who screamed no was still screaming, was being ganged up so badly it started to look like he was being lynched. You piece of trash, take this, you bastard, you dirty little scum. You dare stand up against us? Know your place, you loser from a tiny country. Never go against us. We are the largest country in the world. The assailants were wearing red bandanas, just like the group who tried to gang up on Siegfried, and Siegfried was able to tell at a single glance that they were Chinese gamers. What do you expect? Those bastards only act tough in groups, Siegfried thought while clicking his tongue. It seemed that the game had brought out their darkest trait. There was nothing wrong with that. After all, everyone had 1 or 2 bad traits, but their actions toward the lone adventurer lying on the ground could only be described as heinous. Pull out his fingernails, shave his head, keek, shave it. Hi, you better cough up all of your items, you bangsy. There was no problem if they just killed the adventurer off, but the group didn't do that. Instead, they kept on mocking and torturing him. In fact, one of them took the adventurer's dagger and started cutting his hair with it. That has nothing to do with me. Siegfried decided not to get involved. After all, the tournament was a melee free-for-all. Even though he found the group's actions to be distasteful and repulsive, he was still a third party, so he didn't really have a reason to get involved. I have to survive. I have to survive no matter what. Come and fight me, you bastards. The adventurer being lynched screamed at the top of his lungs. Surprisingly, the adventurer didn't give up on his survival. He tried to resist his assailants. Was he all talk? Yes, he was. However, the adventurer seemed unfazed by his powerlessness as he continued to resist. Siegfried was reminded of someone he knew while he was looking at the struggling adventurer. It feels like I'm looking at my old self, Siegfried thought. Couldn't help but recall the days when he used to fight against the Genesis Guild. I shouldn't. Siegfried tightly clenched his fist and suppressed the desire to get involved. However, he was subconsciously walking toward Area 8's barrier. Whoosh, a mace flew from out of nowhere, and the mace's name was Golem's Rock Fist. Bam, bam. Bam, the mace smashed the assailants in the head one by one. Thud, thud. Thud, 5 of the assailants immediately fell to the ground. There was only one of them left in the blink of an eye. What's going on? The final assailant exclaimed in surprise at the sudden turn of events. Siegfried, wearing camouflage cape, appeared like a ghost behind the final assailant, and what happened afterward was obvious. Pukiok, Golem's rock fist smashed the final assailant's head. Now, there were 6 dead adventurers and 6 dropped items on the floor. Aside from the deceased and their items, there was one more adventurer the lynching victim Siegfried saved. Siegfried inspected the items dropped by the assailants, but he found that they weren't really valuable. Seuk. He raised his mace at the remaining adventurer while thinking, this is better than being tortured. All along, he had been planning to administer the coup de grace to the adventurer. And no, the adventurer named Seung-gu cried out like a wounded beast. Seung-gu type, adventurer level, 81 class, golem maker titles, site leader, construction site maestro, skilled administrator. Seung-gu was a golem maker, but his golems were nowhere to be found. I can't die here like this. Never, come at me. Seung-gu screamed and glared at Siegfried, but his character could no longer fight as both his HP and stamina were already close to rock bottom. It was pretty admirable for him to fight until his character was incapacitated, and Siegfried couldn't help but wonder why he wanted to go to such an extent. What is he fighting for? Huff. Huff. Seung-gu tried to look for whatever way he could use to block Siegfried's attack. Why do you keep fighting? Siegfried asked. Because I have to survive. Seung-gu replied, I'm asking you why. I don't have a reason to tell you. Then die, Siegfried nonchalantly said. He prepared to swing his mace down. Yuaak. Seung-gu gritted his teeth and screamed. He wanted to dodge Siegfried's mace. I'll ask you for the final time. Why do you have to survive? Siegfried asked after stopping his mace halfway. Will you spare me if I tell you? Seung-gu nervously asked. Who knows? Siegfried replied with a shrug. It was not difficult for Siegfried to spare him. Why? Because he wasn't a participant in this tournament. My mom's operation fee, Seung-gu said in a weak voice, and then he further elaborated, my mom has to receive bone marrow transplant surgery, but there's no match. We have to buy them from overseas, but it's quite expensive. Stop with the sob story, Siegfried said with a grimace. It was pretty obvious to him that the guy was just trying to weasel his way out with a sob story. It would be much more believable for him if he said something like, I want to be the best in this game, or something. Why did you even ask if you won't believe me, asshole? Seung-gu grumbled before saying, I'm not some ungrateful bastard who's going to lie about his own mother's condition. What kind of a bastard says such things about their mother just for a game? Siegfried muttered. However, he was still staring at Seung-gu with a look full of doubt. This is my social media account and my Kadok ID. Seung-gu said as he opened his social media apps and showed them to Siegfried. Is it true? Siegfried wondered. He checked the adventurer's social media account while keeping his guard up. He was able to confirm that Seung-gu was indeed telling the truth. It was impossible for him to make this up since both the faces in the photos uploaded to the social media account and the face in front of him right now were the same. Seung-gu 1207, I hope my mom can recover soon. I'll treat her to lots of meat once she recovers. Seung-gu 1207, looking for a bone marrow donor. The blood type is. Read more, Seung-gu 1207, I love you mom. Seung-gu's social media account was full of pictures of a middle-aged woman, and Siegfried assumed that she was Seung-gu's mother. There were many posts wishing her a full recovery. I can make enough money to pay my mom's surgery costs if I win this tournament. That's why I have to win this, Seung-gu said. Go, Siegfried said. What? Seung-gu asked in disbelief. Although you will end up dying soon, Siegfried added. He turned around while thinking, is there a reason for me to kill him myself? He's going to die anyway. He wasn't the type to show mercy to someone else, but killing someone desperately trying to survive to be able to pay off their mother's hospital bills didn't sit well with him. Ding, a message popped up, announcing the beginning of the world's greatest survival tournament finale. Alert, all participants may now access Area 13 from now on. Alert, Area 8 and Area 12 will be obliterated and closed off in 30 minutes. You better move fast. You wouldn't want to get bombarded and die after I spared you, right? Siegfried nonchalantly said, thank you, Seung-gu muttered. He forced himself to stand up. He then toward Siegfried and said, I will pay you back for your kindness, I will. What kindness are you talking about? Siegfried said with a smirk. Siegfried went back to one of the closed-off areas after separating from Seung-gu. There he waited for the obliteration of Area 8 and Area 12. However, he stumbled upon someone familiar. Why the hell are you here? Siegfried asked. It was none other than Chenwu Jin. Chenwu Jin seemed to have been waiting for Siegfried behind the barrier. I wonder why I'm here, Chenwu Jin asked in response, and then he said, I came because I was worried about the dude who seemed to have sold his country out in his previous life. Who sold what out? Siegfried grimaced. He then smirked before saying, I was sucking this place dry. This place is a land flowing with honey. I know. I came running because I was worried you were going to die, but what a surprise. Phew, this place does smell like sugar, Chen Jin said while pretending to sniff the air. How did you get in here? Did you come in here before the tournament started, similar to what happened to me? Siegfried asked. I just came here, Chen Jin nonchalantly replied. How the barrier? Siegfried started. However, Chen Jin cut him off and said, a barrier like that is, how should I put it, nothing to me. What nonsense are you spouting? Siegfried grumbled. Of course, I did have to make some concessions. I won't be able to fight for the next 3 months, Chen Jin said with a shrug. What do you mean? Siegfried asked while seemingly confused. It's something like that. Anyway, it's none of your business, Chen Jin said with a mischievous grin. By the way, it seems that you managed to escape the aura of self-destruction, Chen Jin said, changing the subject. As you can see, Siegfried replied with a shrug. Then, why don't you just win this tournament since you're already here? Chen Jin suggested that Siegfried should just become the winner of the world's greatest survival tournament. 1. Bangzi is a derogatory term used by Chinese to call Koreans or ethnic Koreans. 2. Katok is short for Kakeodok, which is South Korea's largest messenger application. 3. Author originally used the term sucking honey, which means hitting the jackpot without having to do anything. Are you telling me to become the winner of this tournament? Siegfried asked, seemingly dumbfounded by Chen Jin's words. Chen Jin nodded and said, yes, I'm asking you to become a king. Shouldn't you suck this place dry properly if you were going to do so in the first place? Why? Siegfried said with furrowed brows, I'm not really interested in that. Whoever wins will probably become the winner after fighting to the death, and someone like me, who isn't even a participant, shouldn't even dream of winning this. Chen Jin cut him off and asked, do you feel guilty about winning? Well, something like that. I've already profited enough from this. Do you really think that the people who hosted this tournament will stand by and watch if I win this entire thing? Siegfried asked in response. Siegfried was aware that sucking too much honey would end up earning him diabetes, and by diabetes, he meant earning the ire of the tournament host. The host of this tournament was none other than the emperor himself, and Siegfried was certain that anyone, regardless of whether they were an NPC or not, would dearly pay the price for upsetting the NPC with the highest rank on the continent. In short, life on the Nuremberg continent would be hell for anyone who successfully struck the emperor's nerve. However, Chen Jin seemed like he was thinking otherwise. No, the emperor will not get involved. How do you know? I have my ways. In fact, he might even be pleased by the fact that you won the tournament. I'm sure he won't find it displeasing, and Raptor might end up winning this whole thing. Are you fine with that? Chen Jin asked with a mischievous grin. He's winning with his own ability, so that doesn't concern me at all. Siegfried replied. However, Chen Jin's next words astonished him. Even if Raptor becomes the Vice Guild Master of the Genesis Guild? What? Siegfried exclaimed in surprise. The archenemy that he had to destroy one day was the Genesis Guild. Yes, Chen Jin had just said that Raptor would join the Genesis Guild as their Vice Guild Master. Tell me the details, Siegfried urged. They have already agreed to recruit Raptor as the Vice Guild Master of the Genesis Guild if he wins this tournament, Chen Jin nonchalantly explained. Don't tell me, Siegfried muttered. Raptor wasn't able to debut as a pro gamer. Do you know why? It's because he was a trash talker who doesn't know how to hold back. He even made remarks about other people's families in the past, and he was also famous for receiving cash for boosting other people's accounts in other games. You must be well aware why a ranker like him has never joined a guild all these years, right? Chen Jin asked. Yes, I do. Siegfried replied. Raptor was playing solo without being affiliated with any guild because most top guilds cared about their public image. Someone like Raptor in their ranks was bound to tarnish their image, so they kept a distance from him. They wanted to avoid being hammered by the public upon recruiting Raptor. Raptor and Desire made a deal, Chen Jin said. Player ID, Desire, real name, Ki Hyung Seok. He was the guild master of the Genesis Guild and the pro gamer who crushed Siegfried until he despaired. Ki Hyung Seok is close with the association, and he's also a rumored successor of the Pro Gamers Association of South Korea, Chen Jin added. It's nice to see South Korea's gaming industry doing so well. Siegfried sarcastically sneered before asking, so, what kind of deal did they make? Raptor will transfer all the lands and even the kingship title bestowed upon him to Ki Hyung Seok if he wins this tournament. In return, Ki Hyung Seok will, Chen Wu Jin said. Siegfried finished his sentence for him. Help Raptor debut as a pro gamer by using his authority as the chairman of the Pro Gamers Association. That's correct, Chen Wu Jin said with a smile. If that happens, then the Genesis Guild will have their very own base. Siegfried muttered before saying, they could even establish their own country. Country ruled not by NPCs, but a country ruled by players, and the NPCs will be under their rule. The first adventurous kingdom will be born, Chen Wu Jin added. And Siegfried trailed off. Chen Wu Jin added the following words for him. It will be a kingdom ruled by the executives of the Genesis Guild, the guild you swore to destroy. I can't let that happen. Siegfried immediately made a decision. He clenched his fists and said, I can't let Raptor win. He hated the idea of a ranker joining the ranks of the Genesis Guild, and he loathed the idea of his nemesis Ki Hyung Seok becoming a crowned king. But that guy should just continue live streaming and playing solo. Why the hell is he trying to become a pro gamer all of a sudden? He grumbled. That's because he is an attention seeker, Chen Wu Jin replied. Attention seeker? Raptor has already amassed quite a fortune. What else is there left for him to chase? It is naturally fame and honor. Raptor is a special kind of attention seeker. He tries not to show it, but he loves being at the center of attention. Don't you think he's dying inside because of the mistakes he made in the past? After all, if it weren't for those, he could have already become a pro gamer. People like him are only obsessed with money until they start living in a nice house and start driving a supercar. Afterward, they will surely start looking for something else. Are you speaking from experience? You will find out once you make enough money. There was no way for Siegfried to understand how the mindset of the rich because he had never been in their position. Then, I just have to stop Raptor from winning this, right? No, Chen Wu Jin shook his head and said, there are 4 forces in Erangel right now. The first one is Raptor, the second is Khalifa, the third is Seung Gu and the other rabbles like him, and lastly you. Khalifa, the Islamic extremist gamers. Ah, those bastards. The cultural and religious tendencies of people were bound to stay the same regardless of whether it was in reality or in a game. The people who instilled terror while screaming that Allah was the one and only God and Islam was the only way, those people were doing the same things in games as in reality. Now, it seemed that there were extremists here from a group called Khalifa. They were rambling about building Mecca in the Nuremberg continent or something. Wow. Imagine if one of those bastards wins this tournament. That will be a sight to see, don't you think? Then what about the rest? It's like giving a pearl necklace to a pig. I checked all of them, but none of them seemed worthy. Forget about being worthy. They won't even be able to protect the land as soon as they get it. But that's the same for me, right? Are you a preteen? Preteen. I said, aren't you being too pretentious? Why are you acting so weak when you have a hidden class? But I'm weak. You are weak for now, go and win this tournament. Chen Wu Jin said, urging Siegfried even more. You should grab the opportunity while it's present, and it's the same here in the game and in reality. The one who owns some land will always be better off than others. Do you really think that the saying, landowner is above the creator, exists for no reason? Owning land will automatically make you reap tremendous profits. Lands don't lie. You want it to become rich. Right, grab the opportunity while it's up for grabs. The land would never lie. It was indeed a wise saying. This saying was given credibility by the fact that Chen Wu Jin owned numerous high-rise buildings in Gangnam. You can't win just because you want to win, right? I'm just asking you to give it a shot. There's no way that you can win against the likes of Raptor or those Khalifa bastards, Chen Wu Jin said. Give it a shot, you say. Just remember to shut up if you do manage to win. The Emperor won't be so happy the moment you disclose how you won. I will. Then, I'll be going now. Oh, by the way, Chen Wu Jin paused. He waved his hand and something surprising happened. Alert! Your inventory weight has increased by 100. It was truly an astonishing sight. What the hell? Siegfried exclaimed. I have increased your inventory capacity, so have fun sucking more honey, Chen Wu Jin said as a magic circle appeared underneath his feet. Wuong. Then, he disappeared with a bright flash. Just what the hell is that bastard? Siegfried muttered while staring at where Chen Wu Jin stood a few moments ago. Chen Wu Jin was truly someone Siegfried couldn't quite decipher. While Siegfried was happily looting items from Area 8 and Area 12, a message popped up in front of him. Alert! A blizzard shall descend upon Area 13 from now on. The final stage of the world's greatest survival tournament, Area 13, was entering its final stages as fighting broke out all over the area. You bastard, you dare betray me. I have to put myself first, right? I can't sacrifice myself for you. Many groups started fighting each other as internal strife shattered their coalitions. Sigh, garbage. And Raptor took advantage of the groups in fighting to mercilessly cut them down. Allahu Akbar. The Khalifa group also went on their way, chanting God is the greatest while slaughtering the infidels according to their own logic. Damn it. Daily. Uayak. The participants turned into a bunch of lone wolves who could only trust themselves as they fought to be the winner of the tournament, and it didn't take long before the entire snowfield was drenched in blood. It was during this entire scuffle that the Islamic extremist group, Khalifa and Raptor, came face to face. The encounter could be considered a fateful, inevitable encounter since the tournament started. Why? The clash between the two-digit ranker and the group composed of users whose levels were level 100 on average was unavoidable. I shall take your head, infidel, Ishmael, a level 220 adventurer, as well as the leader of the Khalifa group, said to Raptor. What nonsense are you spouting, you oily Arab bastard? Raptor said in his usual arrogant, straightforward tone, as he sneered at the extremists. The clash between the two giants, which signaled the start of the tournament's second half, had finally started. Meanwhile, go and win this tournament. You should grab the opportunity while it's present, and it's the same here in the game and in reality. The one who owns some land will always be better off than others. Do you really think that the saying, landowner is above the creator, exists for no reason? Owning land will automatically make you reap tremendous profits. Lands don't lie. You wanted to become rich, right? Grab the opportunity while it's up for grabs. Chen Wu Jin's words continued to echo in Siegfried's head. The opportunity had arrived, and he could grab it for himself. However, Siegfried hesitated. These guys are fighting for their lives to survive. I can't just suddenly appear and snatch the title from underneath them. He could see from atop a cliff located behind the safety of the barrier that the participants were fighting for their lives to become the winner. But he was supposed to snatch it all away for his own benefit. It wasn't an easy decision for him to make unless he was corrupted to the core. It became even more difficult for him to do that when he saw how the participants fought while shedding blood, sweat, and tears. I have a hidden class, so I still have a lot of opportunities. But this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for someone else. Siegfried's conscience was bothered at the idea of stealing the daily bread of someone hanging by a thread. After all, he could be considered someone fortunate enough to be entitled. Let's keep watching for now. It's fine as long as it's not Raptor or Khalifa. I'll jump into the fray when it starts looking like either Raptor or Khalifa will win. Siegfried decided that the victor of this tournament didn't matter as long as it wasn't a distasteful organization like the Khalifa group or Raptor, who was a potential threat to him, however. Puak. Siegfried watched as Raptor stabbed his blade deep into the abdomen of Khalifa's leader, Ishmael. But the main problem was the fact that this was not the end of it. Die, you Arab bastard. Raptor swung the sword sticking out of Ishmael's abdomen upward. FYI, blood spurted all over the place as Ishmael's body was split into two. Thud, thud. The remaining Khalifa members were stunned at the sight of their leader being split in half. Line up, boys. I'll take care of you one by one, Raptor said with a smile. His eyes were filled with madness. Siegfried bit his lips at the scene unfolding before his eyes. It seemed like Raptor was going to massacre the rest of the participants and be crowned as this tournament's winner. What if that really happened? Another powerful foe would be added to Siegfried's list. The Genesis Guild would surely shoot up the rankings and become the strongest guild on the continent the moment Raptor, who would become a dual-class player thanks to the soul separation device, joined them. In fact, there was a high chance that things would turn out exactly as Chen Wu Jin had said, and the first adventurer's kingdom would be born as well. I can't let that happen. Siegfried clenched his fists. He got up and started moving. 1. Author used a Korean wordplay joke here. Kim and Ya sounds like a middle-aged woman's name, while Kai Man Ya means someone that's pretentious or deceitful. Writing it as it is made negative 200%. Minus 200% sense in English, so I had to write a dad joke of my own. Badam TSSS, 2. The saying in Korea is a wordplay since, and, both have the same ending sound. Basically, it means that the landowner is above the creator who created the land. Thud. When Siegfried was about to enter Area 13, one of the remaining participants died to Raptor's sword without being able to let out a scream. Alert, 10 players left. A message popped up in front of everyone remaining on the island. That means there are 9 left excluding myself. Raptor muttered before he arrogantly asked his viewers, "Hey guys, this means I'm about to win this, right?" Andu agreed. Galapagos Turtle, what's up with his insane control? Anchovy Broth, will he win this and be crowned the king of survival? W572 agreed. This guy just made me piss myself. Romantic moving, I fucking agree. Jobless high school dropout, are you going to beat up the top rankers after winning this? Yonbo Jion, he should. The chat window of Raptor's livestream started to go crazy. In fact, the chat had already exploded while he was fighting against Khalifa with hundreds and thousands of messages popping up every second. Yeah, I agree as well, Raptor said with an arrogant smile. Then he started walking and announced, "Shall we go and exterminate some cockroaches?" It seemed that Raptor was pretty confident of his victory at this point. The tournament turned into a game of hide and seek after the Khalifa group was exterminated by Raptor. "Hey, where are you going? Leave your head behind if you're in such a rush," said the Seeker Raptor. Meanwhile, the hiders hurriedly ran away and exclaimed, Get away from me." None of the remaining 9 participants were powerful enough to fight Raptor, and it wasn't simply because of the difference between their level or between their equipment. Raptor HP, mana, stamina. Raptor only had 10% left in his HP, mana, and stamina. He wasn't in a state where he could display his full capabilities. This wasn't surprising, because Raptor was human as well. He hadn't been able to sleep properly for the past 5 days as he wandered around the entirety of Erangel and killed anyone he came across. Not to mention, he had to fight a one-man battle against the Khalifa group, which further exacerbated his current status and reduced the durability of his items to their limits. Despite all of that, the reason nobody could stand against Raptor was that Anchovy Broth, Raptor's control is giving me the chills, W572, crazy. He killed that player just like that, romantic moving. He should be considered a gaming machine at this point. Kekek, Raptor's control was enough to shame most pro gamers. His overpowered equipment and skills, Raptor didn't need those from the start. Sukiok, Raptor's sword directly pierced the throat of an adventurer who dared to stand up against him. He didn't have to use any skills. All he had to do was to parry the incoming sword and counterattack by stabbing his enemy in the throat. The reason Raptor was able to take the 99th spot on the ranking was mainly because of his otherworldly control. Alert, 9 players remaining. Another message popped up in front of the participants, and it seemed to signal the forthcoming end of this grueling tournament. Siegfried scoured around in search of the safest position to safely watch over what was happening in the tournament, and it was possible for Siegfried to find the best spot to safely watch over the battle between the remaining participants and Raptor, thanks to Inzaghai's compass, which guided him to the best possible location. Alert, 9 players remaining. Alert, 8 players remaining. Alert, 7 players remaining. Raptor slowly hunted down the remaining participants one by one, and he was inching closer to winning the entire tournament. Only 7 are left. Siegfried wondered whether he was included in the 7 or not. There was no way for him to find out whether he was indeed considered one of the participants or not. But he was certain that he had to do whatever it took to prevent Raptor from winning the tournament. "I need to know if I'm included or not to be able to accurately gauge my timing." No. Chenwu Jin asked me to win this thing. I should be included in the count, if it's possible for me to win this thing in the first place. He assumed, while he was deep in thought. The remaining participants appeared one by one in front of Raptor. There was a saying that a wounded tiger was bound to attract a pack of wolves. And that was the perfect saying for the current situation. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The remaining participants appeared in front of Raptor after seemingly establishing an agreement among themselves. Why? Because they understood that there was no rosy picture awaiting them, as long as Raptor was alive. They instinctively understood as well that it was going to be better for them to take out the biggest threat, and then fight it out among themselves, rather than be picked off one by the ranker. "Don't do anything stupid, got that?" Seung-gu said, while looking at the other participants. Siegfried had been wondering what happened to him, but it turned out that he was still alive. "Just make sure you don't do anything stupid yourself," another participant retorted. "Of course, but where's the other one?" Seung-gu asked. "Beats me. I'm sure he is cowering somewhere. Anyway, he is very strong, so you guys better throw everything you have at him. Let's mess up that opportunistic bastard after we are done with this one." The adventurers all got riled up as they cursed whoever was hiding while they were surrounding Raptor. However, Raptor seemed to be smiling after being surrounded by them. "Oh, you came?" Raptor greeted them with a smile before he flashed a different kind of smile that sent chills down everyone's spine before saying, "You insects." He seemed to be showing that he was actually grateful for their appearance since he didn't have to go looking for them one by one. Crack, crack, Raptor cracked his knuckles and swung his sword a few times while walking toward the adventurers. "Bring it on, you bunch of cockroaches," Raptor said in a leisurely yet arrogant voice that only those with true power could afford to use. Raptor would have been crowned as the winner of this tournament if Siegfried hadn't crash-landed on Erengel. And if Siegfried hadn't met Chen Wu Jin and remained ignorant of the secret deal Raptor had made with the Genesis Guild. Raptor would have emerged victorious and become the king of survival if it weren't for Chen Wu Jin's intervention. Unfortunately, it was still difficult to tell if Chen Wu Jin's intervention would actually make any difference. Kyuhyok, Seung-gu groaned while gasping for breath and wildly flailing his legs. Raptor was raising him off the ground by his throat with one hand. Let go. You bastard, well look at you. I'm not going to die, I can't die, I will be the one to kill you. No, not at all, Raptor said with a chilling smile. Then, Puuk, Raptor stabbed the sword in his hand into Seung-gu's neck. Kyuhyok, Seung-gu gasped as he coughed large amounts of blood. Thud, Raptor hurled Seung-gu with his neck half severed to the ground like a ragdoll. I can't die like this, Seung-gu muttered. He tried his best to get up and control his character to no avail. Thud. Seung-gu's character bowed down. Roll. The most expensive item he had in his possession rolled on the snow-covered ground. Was it a coincidence? The most expensive item Seung-gu possessed was a ring called for my mother. Alert, 2 players remaining. A message notifying Seung-gu's death popped up. Who? There's only one left, Raptor said while looking around in search of the final participant. He then asked his viewers, "Hey guys, where do you think this bastard is hiding?" "Over here," Siegfried said as he appeared before Raptor. Raptor muttered, seemingly annoyed before grumbling, "You should have just appeared with them a while ago. Why did you make things troublesome for me? Are you thinking that you're the final boss?" "No, not at all," Siegfried replied. "Anyway, it's good that you're here," Raptor leisurely said. He smiled and added, "Let's not make things difficult between us and end this the easy way." Raptor couldn't finish his words because a spear suddenly flew, aiming for his face. Whoosh. Raptor was so surprised he couldn't even utter a sound. The spear was extremely fast, and he dared say that it was the fastest spear he had ever seen on this island. However, the spear's speed was the least of his concern. Where did the spear come from? Did it come from top to bottom or from bottom to top? The angle where the spear came from was quite peculiar. Raptor was certain that the spear came from the front. But the true angle it came from seemed different from how it looked when it flew. Raptor immediately judged that his opponent's spearmanship was incomparable to the ones he had seen on this island so far. Drip, drip, blood was dripping down his face. I couldn't perfectly avoid it. I couldn't. Raptor was shocked to find himself injured. He moved to avoid it out of instinct. But it wasn't enough, unfortunately for him. This was just the beginning of his troubles. Whoosh. Whoosh. The spear continued to thrust at him without giving him any space or time to recollect himself. Puck, 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 the spear managed to leave small wounds on him. I'm losing, his control is better than me. Raptor couldn't believe it. His enemy was weaker than him. He could tell that the opponent was a measly level 50, whose class wasn't even a class like Lance Master that specialized with spears, but rather a debuffer class called Debuff Master. He was being pushed back by a player with a support class. To make matters worse, his opponent wasn't using any skills and was driving him into a corner with just basic attacks. It seemed that his opponent was trying to show that he was playing around with him and was driving him into a corner for fun. Meanwhile, Raptor's chat window was going wilder than it had ever been before. 1111 II 1111, who the hell is that? Ripped butthole, is he overpowering Raptor purely with his control? Yellowy, wow, look at his movements. Kitty 6, awesome, his controls is fucking top class. Chicken Hunter, is this for real? The viewers were shocked by the skills and control of the level 50 adventurer named Siegfried. He was driving Raptor, a top 100 ranker, into a corner. In addition, they were even more shocked when they noticed how Siegfried was using nothing but basic attacks. Of course, the hardcore fans, who were members of the Raptor Till We Die fan club, defended Raptor. Karaoke Master Lee sang Jun. Raptor is just exhausted. Rap Master, that low-level bastard is such a coward. MRS, Raptor is going to beat him up later. Are you guys crazy? Manager Shin. Raptor can drop him with a single skill. 220D. Can those who can't tell what's going on just shut up or leave? How can you say that a low-level bastard is overwhelming Raptor? I'm Li Guangjin, you asshole. Raptor screamed before fiercely charging into Siegfried's blind spot. It was a judgment that came from Raptor's vast experience. He took advantage of the fact that the spear's length gave the user plenty of openings in close combat. Let me give you a nice hole in your stomach, Raptor exclaimed as he stabbed forward with his sword. However, it was a critical misjudgment on Raptor's part. His sword was about to plunge into Siegfried's side, but something flashed from Siegfried's hand, and the spear suddenly turned into a mace. Flash, Siegfried used one of the abilities of his belt, the Medjing Jord, Fast Draw and Fast Store. A mace. Raptor was stupefied when the spear in Siegfried's hand suddenly turned into a mace, since that could only mean that he wasn't in his enemy's blind spot. He had walked into his enemy's attack range instead. Bam! Siegfried's mace golem's rock fist smashed into Raptor's head. Voila, blood started flowing down Raptor's head after getting struck by the mace, but Raptor was no ordinary gamer. Distance. I have to widen the distance between us. He was able to instinctively react and take a step backward even after getting struck on the head. He didn't want to let his enemy take the opportunity to land another hit on him. However, Raptor's quick reaction was also well within Siegfried's calculations. Flash. Siegfried's hand flashed once again, a spear this time. Raptor was astonished to find that the weapon coming toward him instantly changed from a mace to a spear. A mace would come flying if he closed the distance, and a spear would come flying if he widened it. He was at a loss on how to deal with his opponent's attack pattern. However, the most ridiculous thing about the entire situation was flash. Siegfried's hand flashed once again, and the spear turned into a saber as soon as Raptor avoided the spear, and the saber was aiming for his legs. How? How the hell am I supposed to avoid that? Raptor had no idea how to avoid the incoming attack, but he had to make a decision: jump. He decided to jump rather than risk having one of his legs severed. However, that decision proved to be a fatal one. Whoosh. Spear came flying toward Raptor while he was in mid-air. He could twist his body and try to avoid it, but it was impossible for him to move from his spot. In short, he was a sitting duck. No, don't. Raptor was about to say something, but the spear dug deep into his chest and pierced his heart before going through his back. Raptor realized it by then. I'm fucked. He had also realized that even though he was exhausted, a two-digit ranker like him was still one-sidedly beaten up by a level 50 newbie. Thud. Raptor collapsed. The most valuable item in his inventory, soul separation device, rolled on the snowy ground, which was drenched with his blood. Roll. No hard feelings. I had to get rid of you because you'll get in my way. That's all there is to it, Siegfried muttered while staring down at Raptor's lifeless body. Victory? Siegfried wasn't interested in that. He would have given up on winning the tournament without any hesitation if the other adventurers managed to take Raptor down. A message popped up in front of him. Alert, 1 player remaining. Alert. The winner of the first world's greatest survival tournament is the adventurer Siegfried. And that was how Siegfried obtained the title King of Survival. On the other hand, Raptor's screen turned gray, and a gray screen in any game indicated one's demise. Alert, your character has died. A message popped up on the gray screen. Jim is my life. IO 1121, is this for real? K Park Chang Min T, S1 novel, BV, this is crazy. The hundreds of thousands of people watching Raptor's livestream doubted their eyes. Raptor had died to a level 50 player. Moreover, he died to a bunch of basic attacks. Nobody had expected such a tragic twist of events, but no one was as shocked as Raptor himself. Odd. That was the only word that came out of Raptor's mouth. Alert, the streamer has stopped their live stream. The viewer's screen turned black as Raptor Rage quitted his live stream. I lost to a bastard like that, Raptor muttered while sitting in his VR capsule. He stared blankly and continued muttering. He overpowered me purely with his control. He didn't want to admit it, but he instinctively knew that the level 50 low-level player that went by the name Siegfried was a better player than him. Raptor suddenly let out an outburst, and his next action was a pattern commonly found in upset gamers. Bam! Bam bam! Raptor took a chair and started to smash his VR capsule with it. He felt like he would not be able to endure the fury boiling inside of him if he didn't vent it out by smashing the things around him. After all, the tower he had built brick by brick had just come crashing down. Siegfried won against a 2-digit ranker, but he wasn't in a celebratory mood. I would have died if Raptor had some mana left. Siegfried was well aware that the only reason he managed to win was due to the fact that Raptor was in an exhausted, worn-out state, however. Siegfried didn't use any of his skills, even though he could have ended the battle much earlier because he was pretty good. It would have been fun if we could have had a match of control while he's in a good condition. Siegfried's instincts as a gamer wanted to have a match of skills against a ranker like Raptor. Of course, there was no way he could fight Raptor from now on since the latter's character had just been rendered basically unplayable. Anyway, Siegfried was still satisfied since he was able to remove a potential threat now. He expectantly muttered while walking toward the item Raptor had dropped. Alert. You have obtained Soul Separation Device. The item which would allow a user to obtain a second class was now in Siegfried's hands. This item alone is worth an entire building in Gangnam. He muttered and clicked his tongue in disbelief while looking at the small necklace that was apparently worth over 10 billion won. Should I use this or should I? While Siegfried was stuck in a happy dilemma, a gigantic airship suddenly cast a shadow over him. Sh-woong, thud, the airship landed a few distances away from Siegfried. All forces, attention. A group of elite soldiers instantly mobilized and formed 2 parallel lines. Flutter, a group of servants came down from the airship and unrolled a red carpet over the bloody snowfield. A middle-aged man came down from the airship and stepped on the carpet. He walked toward Siegfried and said, I, Baron Nadelberg, am here as the envoy of His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Martian Empire, Stuttgart von Posterior. Ah, yes, my name is Siegfried. Firstly, I sincerely congratulate you for winning the world's greatest survival tournament. Thank you very much. I shall now recite His Majesty the Emperor's imperial edict to you. Kneel. Siegfried quickly got down on one knee. I, Stuttgart von Posterior, the Emperor of the Martian Empire. Baron Nadelberg proceeded to read the Emperor's imperial edict. There was nothing special about it. The edict only congratulated Siegfried and asked him to continue to work hard for the Empire. In lieu of this, I hereby grant adventurer Siegfried the authority to rule over the Protein Province, and adventurer Siegfried shall now therefore become. Then, Siegfried's name suddenly changed. Alert! Your nickname has changed from Siegfried to Siegfried van Proa. A suffix signified a person's nobility and lineage on the Nuremberg continent. Van meant a person was of imperial royalty lineage. Van meant a person was of royal lineage. De meant a person was of a noble lineage, and they were at least a marquis or higher. De meant a person was of a normal noble lineage. Siegfried's name was given the suffix van, since he was the victor of the world's greatest survival tournament, and he was awarded territory and the title of king by His Majesty the Emperor. The surname suddenly added to his nickname Proa was derived from the name of his territory Protein. In short, it could be understood that Siegfried's new name, Siegfried van Proa, basically meant Siegfried from Protein. Baron Nadelberg continued, King Proa of Protein. King Proa will be exempted from paying taxes for the next 3 years, and shall use my grace to bolster the military forces and administrative capacity of Protein to protect it from foreign invaders. And the Kingdom of Protein shall be considered as an independent and autonomous country. It will not be treated as a subject of the Empire. Then, another set of messages popped up in front of Siegfried's eyes. Alert, you have obtained the title King of Survival. Alert, you have obtained the title Ruler of Protein. Alert, you have obtained the title King. A series of titles that did not suit a level 50 player popped up one after another. Congratulations, Your Majesty, Baron Nadelberg said after reading out the Emperor's edict. He didn't forget to address Siegfried properly. It was only right for Nadelberg, who was only a baron of the Empire, to respectfully address Siegfried. After all, the latter was no longer just adventurer Siegfried. It was now Siegfried van Proa, the ruler and king of the Protein Province. Of course, a baron of the Empire was still considered to be more powerful than most kings considering the Martian Empire's influence and power. Oh, and Baron Nadelberg approached Siegfried and whispered into his ears, This is only my opinion, but I think it will be better for Your Majesty to refrain from sharing with anyone else regarding the fortune that allowed you to win the tournament. This is to ensure that His Majesty the Emperor's prestige will be maintained, and nobody will question the fairness of the tournament. Oh yes, of course, Siegfried immediately replied with a small nod while thinking. Oh, they knew it all along. The tournament organizers were actually aware that Siegfried had crash-landed on the island before the tournament even started, just like what Qinwu Jin had said, and they were also willing to overlook the matter. As such, Siegfried was left with no choice but to agree to zip his mouth regarding his unintended cheating. And it wasn't that difficult for him to agree to it, since he had no intentions of boasting about it in the first place. "You have made a wise decision, Your Majesty," Baron Nadelberg said. "Not at all," Siegfried replied. "Here is His Majesty the Emperor's gift to you, Your Majesty," Baron Nadelberg said as he motioned to the soldiers. The soldiers carried a huge chest over and placed it in front of Siegfried. Siegfried opened the chest and found that it was filled to the brim with all sorts of valuable jewels and gold. On top of the piles of jewels and gold was a vial of the elixir of proof, which was the only thing that could nullify the aura of self-destruction's effects. 3 days after the first world's greatest survival tournament, Huo, Seung-gu wiped the sweat off of his forehead with a towel. The first thing he did right after getting eliminated from the world's greatest survival tournament was to go to a manpower office and apply for a job at a construction site. He carried bricks and shoveled sand for the whole day to earn money for his mother's surgery. Ziaing. On the 3rd day of his work, he received a call. "What?" Seung-gu exclaimed in surprise as he doubted his ears. He decided to ask again just to make sure. "My mother can get the bone marrow transplant operation." "Yes, but how? An anonymous donor has made a donation, and your mother is now eligible for the surgery." Who would give such a big donation?" "I'm afraid that I won't be able to divulge that detail, since it was an anonymous donation." "But is this for real? I'm not dreaming, right?" "Yes, it is true, really. Anyway, why don't you come to the hospital first? There are a few documents that you will have to sign regarding the surgery." "I'm on the way," Seung-gu exclaimed as he threw his shovel away. At an upscale bar in Qingdam-dong, T-Sung was drinking whiskey with Qinwu Jin. "What, are you feeling guilty?" Qinwu Jin asked. "Why would I?" T-Sung grumbled in response. "You did that because you felt guilty for winning the tournament, right?" Qinwu Jin said with a grin. "I have no idea what you are talking about," T-Sung replied with a scoff, and then he added, "I wouldn't have thrust my spear into Raptor's abdomen if I felt guilty about it. Still, that kind of a donation to help someone in need." Qinwu Jin muttered before continuing, "But he's still a stranger. I mean, his situation is quite unfortunate, but 300 million won is not exactly a small figure." "His will to survive looked cool," T-Sung replied with a shrug. He then smiled and said, "And he's a good son." "Well, he is indeed a good son. I earned quite a lot this time as well, and someone once told me that I have to spend as much as I have earned to be able to earn more." "That's true. Anyway, thanks for the information. Would have been more difficult for me to fight the Genesis Guild if a dual-class raptor were to join them." "Don't mention it. But what the hell are you? What is your role in the game?" T-Sung asked. "I strive for peace and prosperity on the continent," Qinwu Jin replied with a mischievous smirk. "You sound like a Miss Universe participant," T-Sung grumbled. "But it's true. Cut the crap and just tell me honestly, are you some secret agent working behind the scenes to destroy the world?" "You got the wrong person." "Hey, don't be like that and just tell me, will you? You're so secretive." T-Sung grumbled. "I told you to ask me once you hit level 200, right? Why are you so curious when you are just a low-level newbie? Why so curious when you won't be able to do anything anyway, huh? Hey, where are you going? Are you upset by any chance?" Qinwu Jin hurriedly asked when T-Sung got up and prepared to walk away. "I'm not," T-Sung replied. "Then where are you going?" Qinwu Jin asked. T-Sung looked at him and smirked before saying, "I'm going to level up." That morning, deep within a cave located on an uninhabited island at the southern edge of the Nuremberg continent. "So that's Herbert's life's work," Siegfried muttered. Some of you, especially from Europe or into medieval history, would point out that these are not proper titles. It will be easier if you just think that this is how it works in the Nuremberg continent. 2. Author uses "you came to the wrong address," which is a playful way of telling someone they are wrong in Korean, but it does not sound good in English. T-Sung went home after meeting Qinwu Jin. Then he immediately logged in to BMW. Siegfried hopped on board an airship provided by the Empire and headed south to where Herbert's life's work was supposedly located. "There's no way it's going to crash again, right?" he thought. He was scared and worried that the airship would crash once again. How scared he had to have been when he realized that the place he crash-landed on was none other than the island where the world's greatest survival tournament was being hosted. How much despair he had to go through when he died after being hit by a mortar shell. Contrary to his worries, the airship didn't crash this time. Why? The airship provided by the Empire was very well maintained, and the pilot was a veteran pilot who was also a lieutenant in the Empire's Air Force. Siegfried followed the treasure map and arrived where Herbert's life's work was apparently located, but the treasure Herbert had left behind as his final masterpiece, the treasure that he ground his entire soul and being into was a stick. The item known as Herbert's life's work turned out to be a stick made out of metal. No wonder there were no monsters guarding this place. The final masterpiece Herbert had left behind didn't suit the titles it had. In fact, the descriptions it was given were greatly exaggerated. Siegfried climbed up the rocks and went closer to inspect if the stick was indeed Herbert's life's work. The rod was about 180 centimeters long, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. With its thickness, any adult male could grab it with one hand. Perhaps the only thing that stood out was the material used to make it. The rod was made out of an unknown material that exuded a low luster, as if it was showing off that it was alive. The ancient texts engraved on its surface gave a mysterious feel to it. But aside from those, there wasn't really anything extraordinary about it. Siegfried couldn't understand how this silver rod was the deadliest and most powerful weapon of destruction Herbert had ever created. "What the hell is this?" Siegfried muttered in disbelief. He extended his hand out and inspected the rod with his rune of insight. Rod of God, a rod created to imitate the rod used by the Lord of Chaos, one of the main gods of the continent's mythology. Type: rod rating, mythic durability. Unlimited. The item named Rod of God, which was apparently Herbert's life's work, was an indestructible weapon that possessed infinite durability. However, the main strong point of this weapon wasn't its unlimited durability, but the ability it possessed. Its ability made it live up to its mythic rating. Abilities: Scourge of God allows the user to launch the Rod of God into the air and drop it at the desired location. The range is 8,000 kilometers with a 10-meter margin of error. The Rod of God will wreak absolute havoc within a 50-kilometer radius from ground zero. The Rod of God weapon will automatically return to the user once used. Cooldown 1 year. What the hell? Is this an Eichbom? Siegfried muttered in disbelief while reading the weapon's description, which resembled the description of an intercontinental ballistic missile. The Rod of God had the ability to lay waste within a 50-kilometer radius from its ground zero. It had a range of 8,000 kilometers away. This is the weapon Herbert dedicated his entire life to create, Siegfried muttered while looking at the weapon. The Rod of God's ability was indeed amazing, but Siegfried couldn't help but feel that this wasn't the end of it. He remembered Shakiro's words. The deranged mad blacksmith, Herbert, was someone who enjoyed seeing the weapons he made be drenched in blood on the battlefield. However, someone like him actually made a weapon like the Rod of God, which would never be drenched in blood. It was indeed a destructive weapon, but it didn't fit Herbert's aesthetic philosophy. "Well, it doesn't really matter," Siegfried said. He then extended his hand toward the Rod of God. BZZT, BZZZZZT. The Rod of God shot a powerful current toward Siegfried, but it wasn't strong enough to prevent him from grabbing the weapon. The sparks soon died out and a string of messages popped up in front of his eyes. Alert: the Rod of God has acknowledged you as its owner. Alert: the Rod of God is not satisfied with you, but it has acknowledged your potential. Alert: you have obtained the Rod of God. Alert: the Rod of God has been bound to you. Alert: you are the only one who can use the Rod of God. The messages confirmed that he was now the owner of the mythic-rated weapon Herbert had left behind. Shouldn't a weapon like this resist a few times at the least? Siegfried muttered in disappointment at the lackluster turn of events, but he wasn't really complaining about it. Good things were good, and it was better for him that things had worked out this easily. "I thought it was a spear, but it's a rod." While Siegfried was mumbling to himself, his heart suddenly started to beat wildly. Badump, 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 flash. The scenery in front of his eyes changed in a flash. Mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared in front of him, and the scene made Siegfried think that he was getting a glimpse of hell itself. Keek. Siegfried heard someone's laughter. "It seems that you are the greenhorn who is going to continue my legacy." Siegfried turned around toward the voice and found a short yet muscular being looking at him with a huge grin on their face. "I'm certain I was in a cave just now," Siegfried muttered. However, the short yet muscular being suddenly said, "It's an illusion, kiddo." "An illusion, that's right. These are the memories I stored within the Rod of God." "Then you are," Yes, I am the blacksmith of death, Herbert. Herbert wasn't human. Siegfried muttered in surprise. It was exactly as he said. The blacksmith of death, Herbert, wasn't human. He had a long ponytail that almost reached the ground, a large nose that resembled a pig, lower teeth that protruded 10 centimeters out of his mouth, and yellow skin that had a texture similar to those found on insects. Herbert wasn't human but an orc. You didn't know I wasn't human? Yeah. So, do you have any complaints because I'm not human? Not at all. I was just surprised, since I would have immediately recognized you if you were a dwarf instead. Keek, a dwarf, you say? Don't compare me to those fools. How dare you mention those imbeciles that only have a few tricks up their sleeves to someone like me, the great Herbert? The orc blacksmith Herbert was calling the dwarves imbeciles and fools with a very arrogant smile. However, Siegfried didn't mind Herbert's arrogance at all. He also didn't find it unpleasant. Why? It was because a legendary blacksmith like Herbert could be as arrogant as he wanted when it came to his field of expertise. Anyway, it's nice to meet you. Greenhorn, who is going to continue my legacy. Legacy? Please don't tell me that you're going to ask me to improve or complete your final masterpiece or something. Siegfried muttered nervously. Legacy Herbert was referring to meant something akin to a business or traditions passed down from generation to generation, and Siegfried couldn't help but interpret Herbert's words as the blacksmith of death asking him to create an even more powerful weapon of mass destruction. That's right. You will have to complete the most powerful weapon of mass destruction for me. I'm talking about that, my final masterpiece. This is incomplete, unfortunately, yes. Tusk, to think that it's incomplete. Siegfried surreptitiously grumbled and grimaced. Ah, Master Shakiro, he said it's incomplete. Siegfried thought. He suddenly imagined Shakiro replying to his thoughts. Damn it, I even wasted my entire life searching for it. It was definitely for the better that Shakiro didn't find out about this in his final days. Siegfried was sure that Shakiro would have died from high blood pressure if he had discovered that the weapon he had been searching for was an incomplete one. Who the hell are you to grimace like that? It should be me who should be upset, because that weapon is incomplete. It's my only lingering regret. Everyone has their own stuff to handle. Siegfried said with a shrug, and then he muttered under his breath, what's with the regret when he's already dead? Wait, is that why he stored his memory like this? You damn arrogant punk. Hey, you unqualified fool. I let you become the owner of the rod of God, but what did you just say? Everyone has their own stuff to handle. Herbert's voice boomed. Oh, so that's how it went. Siegfried finally realized that things had only gone smoothly because Herbert had helped him out. You ungrateful little bastard. I don't think I'm indebted to you in any way. So please refrain from saying things like that. What did you just say? This is your incomplete final masterpiece, right? Who will complete it for you if not me? Well, should I just throw it into the ocean or something? Siegfried said while swinging the rod of God a few times. And no, don't do that. Anything but that. Herbert pleaded with a pale face. Let's not do anything that will cause a rift between us. Do you understand? This little. Herbert gnashed his teeth, but he didn't say anything else that could potentially upset Siegfried. The hierarchy between Herbert and Siegfried was established with Siegfried, the one with more say in this situation. So this thing is incomplete. That's right. Herbert responded to Siegfried's question, and then he explained. I successfully managed to recreate the scourge of the Lord of Chaos to create the world's most powerful weapon of mass destruction. But why is it so lackluster, you bastard? I'll throw it away. I'm sorry. We agreed to be careful with our words, right? We did. So you wanted to create a weapon of mass destruction, but you only managed to make this rod. My illness worsened, so I could no longer work on it, although I was finally able to complete the weapon's design. So you barely managed to work on it. What should I do to complete this, then? Take this. Herbert passed a scroll over to Siegfried. It's the blueprint. Blueprint, you say? A Grand Master blacksmith will be able to complete the weapon once they see this blueprint. That sounds easy, but finding a Grand Master blacksmith isn't as easy as it sounds, you know that. You don't have to worry about that since there will certainly be at least one of them in every generation. They will burn with passion the moment they see my blueprint, so you don't have to worry about convincing them. The problem is not with the blacksmith. What's the problem? The main problem is gathering the materials. How difficult can it be? Siegfried muttered. He unrolled the scroll and looked at the list of materials necessary to complete the weapon of mass destruction. Upon seeing the list, he clicked his tongue and gasped. This is crazy. The materials necessary to complete the weapon of mass destruction were the following. Herbert's blueprint, a blueprint of the most powerful weapon of mass destruction. A Grand Master blacksmith will easily understand it, and they will be able to complete Herbert's final masterpiece as long as they have the following ingredients. Type: Recipe: Universal Weapon Materials, Rod of God ×1. Omnipotent Mechanical Gear, ×1 Horn of Chromatic Dragon, ×1 Soul of the Vampire Lord, ×1 Eye of the Storm, ×1 Universal Grade Mana Stone, ×3 Heart of the Demon Lord, ×1. It turned out that the weapon of mass destruction Herbert had been dreaming of creating was actually meant to remain as nothing but a dream. The news of Raptor's character being reset spread all over the world in a heartbeat. A single video was uploaded to the top game streaming website G2, and the video garnered a record-breaking 100 million views in 3 days. B&W controllability of the level 50 that overpowered Raptor. AV 99,999 plus. The star of the video wasn't Raptor, but the level 50 adventurer, Siegfried. The guild masters of the top 10 guilds reacted the same after they were done watching the video. Find out his phone number. Get in touch with him. Let's recruit him before anyone else does. Does anyone know who he is? Is he a pro gamer from another game? Oh my god, this bastard is mine. Recruit him immediately, immediately. I'm going to fire our entire recruitment team if someone else recruits him first. Mark my words. However, there was one guild master who showed a different reaction from the rest. Han-Ti Sung, Ki Hyung Seok, the guild master of the Genesis Guild, stared intently at the screen while doubting his eyes 1,000 times. However, Ki Hyung Seok couldn't be 100% sure if the man in the video was really Han-Ti Sung. B&W does not allow dual accounts or nickname changes, he thought. Hive Games Entertainment, which was the developer and distributor of B&W, was known to be the strictest company when it came to user verification, and they were very famous for not allowing players to delete their account and create a new one or change their player ID. On top of that, Han-Ti Sung he knew was level 200, but the man in the video was only level 50. He does look like Han-Ti Sung, no. He looks more handsome than him, and he gives off a different feeling. That bastard Han-Ti Sung has a deranged look in his eyes while this guy doesn't. But they look too similar to simply ignore. Ki Hyung Seok pondered. Seemingly confused, there was no way Ki Hyung Seok would be able to tell that it was Ti Sung at a single glance, since even Choi Cheol Kai, who used to be one of Ti Sung's comrades, didn't recognize him as Siegfried. Hey, this Siegfried guy, keep an eye on him and try to find out anything you can about him. Find out where he lives and what he does for a living. Leave no stones unturned. Ki Hyung Seok commanded. The command meant that the Genesis Guild would keep a close eye on Siegfried from now on. Did you really design this to be created? Siegfried asked while staring at Herbert with eyes full of pity before saying, how the hell do you expect someone to make this? That is. I can somewhat understand the deal with the other materials, but don't you think you went too far with the Demon Lord's heart? Ahem. How can you be so shameless? No, do you even know what shame is in the first place? Siegfried continued to berate the blacksmith of death, but Herbert couldn't retort at all. I think I should just consider this opportunity as a hit or miss. I could end up spending the rest of my life trying to complete this if I focus only on this. I'm sorry, Master Shakiro, but I think I will have to do this only if the opportunity comes. Siegfried decided not to think about completing Herbert's final masterpiece for now. He was willing to try and complete it if he ever came across the materials required, but it was simply too burdensome for him to drop everything and purely occupy himself with this quest. I won't be able to complete this. My time is too precious to chase after something uncertain. Siegfried honestly said, I understand. Herbert seemed to agree with Siegfried's words. However, please don't completely give up on it, I beg you. Just try and gather the materials necessary to complete. From time to time, whenever you have time. That's all I ask. That's not difficult. I regret that I wasn't able to work on it sooner. Siegfried clicked his tongue at Herbert's state. The latter's body had probably decomposed long ago and was a pile of bones by now. However, Siegfried could tell how obsessed he had to have been with his final masterpiece when he was still alive. It was all because the blacksmith of death was still obsessed with his final masterpiece even after becoming a spirit. Anyway, I hope that you will be able to complete my final work, and this is a present I have prepared for you. A present? Siegfried repeated as his ears twitched at the word present. This is an elixir of recklessness. Herbert retrieved a flask and gave it to Siegfried. Elixir of recklessness type, consumable effect. the user will receive 70% increased experience points for 1 week after consuming this elixir. However, the user will lose a few levels if they fail to gain enough levels within the time limit. More than 10 levels in a week, it seemed that this elixir was created to force the user to level up as much as they could. "Oh," Siegfried muttered, and a huge smile appeared on his face. He was pretty happy with the present since he was always thirsty for more levels. It had a side effect, but it was nevertheless the perfect item for him since he had wasted a lot of time and even lost 3 levels at the world's greatest survival tournament. As such, he urgently had to increase his level. "And this is a medallion with my signature on it. Take this with you when you visit the main office of the Bavarian workshop. They will give you a 50% discount when purchasing an artifact." "Thank you," Siegfried said after taking the elixir and medallion from Herbert. "It sure is a lot just to ask someone to do the bare minimum." Siegfried actually reaped quite the reward. After all, being able to purchase an artifact from the Bavarian workshop, which was one of the top 3 workshops on the continent, at a discounted price was an amazing thing. "Please, I ask of you. I already told you that I'll do my best. You have to do your best if the opportunity presents itself. I already told you not to worry, just in case, if you see any hope of it getting completed." "Sai, can you stop insisting?" Siegfried said with a hint of annoyance. He was slowly reaching his limits of enduring Herbert's childish nagging. "Go rest, I'm going now." "Please." "You have to." "Bye," Siegfried said. He turned around and walked away from Herbert while waving his hand as if he was showing that he was fed up with the latter. Wuok. The hell in front of him disappeared and was replaced by the dark cave he was in. Sung logged out of the game and rushed to the bank. "Your transaction has been successfully completed. Your transaction has been successfully completed." First of all, he paid off his debt to the loan shark before paying off his bank loan. And that was it. Sniff. Sung was overcome by emotions after he was done wiring the money. This was the end. He could finally kiss his debt goodbye. What forced Sung to live a pitiful and poor life was finally gone, and this was thanks to the items the participants of the world's greatest survival tournament had dropped upon their deaths. "This is only the beginning," Sung muttered with a smile. His account balance decreased in size after paying off his debts, but his body felt lighter and freer than it had ever been in recent months. Besides, he didn't really return to square one after paying them off, as he still had a lot of money left in his account. Remaining balance: 1,141,173,822 won. He still had 1.1 billion won left in his account after paying off his loans and paying for the surgery of Seung-gu's mother. This was only possible because he picked up every single item the players had dropped on Erangel. "Let's send some money home and move house." Sung decided to move to a house that suited his hypercapsule, the ogre, Mr. Sung. A woman sighed in resignation. The woman was none other than the accountant that Chinwoo Jin had introduced to Sung. She was the accountant who would help Sung reduce his taxes. You will have to spend more from now on, spend more money." "Yes, you have to spend a lot more than you are spending now." "What do you mean by that?" "You made too much money, so you will be slapped with a hefty tax bill next year. You are on track to be charged." The accountant trailed off as she punched some numbers on her calculator and showed Sung the figure before continuing. "You will have to pay around this much." "No way, haha." Sung muttered and laughed in disbelief after seeing the figure. He then weakly asked, "Why is my tax bill so high? This is just the beginning." "What?" "It's still May and there are still 7 more months to go before the end of the year. That figure has not taken into consideration the amount you will earn for the next 7 months. I'm not sure how things will turn out, but your tax bill will be approximately this amount, judging by your current earnings." The figure on the calculator was a whopping 800 million won. Sung would have to pay 40% of his earnings as taxes, assuming that his total earnings for this year would be around 2 billion won. Ha. Sung chuckled hollowly. "I just finished paying off my debts, but I have to pay 800 million won in taxes next May." He despaired. This meant that 800 million won out of the 1.1 billion won in his bank account actually belonged to the government rather than to him. "I think you will have to move houses first. It's too late for you to set up a company. We will have to register you as a sole proprietor for now." "Ah, yes. Move houses and lease a car as well. The money will be deducted from your tax bill anyway, so it will be best for you to shave off as much as you can through such fixed expenses." "What should I do?" Sung asked, seemingly at a loss. His tax bill was 800 million won. It was money that he had to pay as a citizen, but it was still a huge amount for T-Sung, who had just started earning money. First of all, go and register a personal business under your name, then get a house and a car. You will be able to shave off your tax bill with them, so please do not worry about the amount and get whatever house and car you want. Please do not forget to send me a copy of the lease agreement for the house and the vehicle registration of the car. Okay, and use your credit card as much as possible from now on. You should change all of your electronic devices to the latest models while you are at it as well, and T-Sung's tax consultation lasted for 2 more hours after that. Phew, why do I have so many things to do? T-Sung sighed after descending upon the Nürburg continent as Siegfried. He had to move houses, buy a car, deal with the bank, get a credit card issued for himself, and so on. He had so many things to deal with after reaping a handsome profit that he didn't have time to play the game for the past 2 days. I should just be quiet and play solo for now. Siegfried made up his mind. However, it wasn't because he was busy, it was because of something else. The reason was none other than the fact that the video of him fighting Raptor 1-on-1 had already accrued more than 200 million views on G2. In fact, Siegfried's duel with Raptor was broadcasted on the TV program Hot Clips of this week, and anyone playing the game would definitely recognize him if they ever bumped into him on the field. I have to lay low for now, he resolved. One was bound to lose something after gaining something, and Siegfried was aware that Ki Hyung-seok was definitely suspicious of him. But it was fine as long as Ki Hyung-seok wasn't completely sure of his identity. Why? That was because Ki Hyung-seok should know that it was impossible to change one's player ID or create a new account in B&W, and Siegfried could confidently say that he was safe for the next few months at the very least. First, let's pay a visit. Siegfried decided to visit the territory he had received as a reward before going on a power-leveling journey. Alert! The citizens of Protein Province are waiting for you. Alert! Go to your kingdom and take your place as the first king of the Protein Kingdom. Siegfried was originally planning on looking for a dungeon, but he was left with no choice but to pay his territory a visit because of the string of messages that kept urging him to go there. Protein Territory. At a forest in the southwest region of the Protein Kingdom, a message popped up in front of Siegfried's eyes after using the gateway. What kind of kingdom doesn't even have a gateway? Siegfried grumbled. Alert! Go to Cassine Castle at the heart of the Protein Province. Alert! Cassine Castle will be the temporary capital of the country that you will rule from now on. There were no gateways connected to Cassine Castle, which was his destination, so Siegfried had to walk around 30 kilometers before he could reach his destination. Ah, it's pretty far, sigh. Siegfried sighed while looking at his mini-map. Kaya. While Siegfried was engrossed in his mini-map, a scream echoed from somewhere. Kayak, a large, burly hand, slapped a woman on her face. You fucking bitch. The adventurer who slapped the woman even cursed her. Just obediently come with me. Why are you resisting and making life difficult for me, huh? Please let me go. The woman, who turned out to be an elf, was pinned underneath the adventurer. She resisted to the best of her abilities, but the adventurer was simply too huge in contrast to her that she couldn't do anything substantial. Let you go. I can't do that since you're my prey. Please, just follow me, okay? Said the adventurer as he cuffed the elf's hands and ankles. Keek, that bitch looks expensive. She looks prettier than the one we previously caught. Look at her soft, smooth skin. Don't you think so as well? I think we can make 1,000 gold with her. The other adventurers snickered and jested among themselves. I really want to lock her up and fulfill the adventurer started. But he couldn't finish his words. Bam! A mace flew out of nowhere and smashed the head of the adventurer on top of the elf. The mace really did smash his head, since the adventurer's head suddenly let out an audible pop before it disappeared from between his shoulders. Who the hell are you? Look at this fearless bastard. The comrades of the dead adventurer growled at the man wielding the mace. Who am I? The mace-wielding Siegfried responded. I'm the landlord here. 30 seconds ago. Those bastards are at it again. Sigh? Siegfried grumbled and let out a sigh while looking at the adventurers hunting a female elf down. The reason he said that was that these elf hunters were a group of Chinese and ethnic Korean Chinese gamers who were actual criminals in real life. Of course, this didn't mean that Chinese and ethnic Korean Chinese gamers were bad people, but this specific group was comprised of those two demographics. And B&W was a hotspot for criminals because it was a game where a lot of money could potentially be made. There was a saying that some people would never change, and this perfectly suited these criminals, since they brought their criminal impulses into the game. As well, these criminals usually lived a life of poverty in real life, but they started earning heaps of gold in the game by committing murder for hire, harvesting organs, operating a gambling den, and other criminal activities targeting both players and NPCs alike. That was not all. These people were pretty rampant as criminals back in the real world as well. They were known to operate illegal betting sites, which allowed people to bet on guild wars or duels between high rankers, which made gambling much more accessible not only to adults, but to minors as well. They are ad irrigen. Tuzg. Siegfried couldn't help but click his tongue since he was very familiar with these criminals' deeds. As such, he decided to get involved. He normally would not have gotten involved and simply continued on his way. But the reason he decided to act out of character and get involved was simple. This is my land. I can't let these bastards do as they please in my backyard. The entire Protein province belonged to him. The mountains, fields, rivers, and villages belonged to him. Even a single strand of grass, a single tree, and even a single ant was his property. However, the elf wasn't his property. She was more like his neighbor, but he couldn't simply sit still and watch when a crime was being committed in his land. As such, Siegfried decided to get involved. Landlord. What the hell is this bastard spouting? Landlord, who? Who do you think you are? Do you even know where this is? The elf hunter scoffed and sneered at Siegfried in return. This was because the Protein province was well known as a land the Empire had abandoned hundreds of years ago, so it was technically a land without an owner. Ah, never mind. Siegfried grumbled while waving his hand in annoyance. Then he asked, why is your imagination so shallow? Do you guys have a rule that you can only make money from illicit activities? Why are you acting like this even in a game? Siegfried seriously found it difficult to understand the elf hunters. These were people who often blamed society and the environment they had grown up in whenever they were asked why they were living a life of crime. Since this was a game, there was no reason for them to become criminals even here, right? B&W was the type of game where one could work hard and grind without dirtying their hands to earn money. One of the elf hunters cracked his knuckles and walked threateningly towards Siegfried while saying, "This bastard, who the hell do you think you are to lecture us, Kyuhyok?" Siegfried did not give the adventurer a chance to finish his words as he smashed the latter's head with a mace, just like what he did to the latter's comrade a few moments ago. Wait a minute, this guy. Isn't he the one who defeated Raptor? The remaining two adventurers finally managed to recognize Siegfried, but it was already too late. Bam, bam, Siegfried swung his mace twice. Thud, thud, the remaining elf hunters dropped dead to the ground. Since they had the time to do these kinds of things, they should have just used that time to focus on leveling up. Tusk. Siegfried clicked his tongue while looking down at the adventurers' corpses. The elf hunters were only level 30 to 40, so they weren't Siegfried's match, who was level 50. And the reason he clicked his tongue was that he found it absurd that a bunch of low-level players was trying to hunt elves. Are you all right? Siegfried approached the elf and extended his hand out. However, the elf didn't grab Siegfried's hand. It seemed that she was traumatized after what she had gone through with the elf hunters. Now it looked like she would find it difficult to trust another human. It's all right. I won't hurt you, so stand up, Siegfried said as he extended his hand further toward her. Ah, yes. The elf hesitated for a moment before she grabbed Siegfried's hand. You must have been surprised. Siegfried started as he retrieved a handkerchief from his inventory and cleaned the dirt and blood off of the elf. Afterward, he retrieved a potion and applied it to her injuries. The elf flinched when he touched her, but she neither resisted nor pushed him away. It seemed that she instinctively realized that he wasn't a bad person. Thank you, the elf said after calming down a bit. My name is Natasha. May I ask the name of my savior? Natasha asked. My name is Siegfried van Proa. Siegfried van Proa. Natasha muttered in surprise before saying, from what I know, the Proa surname is this territory's. Yes, it just so happened that I was passing by. Are you saying that you're this territory's ruler? Yes. I just started a few days ago, though that is a surprise. Natasha muttered. The last time a king appeared in this place was around 200 years ago, if my memory serves me correctly. What? 200 years ago? Yes. Why? Siegfried could not understand what Natasha was trying to say. The Protein province's location could be considered a bit rural on the continent, but it was positioned in a very strategic location. Moreover, it also possessed a large river that cut across the Nuremberg continent. As such, traveling to the center of the continent wouldn't be that difficult from here. The only downside of the Protein Province was that half of the province was made up of rugged mountains. These lands are unimaginably difficult to tame. And there are a lot of problems here as well, Natasha said. What are those problems? Can you tell me? Siegfried asked. I will tell you as much as I know, King of the Humans, Natasha replied with a bow in a show of respect for Siegfried. While they were on their way to the elf village, Siegfried discovered the province's problems through Natasha, and he couldn't help but think that the future was bleak as he grumbled, "This is hopeless." The reasons were the following. 1. The barbarians living in the northwest would always come down every winter to pillage, which often led to wars. 2. Vampire Lord's castle exists within the province. It was mandatory to send a citizen of Protein as a monthly offering. 3. The elf hunters frequented the province to kidnap elves. 4. Countless ancient dungeons existed in the province. 5. Powerful and vicious monsters inhabit these lands. It was safe to assume that this wasn't a territory but a dungeon at this point. However, the biggest problem was the humans neglected these lands after establishing the empire, and they would only send the absolute minimum required support to the people here. And they had never been consistent with that as well, Natasha said. So you're saying that this is a rough neighborhood, is it something like that? Siegfried asked with a flabbergasted look. It is an extremely rough neighborhood. I do not really want to say this, but it will not be easy for you to rule over these lands. The neighborhood would definitely be rough if even the elves were calling it rough. Why? The reason was simple. The elves had better abilities and were stronger than humans. What kind of a reward is this? This is just a bag of shit. No wonder the emperor was willing to give it away for free. Siegfried inwardly complained and gnashed his teeth at the emperor after listening to Natasha's explanation. The Protein Province could be considered something akin to chicken ribs. It was a waste to throw away, but it was pretty difficult to make proper use of it. This was the reality of the land Siegfried had received as a reward. King of the Humans, I shall take my leave now, Natasha said while pointing at a small, narrow road. Will you be all right? Our village is just up ahead, so it will be safe from here. And this is. Natasha extended a small flower ring to Siegfried and said, "This is a token of my gratitude for saving me." This is something my mother gave me before she passed away, but I want to offer this to you, King of the Humans. The ring was called Flowering Ring with Maternal Love. Flower Ring with Maternal Love type. Accessory ring rating, unique abilities, Mother's Love. Mother's Love, the user's HP will be instantly restored to 80% if it falls under 10%. This ring will disappear once the ability is triggered. Consumable, it was a piece of consumable equipment, but the ring Natasha gave had a life-saving ability. No, Siegfried shook his head and said, I cannot receive this. Please take it back. Why? I am an adventurer from the other world. I will come back to life if I die, but that is not the case for you. You only have one life, so I should not take this from you. Take it. Natasha forced the ring into Siegfried's hand and said, This ring would have disappeared if it weren't for you saving me. Still, you are my savior and I am willing to offer my life to you as well, Natasha said. Then she nimbly backed away from Siegfried after giving him the ring and bowed before adding, Thank you very much, King of the Humans. Natasha, Siegfried shouted. Please come and visit me in our village if you ever need my help, then I shall take my leave. Wait, Siegfried shouted, but she had already disappeared into the forest. She didn't have to give me something like this. Siegfried muttered with a troubled look. It was quite burdensome for him to receive a potentially life-saving item from an NPC. Because he knew what it meant. Siegfried continued his march after separating from Natasha, and he finally reached his destination, which was the capital of the Protein Province, Cassine Castle. Cassine Castle was a mountain fort nested on top of a rugged mountain, and it was more appropriate to call it a fortress rather than the capital of a kingdom. The terrain is too rugged. The population is too small. There's no need to mention its productivity. This can't even be called a country. This is just another feudal territory. Siegfried inwardly complained, while assessing the Protein Province's situation with his own two eyes. Halt! A guard standing in front of the castle gates raised his spear at Siegfried and exclaimed, Who goes there? Identify yourself. The reason the guard immediately turned hostile was that this place was simply too rural, which meant tourists were pretty rare. What should I say? Siegfried wondered how he should introduce himself to the guard. He was conflicted since the thought of saying, I'm your new king, felt extremely cringy to him. I said, Identify yourself. I will give you a nice new hole in your neck if you don't respond in 3 seconds, the guard threatened while shoving his spear near Siegfried's neck. 1, 2, boom. So I am the new king. The new what? The new king, Kiang. The guard revealed a condescending look that seemed as if it was saying what kind of bullshit Siegfried had just said. Hey, look at this guy, he says he's the new king. The guard called out to his colleagues, King, the new king has come. Really? The guards immediately looked at Siegfried. Exactly 3 seconds later. Bahahaha, look at this crazy guy. Hey, you punk. Did you eat something wrong today? Did your mom teach you not to eat anything you find on the ground just because you're hungry? Kakakak, he said he is the king. The king, the guards had a field day laughing at Siegfried while pointing fingers at him. Yes, they were having the time of their lives. 1. Ethnic Korean Chinese are people with Chinese nationality but Korean ancestry. Refer to this link for more information. 2. Gambling and betting are illegal in Korea for both minors and adults. Siegfried was neither upset nor enraged at their reaction. This is so embarrassing. However, he felt like he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. It feels even more embarrassing after saying it with my own mouth. It's not like I don't understand why they are laughing at me. A greenhorn suddenly appears out of nowhere and claims to be the king. How can someone not laugh at that? Siegfried completely understood and agreed with the guards' responses, and he decided to explain the situation to them rather than get worked up over it. That's, Siegfried muttered as he retrieved 2 items from his inventory and showed it to the guards. The items Siegfried had retrieved from his inventory were the appointment letter bestowed on him by the emperor and the emperor's letter for Baron Verben regarding Siegfried's appointment as king. I'm really the new king, Siegfried said once more. And then he explained, I happened to win the world's greatest survival tournament and was awarded the Protein Province by His Majesty the Emperor. I know it's difficult for you to believe me, but you will understand if you read these letters. However, the guards weren't interested in what Siegfried had to say, so they immediately dismissed his words. Wow, this guy is really nuts. Ha, did you hear that? He says it's an appointment letter and a personal letter from the emperor. It has been quite a while since we had such a lunatic in town. In fact, the guard that had his spear shoved close to Siegfried's neck was the one who got upset and growled. Hey kiddo, listen up. You just made a grave mistake. Siegfried tilted his head in confusion. I have no idea where you learned such a scam that even a monkey won't fall for. Sure, we can just let you off and think that you are just young and cute, but what did you just say? The emperor, how dare you bring up that bastard's name in front of us? The guard said, openly displaying his animosity toward the emperor. No, he wasn't the only one. The emperor was the best you could come up with, tusk. So what if he is the emperor? He did jack shit for us, but what now? He even gave us away as a reward, We will never acknowledge you as our king, even if you do turn out to be someone appointed by the emperor. Do you understand? It seemed that the guards of Cassine Castle didn't have a favorable opinion of the emperor. I'm not getting through to them at all. Siegfried inwardly complained as he finally gave up on talking to them. I have no idea why all of you are being like this. If you won't believe me, then please call your superior, Siegfried said, superior. The spear-wielding guard growled with fury. Yes, this bastard, the guard exclaimed as he tightened his grip on his spear. Was about to press the spear tip closer to Siegfried's neck, but things didn't turn out as he wanted. Tack, Siegfried easily pushed the spear away from his neck, and then he repeated in a more rigid voice. Please call your superior, and I am warning you not to make the same mistake twice. You will seriously get hurt. Listen to this bastard, the guard scoffed. He then thrust his spear toward Siegfried. Whoosh, the spear failed to connect with anything. Pukiok, Siegfried dug his knee into the guard's abdomen. Pukiok, I already warned you that you will get hurt. This bastard dares to. Call your superior while I'm still being nice. Then I will let this incident slide. Let's not cause any trouble between us, shall we? Kill that bastard. And it started. This crazy bastard. You wanna die, Who do you think you are? The guards at the castle gate ganged up on Siegfried. Almost 100 guards were moaning in pain on the ground in front of Cassine Castle's gates. Yuwo, arg. Do you need more beating to understand what I'm saying? When is your superior coming? Siegfried asked with a hint of annoyance mixed in his voice. He tried to resolve things in a peaceful manner with them, but they attacked him instead of calling their superior. Siegfried fought them with a significant handicap, as he had to make sure not to kill them since they were necessary to guard the castle gates. We sent someone to call him, so just wait right there. replied the spear-wielding guard while groaning on the ground. He was the first one who attacked Siegfried. It seemed that he was still fine because he still had the strength to threaten Siegfried. The elite forces will be here at any moment now, and they will rip you apart quick. A mace flew and smacked him on the head, interrupting his threat. Wash Pukyok, Siegfried let out a sigh as he complained, if you had just let me through, none of this would have happened. Kill that bastard. All of a sudden 50 knights appeared along with someone's shout and they instantly surrounded Siegfried. In addition, what's all the ruckus about? A high-pitched voice exclaimed. Another group wearing light leather armor rather than heavy armor appeared. What's going on? Siegfried wondered while looking at the two groups that had just appeared. Sir Ronan. What happened here? Why are the guards on the ground? Said the woman, who seemed to be the leader of the group, wearing leather armor, to the knight who commanded the other group to kill Siegfried. Dame Oscar, Ronan responded, seemingly taken aback before explaining. That bastard dared to cause a fuss at the castle gates. So I came running here. A fuss? Who dared to raise a fuss here? Asked the woman named Oscar. That kid over there, Ronan replied, pointing at Siegfried before saying, that adventurer appeared out of nowhere and started beating our guards. Is that true? Oscar glared at Siegfried. Oscar type, NPC level, 101 affiliation, Proa territory position, Vice Commander of Proa Territory Forces, Commander of the 1st Mountain Battalion, Commander of the 2nd Artillery Battalion. Rank, Lieutenant Commander. The female knight named Oscar was a tall, beautiful woman who seemed to be more than 170 centimeters tall. She had flowing golden hair and mesmerizing deep blue eyes. However, she had a very cold demeanor that would make any man tense up, and her stern manner of speech was more than enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Is it true that you kicked up a fuss at the castle gates? She asked. No, Siegfried replied with a shake of his head. Bullshit, there's no doubt that this bastard did this to the guards. Ronan exclaimed before asking the guards on the ground, am I correct? That bastard did this to us. You have to kill him. That devil did this to us. The guards started to exaggerate the things Siegfried had done. Sheik, Oscar unsheathed her sword and asked, are the guards speaking the truth? No, Siegfried nonchalantly replied. No, I am the newly appointed king of this place. What did you just say? Oscar asked. She seemed to be having a hard time believing Siegfried's words as she said, I must have heard you wrongly, so I will ask once more, look at this. Siegfried cut her off and extended the appointment letter, and the letter personally written by His Majesty the Emperor, and said, that's the appointment letter from His Majesty the Emperor, and this is the letter from His Majesty addressed to Baron Verben. Oscar muttered as she went through the letters. It is a grave crime to forge official documents of the Empire, and it is even a greater crime to forge a letter from His Majesty the Emperor. Anyone caught guilty of the latter will be severely punished and have 3 generations of their family killed. Check it, Siegfried coolly said. It's not difficult to check this. I will just have to use communication magic. Will you be able to handle the consequences? She asked. Sure. All right, she nodded and called Signalman. Yes, Dame Oscar. Go to the communication room at once and check whether the contents of these letters are real or not, and inquire if His Majesty the Emperor has sent a new lord over to our lands. Yes, ma'am. The signalman replied with a salute before taking the letters over to the communication room. In the event that you are lying, Oscar started. However, Siegfried cut her off as he nonchalantly said, just cut my head off then. Dame Oscar, Ronan butted in once more and exclaimed, why are you falling for the lies of that bastard? I am not. I am just checking whether it is indeed true or not, she replied. What is there to check? What kind of a mad emperor will give his lands to an adventurer? It is obviously a lie, so we should cut his head off this instant. Enough, Oscar cut him off and said, it is not too late for us to cut his head off after we have proof of his crimes. Dame Oscar, how can someone be so rigid? We should just cut his head off first since it's obviously. I will no longer entertain any of this, Oscar drew the line before saying, I am having a hard time believing this man's words as well. However, what will you do if it turns out that he was indeed telling the truth? Then you and I will be labeled as shameful king slayers if that happens. What are you even trying to imply? Ronan grumbled. And they continued arguing for quite a while. Both of them don't get along. I can see that much, Siegfried observed, Dame Oscar. Around 10 minutes later, the signalman returned with a ghastly pale countenance. It is true. That bastard is. No, that person is the newly appointed king of the Protein province. I have confirmed his name and face. Siegfried van Proa, he is indeed the new king. Are you sure? Are you 100% certain? Oscar asked. Yes, I checked 3 times, there's no doubt about it, the signalman exclaimed. Then, I, Oscar, greet my lord. Oscar immediately knelt and greeted her new lord as soon as the signalman finished his words. At the lord's hall deep within Cassine Castle, Baron Verben grimaced and asked, What did you say? He was a fat middle-aged man with tiny eyes the size of a needle's hole. The new king has come. Yes, my lord, replied a knight named Batista. He was a loyal subject of Baron Verben along with Ronan. He really came? Baron Verben asked once more. Pardon? Batista asked in response. There was a message from the royal capital a few weeks ago. They said that a new king was going to be crowned, Baron Verben said while rubbing his fat chin. Is that true? Batista's eyes shot open in surprise. It was a normal response, since these lands had long been forsaken by the Empire. I doubted it, but who knew it would actually happen? Then what should we do? What do you mean, what should we do? Baron Verben smirked and said, We just have to chase him out. However, the Emperor himself has appointed him. Batista, I never knew that you were such a nice person. Pardon, were you the type to easily let someone else take your rice bowl away from you? And no, I might be stuck here in the middle of nowhere, but as you know, I can't let someone else take away my cash cow. Don't you agree? I agree, but let's kill him first and then we'll think about it. Kill him. He won't really die since he's an adventurer, so let's kill him for now and then think about what to do. How do you plan to handle the backlash? We aren't going to kill him with our own hands, so what would be the problem? We can just call them and ask them to do it on our behalf and make it look like he got assassinated. We aren't paying them for nothing, right? I understand. I will ask them to pay the castle a visit tonight then, Batista said before leaving the Lord's Hall. Silence ensued. And the deafening silence didn't come as a surprise. A king, he was indeed the king. The little greenhorn adventurer turned out to really be the king His Majesty the Emperor himself had appointed, and he was indeed the new ruler of the Protein Province. They thought it was an obvious lie. Damn it, he's really the king. That little greenhorn adventurer is the new king. Ah fuck, we're fucked. Shit does happen if you live long enough. Damn it, what kind of a messed up turn of events is this? As such, the guards were extremely anxious. After all, every single offense they had committed would be enough to have them beheaded over and over again. And my lord, I have committed a grievous sin. Mercy, I ask for your gracious mercy, my lord. Ronan, who was the most vocal one when it came to having Siegfried killed, had to push his head on the ground and ask for Siegfried's clemency while inwardly thanking Oscar over and over again. I, Oscar, greet your Majesty Siegfried van Proa, Oscar respectfully said while bowing her head toward him. Ah, yes, sure. Siegfried mumbled, seemingly embarrassed over the whole fiasco. This is making me feel awkward as hell, he thought while cringing hard inside. He couldn't help but still find it awkward to hear people address him with titles such as my lord or your majesty. Even though this was all in a game. Enough with that. Please rise, Siegfried said toward Oscar, and then he added, It is a pleasure to meet you. Aim Oscar, Sir Ronan. Your Majesty, Oscar said. She remained in her spot and bowed her head even deeper before continuing. I, Oscar, dare to request something from your Majesty. What is it? Please grant your gracious pardon on me and the others for our insubordination toward you, your Majesty. Ah, that. Siegfried smirked and scoffed as if he found it funny before continuing. Just forget about it. It wasn't intentional anyway, so isn't it better for all of us to forget about it this one time? Are you certain, your Majesty? Yes, Siegfried replied as he helped Oscar to her feet and said, I would have found the whole thing difficult to believe as well, so let us all forget that it ever happened. I, Oscar, thank your Majesty, King Proa, for your grace, Oscar exclaimed and bowed her head once again. Thank you for your graciousness. Ronan also bowed once more. I survived, I almost got fucked. I thought I was going to lose my head for sure. Crazy, he was really the king. The guards finally managed to let out sighs of relief as they bowed their heads towards Siegfried. After all, if their new king had a bit of a temper, he could have said, off with their heads, rather than pardoning them. Shall we go in for now? I will have to meet Baron Verben as well. Please allow me to lead the way, your Majesty, Oscar said as she ran up beside Siegfried. She seems pretty dependable. She knows how to take care of her subordinates too. Siegfried smiled while looking at the knight. Siegfried met Baron Verben at the banquet hall of Cassine Castle. Hello, King Proa. I am the lord of this place, Verben. Yes, hello. I am Siegfried van Proa. I am certain that you are famished from your long journey, so I have prepared some food for your Majesty, Baron Verben said, showing off the feast on the table. Thank you. Please join me, Baron Verben, Siegfried said as he took up his knife and fork. Your Majesty, Baron Verben called out. Yes, I, Verben, sincerely congratulate your Majesty for your appointment. Please do not mention it. I wanted to ask you, may you kindly give your servant some time. There are still some citizens who are unaware of your Majesty being crowned the king. I wish to announce this joyous news far and wide, so I would like to host a coronation event for you, your Majesty. How will people accept their new king if such a basic formality has not been carried out? Do you not agree, your Majesty? How much time will you need? It will require at least a week to get everything in order, your Majesty. A week, you say? Please approve my request, your Majesty. Fine, you may do as you wish. Siegfried decided to accept Baron Verben's request because he didn't see any reason to refuse it in the first place. Oh, thank you for your overflowing grace, your Majesty. Please feel free and rest assured while I prepare everything that is required. But first, Siegfried cut Baron Verben off. Yes, I want to receive a report about the protein province first. A report? Yes. What kind of report do you mean? Well, what is the total population? How many villages are there? How many troops we have? Our total production in a year. And our annual tax revenue, something like that. It'll be better if I just take the detailed report later, so why don't you give me a rough estimate for now? Ah, I understand, your Majesty. I shall ask the administrators to work on a report at once. It was just for a brief moment, but Baron Verben's eyes glared at Siegfried as he thought, look at this greenhorn. Then, shall we continue with our meal? It was unclear whether Siegfried had noticed it or not. But he seemed to be enjoying his succulent steak, as well as the other dishes. After the banquet, Siegfried was escorted by the maids to the best guest quarters in the castle. The reason Siegfried wasn't escorted to the lord's quarters, despite being the ruler, was that Baron Verben was still occupying it. My name is Elise, and I shall be your Majesty's personal maid from now on. Please, do let me know if you need anything, your Majesty. The young-looking maid named Elise placed a tray with water and whiskey on Siegfried's bed table. Then I wish you a pleasant rest, Elise said with a bow. Thank you, Siegfried replied. Once Elise was gone, Siegfried finally started complaining to himself. This isn't a reward but a bag of shit. He couldn't help but think that the Emperor was a scammer. The Emperor should have given him a developed territory as a reward, so what the hell was this? The terrain was hopeless, and the population was sparse. On top of that, there was close to no infrastructure and talented individuals in this place. I wasn't expecting land similar to Gangnam or something, but shouldn't he at least give me land in Gangbuk? This is just a rural mountain province. However, Siegfried knew very well that nothing would change even if he grumbled about it. Let's just do our best. These lands are mine now after all. He decided to work on developing his territory, as long as it wouldn't get in the way of his personal growth. Why, it was because he was alone. He had to have at least this territory for him, to be able to stand up against the Genesis Guild. After all, he had already promised not to join any other guild. On top of that, he still had a lot of time. The Emperor misled him, but he did promise to place the territory under his protection for a period of 3 years, which meant that the Genesis Guild would not be able to invade it for now. Anyway, I should clear all of the dungeons here as soon as I'm done with the coronation. Siegfried grumbled before he suddenly turned his gaze toward the terrace. Then, he summoned his spear stored within Medjingjord and threw it toward the terrace. Shwiek, the spear flew at a ferocious speed. Clang, the sound of metal clashing with each other, reverberated throughout the air. Siegfried tilted his head in confusion when he recognized the person hiding on the terrace. The intruder was none other than the knight that he initially thought would be a dependable ally. Dame Oscar. I, Oscar, greet your Majesty the King, Oscar said as she kneeled down before Siegfried. Why are you on the terrace this late at night? I had something I had to tell your Majesty in secret. In secret? Yes, your Majesty. What is it? No, before that you're bleeding. Siegfried hurriedly approached her when he found that her hand was bleeding. It seemed that she was grazed by the spear he had thrown. You should have at least informed me, or something if you had. Something to say in secret. I am fine, your Majesty. I am a knight. A scratch like this is nothing to stay still, will you? Siegfried grumbled as he retrieved a potion and a bandage from his inventory and applied it to her hand. Why, you do not have to, your Majesty. Don't be so reckless with your body. You are my subordinate after all, your Majesty. So, what is it that you wanted to tell me in secret? That's... Oscar muttered, seemingly hesitant before she carefully said, Does your Majesty truly wish to rule over these lands? What do you mean? Your Majesty, you will not be able to half-heartedly rule these lands. The Protein Province is a vicious place that nobody has been able to tame for the past 200 years. I shall dare say this if your Majesty plans to become a half-hearted ruler of this place. What is it? Please leave. Oscar stared right at him with her deep blue eyes. I am aware that this is not something I should be saying to my lord as a knight, but this is something that you have to be aware of. Your Majesty, if you do plan to half-heartedly rule over these lands, then, Oscar started with a seemingly determined look. However, Siegfried cut her off by saying, enough. You do not have to worry about that, Dame Oscar. These are my lands now, and I have no plans to rule over it half-heartedly. Those words, may I trust those words? Sure, is there not a single lie in your words? I already told you. If that is the case, then, your Majesty has to be wary of Baron Verben. Siegfried furrowed his brows before asking, I find that hard to understand. Your Baron Verben's subordinate just a few hours ago. I have never pledged my loyalty to Baron Veron. Then, to whom have you pledged your loyalty? My loyalty lies with these lands and this territory. Baron Verben is not worthy of my loyalty. Why, he is engaged in elf trading in cahoots with the adventurers. And he is sucking the blood of our citizens with his insane tax rate. This knight turned out to be a whistleblower. Baron Verben was rotten to the core, but he was also a skilled individual. He solidified his position in the Protein Province after being chased out of the capital by working with the adventurers in the elf trade. The deal was simple. Baron Verben would feign ignorance toward the atrocities committed by the elf hunters. In exchange, the latter had to clear the monsters around Cassine Castle. He even paid the elf hunters a stipend while disguising it as a price to pay for the maintenance of public safety and order. In addition, Baron Verben also managed to prevent the vampire lord from invading the territory by signing a pact with the latter, increasing the number of citizens to be sacrificed from 1 to 10 citizens of the Protein Province every month. How is this different from real life? Siegfried clenched his fists after hearing Oscar's report. A corrupt high-ranking official working in cahoots with a bunch of gangsters and thugs. How was this any different from real life? It seemed that B&W replicated even the good-for-nothing real-life events so that the game would be even more realistic. I see. Siegfried muttered with a sinister smile before saying, then we just have to get rid of Baron Verben. Your Majesty, you cannot do that. Baron Verben might be a corrupt individual, but the public does not think badly of him. Why? Is it because they are safe thanks to him even though he is rotten to the core? Yes, Your Majesty. Oh, so that's why he is sacrificing people to the vampire lord. Then, Siegfried growled in anger. You are asking me to turn a blind eye to that. I do not mean to ask you to turn a blind eye to it. Instead, I am asking you to work on it slowly step by step. For how long? Siegfried retorted. He then called the knight out. Dame Oscar, yes, Your Majesty, time is gold, I am aware of that, and the peace Baron Verben is providing. Isn't that all at the common people's expense? Who are the ones shouldering the high taxes? Who are the ones being sacrificed to the vampire lord? The common folks are the ones being burdened by everything while Verben is reaping all the rewards, right? Why, Your Majesty? Let's go, Siegfried said as he stood up. Your Majesty, where are you going? Siegfried turned around and asked the knight in response, where else? Then, he tilted his head, as if he found the knight's question to be absurd before he explained. I'm going to smash Verben's head first and think about how to deal with things later. Isn't that obvious? Oscar realized it by then. I fucked up. A thought flashed in her mind that perhaps this new king was crazier than even her wildest imagination. 1. Gangnam is the most expensive district in Korea. 2. Gangbuk is another expensive district that is located north of Gangnam. Your Majesty, it's still too early to do such a thing. There will be severe consequences if you suddenly carry out a purge. Oscar tried her best to convince Siegfried to do otherwise. He wanted to carry out a purge when he had just gotten here. Sending the previous lord's head flying off when he had just gotten here was too rash, and things would certainly spiral out of control if that happened. Not to mention, the peace and security Baron Verben had built through his corrupt dealings would come crumbling down as well the moment he died. However, the new king didn't seem concerned with the aftermath. It's not like you aren't going to cook just because you are scared of flies, right? Let's just get rid of him and think about things after that. Your Majesty, please give it some time first. What if Baron Verben retaliates? Let's say a power struggle breaks out, then who will stand to lose the most out of it? Siegfried asked. Is it my blood? Or is it Dame Oscar and the soldiers? Oscar could no longer retort at Siegfried's words since she knew very well that it was neither Siegfried's nor Verben's blood that would drench these lands. It was the soldiers. The people whose only task was to enforce the peace and safety of the territory were the ones who would end up paying the price in the event of a political conflict. If we strike now, everything will end with only Verben's blood as the price. The consequences, we can think about things like that later on. Things will just go into a death spiral if we let things be. At least that's what I learned from life, Siegfried said. Your Majesty, this is the perfect timing. I am the king appointed by the emperor himself. Urban will not be able to carelessly attack me because he will get arrested for going against the emperor's wishes, so I have to strike first while he is looking for an excuse to do something against me. All right, that's the end of the explanation. Siegfried started walking toward the doors once again after finishing his explanation. Oscar could no longer stop Siegfried as the words he said echoed in her mind. Let's say a power struggle breaks out, then who will stand to lose the most out of it? She could not help but feel that Siegfried was going to become an excellent ruler. Of course, his tendency to bulldoze over things without thinking of the consequences that he showed just now worried her a bit. I came to meet Baron Verben. Is he inside? Siegfried asked Baron Verben's maid. The lord is currently in a meeting, the maid replied. At this hour. He is currently in a meeting with Sir Ronan and Sir Battista. Where is the meeting room? Oh yes. You will be able to find it at the end of this corridor, Your Majesty. Siegfried immediately headed toward the meeting room. Your Majesty? Why Your Majesty? Two knights who were direct subordinates of Baron Verben were guarding the entrance to the meeting room. I came to meet Baron Verben, Siegfried said. Baron Verben is currently in a meeting with Sir Ronan. What do you think about visiting him tomorrow morning, Your Majesty? Yes, Your Majesty, it is late as well, so it will be better for Your Majesty to rest for the night. The knights tried their best to convince him to go back to his chambers. Look at these bastards, Siegfried thought as his eyes turned cold. The king came to meet his subject. But his subject's subordinates were asking him to go back since the subject was busy. Open it. Siegfried commanded in a cold voice. We cannot do that. There is an important meeting going on right now. Your Majesty, the two knights resisted despite Siegfried's command. Siegfried let out a sigh before. Pack. He smashed the heads of the knights guarding the door with his mace. Oh my God. Oscar muttered in horror after witnessing Siegfried's tendency in action. Clack. The meeting room's door was flung open. So, you are saying that we should wear that greenhorn out until he leaves of his own accord. What the hell? Baron Verben exclaimed and turned around toward the door to check what the commotion was about. He wasn't the only one who turned toward the door. Who's that bastard? Hey, isn't he that bastard? The king of survival. Hey, are you brave or just plain stupid? The elf hunters exclaimed after recognizing Siegfried, but he didn't care or react to them. Baron Verben, I think we need to have a talk, Siegfried said while staring straight at Baron Verben. What kind of talk? Come here for a second. I have something to tell you. Why, you can just say it from there, Your Majesty. Baron Verben tried to maintain a distance between himself and Siegfried when he noticed that there was something wrong with the entire situation. Come on, how can we do that? We have to talk face to face, don't you think so? I am fine where I am, haha. Well, I'm not fine with it, so why don't you come closer? This is an order. Why yes, Your Majesty. Baron Verben couldn't help but obey Siegfried's order. After all, Siegfried's rank was higher than his. He can't just kill me, right? Baron Verben thought as he went closer to Siegfried. So, what is it that you urgently have to tell me, Baron Verben? Yes, I sentence you to death. What? Your crimes are corruption, bribery, and the persecution of another race. Your execution is effective immediately, and I will be carrying it out myself. What do you mean by that? Baron Verben tried to defend himself, but, Pukiok, Siegfried smashed Baron Verben's head with his mace. Thud. Verben collapsed to the ground. Everyone in the meeting room froze in horror. Hey, are you crazy? Have you gone insane? This fucking bastard. Hey, you lunatic. The elf hunters started cursing Siegfried. It was a normal reaction since Baron Verben was their important business partner. He closed his eyes whenever they were hunting elves. And he even paid them a stipend for keeping the peace around Cassine Castle. However, Baron Verben's death meant that their main source of income was gone. Dame Oscar, Siegfried said. Yes, Your Majesty. Oscar immediately replied. Go ahead and sweep them up. I can't stand seeing such dirty things in my household. I, Oscar, have received my lord's command. Oscar unsheathed her sword and cut the elf hunters down one by one. She was level 101, while the elf hunters were only level 50 to 80 at most, so the battle's result didn't need to be said. "Are you crazy, huh?" The strongest elf hunter screamed in anger as he made a run for Siegfried. He was level 85, which meant that he was 35 levels higher than Siegfried. "Your Majesty!" Oscar rushed to defend Siegfried. She couldn't tell the levels of the elf hunter and Siegfried since she was an NPC, but her instinct as a knight told her which one of the two was stronger, between her lord Siegfried and the elf hunter. Her instincts were telling her that the elf hunter was definitely stronger than her lord. "Your Majesty, I will handle him. Please stand back," Oscar shouted in a hurry. "Oh, it's all right." Siegfried dismissed her concern while waving his hand before saying, "I will take care of him. So just make sure not to let a single one get away." "But this is an order," Siegfried said before blocking the elf hunter's attack. Clang! Sparks flew all over when the sword and mace clashed against each other. "Have you lost your mind, you low-level punk?" the elf hunter screamed at Siegfried. "Yes, you high-level punk," Siegfried sneered as he activated contempt for the strong. Shwiek. A blue and red aura started rising up from Siegfried's body. However, that wasn't the end of his buffs. He also cast Proof of Existence, which was the other buff skill of the debuff master that allowed him to become an explosive damage dealer. Woong. He quickly activated his 3 debuff combo of Circle Mortality, Circle of Weakness, and Speed Restraint. "This bastard dares!" The clueless elf hunter swung his sword at Siegfried. Seuk. The sword grazed Siegfried's shoulder, and that was the elf hunter's one and only attack. Bam! After the sword grazed his shoulder, Siegfried used Smite and smashed the elf hunter's head with his mace. It was a perfectly timed counterattack. Thud! The level 85 elf hunter collapsed on the spot in one hit, and the other elf hunters couldn't believe their eyes. What the? A level 50 killed a level 85 in one hit. How was that possible? The elf hunters were flabbergasted by what they just witnessed. It was logically incomprehensible that a level 50 was able to kill a level 85 in one hit, and what happened just now defied the sole iron rule in most games where levels were king. "Let's hurry up and take out the trash," Siegfried said without paying attention to the other elf hunters' reactions. He only wanted to rid his lands of scumbags like them as soon as possible. It took less than 5 minutes for Siegfried and Oscar to take care of the elf hunters. How was it possible? I'm certain that the adventurer was stronger than His Majesty, so how did he win so easily? He won in a single strike as well. Were my instincts mistaken? Or is His Majesty a powerful being who can trick my senses? I don't know. Oscar was troubled and confused. "Dame Oscar." Siegfried called out. Oscar immediately abandoned her thoughts and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty, summon everyone at once." Do you mean right at this instant?" "Your Majesty, yes." Siegfried nodded in response before saying, "After stirring things up, we have to patch things up as soon as possible." Hearing that, Oscar finally realized, His Majesty isn't an ordinary person. She finally realized that Siegfried wasn't an ignorant greenhorn inside, unlike how he looked on the outside. 2 hours later. What is going on? Ho, who knows why we are called to assemble at this hour? Did something happen? It hasn't even been a day since the new king arrived. The influential officials of the Protein Province, who numbered less than 10, gathered at the Lord's Hall, and they were all confused about the reason for the summons since it was late at night, and it was an inappropriate time to summon everyone. His Majesty, Siegfried van Proa has arrived. Siegfried appeared after a servant exclaimed and announced his arrival. That kid is the new king. What happened to Baron Verben? Where is he? I wonder what he is going to say." The officials looked at their new king while wondering what he was going to say. Step. Siegfried was well aware of what the officials were thinking, but he didn't utter a word as he silently walked up and sat on his throne. He wanted to keep them anxious. His steps were full of confidence, and his eyes were sharp as arrows, while his expression commanded authority and respect from those around him. It was exactly as he had learned from Deus. There was no way he was going to forget the first lesson he had learned from his master. "Should I sit here?" Siegfried wondered while staring at the throne. Then, a message suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. Alert. Quest sit on the throne has appeared. Alert. Do you wish to accept this quest? A quest appeared out of nowhere. What's this? Siegfried tilted his head at the message that popped up, but he clicked on yes anyway then. The quest details popped up in front of him. Sit on the throne. Type, special quest. This quest is only granted to the players with the title Ruler, progress 0%, 0/1 reward. A special effect will be added to the title Ruler of Protein. It turned out that the quest was related to his title Ruler of Protein. Well, the title was a bit too lackluster. Siegfried recalled that the title didn't come with any benefits. Ruler of Protein, I am the ruler of the Protein province. Type, title rating, legendary options, and /8 was one of those titles that were purely aesthetic. Let's sit on it and see what happens. Siegfried wondered what the reward was going to be as he sat on the throne that he would have to use quite often from now on. Alert! You have completed the quest. Sit on the throne. A message popped up in front of him. Woo-ah. A set of ancient texts appeared on the floor around the throne, and a magic circle activated in a burst of white light. Alert! Force of the Lord has been activated. It seemed that the ancient texts had activated an ancient magic that was thought to be lost in history. What is this? Siegfried was surprised as the burst of white light that had a hint of holiness to it enveloped. What is going on? Siegfried tried to identify the powerful light. Alert! An additional option has been bestowed upon your title. Ruler of Protein. As the bright light enveloped Siegfried, his title received an upgrade. Ruler of Protein, I am the ruler of the Protein province. The holder of this title will receive a significant home advantage buff while in the Protein province. This title's effect will only be activated while the title holder is within the boundaries of the Protein province. Type, title rating, legendary options, all status plus 20%, all experience points gained plus 30%, level plus 10. The boost given by the title was so strong that it was indeed a significant home advantage buff. In addition, every 1 day plus 1 level, level 150, every 3 days plus 1 level, level 51 100, every 7 days plus 1 level, level 101 150, every 15 days plus 1 level, level 151 200, every 30 days plus 1 level, level 201 250, every 60 days plus 1 level, level 251 300. The title Ruler of Protein came with a cheat-like effect that gave him a level just by staying and breathing in protein. Are these options for real? Siegfried thought in disbelief. He was stupefied when he saw the option that allowed him to level up without doing anything. But that wasn't the end of his surprise. The ancient magic force of the Lord heated up the rune of transcendence on the back of his hand before it disappeared. You have reached level 51. You have reached level 52. You have reached level 53. You have reached level 54. You have reached level 55. You have reached level 56. You have reached level 57. You have reached level 58. You have reached level 59. You have reached level 60. He truly gained 10 levels in an instant. Alert! You are now able to learn a new skill. Alert! You may check the new attainable skill on the My Skill page on your status screen. A new skill of the Debuff Master was unlocked. The thoughts of the officials gathered in the hall instantly changed the moment they saw the ancient magic force of the Lord envelop Siegfried's body. In fact, their first impression of Siegfried wasn't that good. Where did that punk come from? They say he's the king. I never knew that just about anyone could become one. Tusk, this is going to be annoying. That bastard Verben is rotten to the core, but he is flexible at least. Isn't he just going to break the balance we had been maintaining for so long? However, their opinion flipped 180 degrees the moment they saw the force of the Lord. Force of the Lord was a mysterious ancient magic that border territories possessed. The spell engraved by the magicians of the old was meant to provide power and authority to the rulers of these rough, rugged lands. However, nobody, including the deceased Baron Verben, had been able to activate the force of the Lord engraved in the Protein territory for the past 200 years. The reason was that this ancient magic was very selective when it came to activating, and it would only activate when someone worthy of becoming a ruler sat on the throne, and that selective and picky force of the Lord actually activated. This only meant that the ancient texts engraved on the floor had recognized the new king as someone worthy of becoming a ruler, and that was why the officials couldn't help but instantly change their opinions of Siegfried. Oh, the ancient magic has activated. Oh my God, to think that the day when I will see the force of the Lord with my own 2 eyes would come. You have awakened the long-lost ancient magic. The officials looked at Siegfried with awe and respect after the latter managed to spur the force of the Lord into action. And I have to write this down. One of the scribes present in the Lord's Hall immediately took out a quill pen and recorded this historic moment on a parchment. Ah, force of the Lord, the ancient magic that was only thought to be passed down as a legend, the long-lost authority of the king. How long have you been waiting for the worthy one? Have you been waiting for the one worthy of your powers? You've been waiting for His Majesty Siegfried van Proa all these years. His Majesty sat on the throne, and the ancient powers enveloped the throne. The first page of the records that Siegfried would never get the chance to read was completed, and this signaled the start of the records of the feats that he would achieve from now on. The awe-striking moment passed. Greetings to you all. My name is Siegfried van Proa, and I have been appointed as the king of this protein province from today onward. Siegfried greeted the officials while smiling leisurely, and then he continued, I apologize for summoning all of you at this hour. I hope for your understanding in this matter. The officials bowed down and replied, Not at all, Your Majesty. We are always at your command, Your Majesty. You may summon us anywhere and anytime you wish, Your Majesty. It seemed that the officials suddenly felt a surge of loyalty towards Siegfried after witnessing the force of the Lord. Firstly, I would like to make a request to each and every one of you. There are a lot of things I am not aware of since it has not been a day since I became the king, so I am hoping for your unconditional support from now on. Everyone was all smiles for now, but that did not last for long. And there's something that I wish to inform all of you about. 2 hours ago, I executed the previous lord of the Protein province, Baron Verben. The lush blue forests of the Protein territory were decorated with beautiful trees, with leaves resembling the color of the sky. However, the forest was far from beautiful. It was all because of a small fortress in the forest, which was being used by the elf hunters as headquarters. A disturbing sound echoed from the fortress. The fortress had rows of cages that were used to keep wild animals. You. However, the creature in the cages weren't animals but bound and gagged female elves. What did you say? A man sitting at the center of a long rectangular table grimaced. He had an overgrown beard with a knife scar on his right cheek, and his eyes seemed to reflect his vicious character. The man was a criminal gamer that played B&W with the ID Chen Ryang, and he was also the guild master of the Heavenly Peaks Guild, which was a guild made up of elf hunters. Verben is dead, and our boys died as well. Yes, boss. It seems that things are going to get rowdy from now on. What are we going to do? Call the slave traders and sell all of the merchandise we have as soon as possible, you got that? The merchandise Chen Ryang was referring to were the captured female elves. And ask the boys to bam. Chen Ryang was about to say, ask the boys to gather so they could enact revenge, but a deafening noise interrupted him from somewhere. And the noise was followed by shouts. For Proa, a few hours ago. I will not compromise nor negotiate, Siegfried declared to the officials. I am different from Verben. I will not negotiate with criminals to uphold the peace of our lands. I will not squeeze our people dry or persecute the other races. How long do you think peace achieved from such methods will last? However, Siegfried's words sounded nothing but the ideological rambling of an inexperienced king. But, Your Majesty, that is too extreme. Ho. I understand Your Majesty's concern, but the officials tried to argue, but Siegfried didn't give them the chance. Of course, it will be difficult for now. I know that too, but I'd rather die than watch those criminals run freely around my lands. I will uphold the peace myself, so I ask you not to go against my wishes. This is an order, Siegfried said in a very direct manner. Siegfried showed his resolve to never back down or change his mind, and he also showed the officials how things would be run from now on. Dame Oscar, Siegfried called out. Yes, Your Majesty, Oscar immediately knelt at Siegfried's words. I appoint you as the commander of our army from this point onward. I shall carry out your commands, Your Majesty. I hereby command Commander Oscar. Your loyal servant is listening, Your Majesty. You are to issue a full mobilization command, and you are to fully mobilize our forces and wait. And, Siegfried glanced at the clock and continued, we will be departing in 3 hours. Our target is to subjugate their headquarters. Siegfried had no plans to give any additional time to the elf hunters. The elite knights of Protein and the 1st Mountain Battalion rushed like a tsunami toward the headquarters of the Heavenly Peaks Guild. Fierce fighting broke out. The elite knights lived up to their reputation as they systematically moved and overpowered the adventurers. Moreover, the soldiers of the Protein territory were hardened by the rugged terrain and frequent skirmishes with the barbarians, so they were incomparably stronger than soldiers from any other territory. However, their opponents were adventurers rather than ordinary people. The adventurers were known to be armed with various skills and artifacts depending on their classes, and they weren't opponents that could be easily subjugated no matter how experienced and hardened the protein soldiers were. On top of that, the adventurers weren't afraid of death. Such an adventurer would always be a threat to an NPC regardless of their level, because they weren't afraid of dying. Your Majesty, I shall go and join the fray. We will suffer massive casualties if this, Oscar hurriedly shouted while protecting Siegfried. However, Siegfried shook his head and cut her off as he said, "No, just let the soldiers take care of them." "But, Your Majesty, our casualties will be massive, so even if we win this battle," Siegfried nonchalantly said, "we just have to help them overpower the enemies if they can't overpower them through their own abilities." What do you mean by that, Your Majesty?" Oscar asked, seemingly confused by his words. Wuong, Siegfried did not bother to explain, as he silently cast his debuff circles. 1. The name means heavenly dragon, if literally translated.